heating and cooling service providers. Guardians announcing this morning that Chiefs tight end and Cleveland Heights native Travis Kelce has joined the club as a minority investor. In a statement, Kelce says joining the Guardians ownership group as being one of the coolest things in the world. The Guardians plan to celebrate Kelce joining the ownership group during a game against Detroit coming up on Sunday, June 14th. Guardians win 6-1 on their just completed road trip, but things not so great since they've been back home, losing back to games to Washington, combined score of 16-5. Skipper Steve Vogt on his club trying to get its groove back.
We got to get back on our plan. We got to get back to having quality at bats, sticking to what our plan is to beat the pitcher. And sometimes really good pitchers will get you off of your plan. I've been really pleased with the way we've been playing. It feels really bad right now after those two losses. If we allow that to continue to be a mindset, it could spiral. But we're coming off a great road trip. It's been two tough losses. That's the truth. That's it. It's been two tough losses. Guardians
closing out their series with Washington this afternoon at Progressive Field. Guardians trying to avoid the three-game sweep. Gavin Williams going to try to be the stopper today. He'll start for the Guardians, 7-3. 3.25 ERA. First pitch at Progressive Field is set for 1:10. Browns had their first OTA practice of the week on Tuesday in Berea. Second week of OTAs, and both Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders trying to show they should be the starting quarterback. OTAs continue with practice today, and afterwards we will hear from head coach Todd Monken and some players right here on 92.3 The Fan. Kansas City Chiefs continue with OTAs today, and the hope is that Patrick Mahomes is going to be back on the field. Mahomes worked out on Tuesday for the first time since he suffered the torn ligaments in his left knee back in December. Now, the Chiefs did not say the extent of how much Mahomes worked out yesterday, and the media is not going to get to see him on the field for themselves until tomorrow. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
When you give up a fan, you can see it, and the fans saw it, and they go, if you're going to give up, why the hell should I bother? When times get tough, and it's frustrating for me to say it, when times get tough, fans just feel that they're going to crumble, and they're going to fold, and they're going to find the easiest way, not through, they're going to find the easiest way out of it. And the easiest way out of it is still the toughest way out of it, because you get hammered by 37, and then it becomes a giant pep rally of Knicks fans in your own building.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Guess what, Cavs fans? The apocalypse did not happen yesterday, and you thought it might. You were like, I think Kenny's gone. See ya. Man, I wonder how long they're going to hang on to these guys. They got to blow this thing up. No. Word is Kenny and the boys will be back next year, and we got to figure out what to do with what we've got. So we'll talk about that today on the show. Myles Garrett rumors are sizzling as we head towards June 1st. Chris Fedor is going to join us later to talk a little basketball. Chris Rose is going to talk about all the situations that we are talking about right now. No, bye. How about that? Another famous Cleveland Heights alumni doing something good for the city.
Who are the others?
We've had plenty of really
I thought you were including
people.
yourself in that group.
The Guns, remember them?
I thought you were including yourself in there. Are you including yourself?
No, I'm an outsider. I talk about these people. I'm like the Black and Gold. I'm the newspaper there that's a town crier about all the people that went to school there.
Beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, that person that interrupted me while I was giving you such a beautiful, eloquent introduction to the show, his name is Jeff Phelps. Good morning, Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin.
Andrew, good to see you this morning.
Good to see you
Here comes
morning.
Joey to adjust the camera. Hi, Joey.
Oh, look at that. You're big time. First, I thought he had a couple hockey sticks on his shirt. Now I realize they're golf clubs. We can do better. Dan Mennigan is here as well.
We'll get it fixed.
Meredith Kane will also join in on the show as we progress through the next 4 hours of your life, and we hope it's a auspicious one. Jeff Phelps, Kenny Atkinson, and the front office are coming back, according to reports.
Yes.
Good, bad, indifferent?
I don't have a problem with that. The front office has put together a good roster, and I think Kenny's a good coach. So I don't have a problem with that. I said yesterday I wouldn't fire Kenny. I would keep Kenny. And Kobe Altman has done a very nice job putting together a competitive basketball team. And not just this year, for a number of years. So I don't have any issues with that at all. Now I think they have some work to do. And I probably disagree with some of the things that we're hearing about what they're planning to do. But I have no problems with Kobe Altman and Mike Gansey and Kenny Atkinson and his staff. It was a good season. You were one of the Final Four teams.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you're looking at the Cavaliers from Mars, you're saying, look, they got better. They made a trade in the middle of the season, and they advanced past the point where they were before. And if that's the way you want to look at it, then yes, the season is a success. I would have said it was a success going into this thing, and the only thing that would hold them back would be getting embarrassed or blown out in the Eastern Conference Finals. Unfortunately, I kind of feel like they got blown out and embarrassed in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, yeah, they sure did.
I also realized that if I was looking at this thing from Mars, that the Cavaliers were out of gas by the end of the game one. The tank was empty.
Okay.
They barely rolled the thing in on neutral for the next 3 games to say, okay, they played a series. They didn't. It wasn't even a gentleman's sweep. It was a sweep. They were toast in the Eastern Conference Finals. No doubt about it in my mind. No one will ever change my mind. Well, they were out of gas.
That might be true, but why were they? Because they weren't good enough to eliminate Toronto or Detroit in 5-6 games.
Now, I mean, I kind of respect Detroit. I respected Toronto going into this thing.
Sure.
You looked at a 4-5 seed on paper, as I said yesterday. That should have been a 6-7 game series right there. But then you get a crazy ball that goes up in the air and it finds its way in, and now all of a sudden you're in the 7th game when you probably could have used those 3 days off at some point. And I don't know if that would have made a difference in the Eastern Conference Finals, but it would have been nice to have fresher legs going into this thing in the ECF. But that didn't happen. And so this is where they are. I thought Kenny Atkinson was a very good coach going into the playoffs. I loved what happened when Harden first got here. Things started to turn a little bit. Never really had a chance to watch these guys play together a whole lot during the regular season, 9 games. Then you get to the playoffs, and now all of a sudden everybody who came to camp gets to play in the same game, right? And so you got there. I thought Kenny was not good as a coach during the Eastern Conference Finals. I thought there were too many opportunities when he could have protected his players in different situations. I think there were guys on the bench, whether they were going to help you win or not, at least they were going to give the guys that were out of gas a chance to rest. And I am not thrilled with Kenny and what happened in the Eastern Conference Finals. Not that I wanted him fired, but if he would have been released, I would have been like, okay, I get it. And I would have thought Kenny would end up on Mike Brown's staff in New York, where he'd have an opportunity to go home. And, Mike and Kenny obviously had a relationship at Golden State. We don't know what it was, what kind of relationship, but I was like, I think Kenny's gone. I think they're going to let him go because it was an embarrassing Eastern Conference Finals. But I will say this, Jeff, maybe this is a sign of maturity, I guess, maybe for Dan Gilbert, because...
Or maybe it's the wrong move.
Well,
I don't think so.
It's a sign of patience for Dan Gilbert. There's no question about that. I mean, you'd have to be patient to want to say, okay, we're okay with that. And then the next question is, if you're coming back with the staff, what are you going to do with the roster? So what does this mean that Kenny is back? Does this mean drastic moves for the roster? Does this mean slight moves? Is it a tweak? Is it just roll everything back? What would you do, Jeff Phelps?
I would tweak it in a big way.
That's more, if you're going to tweak it in a big way, isn't that a little bit of an overhaul?
No. All right, I probably didn't say that the right way. I wouldn't bring back the big three as they're currently constituted. And I would say that's Donovan, James, and Evan.
How would you change that? What do you need? Where do you want to go with this thing?
I would put somebody else in the backcourt next to Donovan Mitchell. And I like James Harden. I like James a lot. James, I think, was a great move for this year for the playoffs. And I think it worked. I think they were better. And I don't think I would tie myself to a 2-year contract to James for big money. And it's not because of James. It's because mainly, and people don't want to many people don't want to hear this. It's because of Evan Mobley. Time to turn him loose. Time to turn him loose. And
what has
I
stopped
don't
them
think
from him being loose already?
They've had a roster that's been built with two guys ahead of him on the pecking order.
As far as the guards are concerned, that's what you're saying. But
As far
you've got two guards
as
that are
far
ahead
as shots and scoring concerned.
So what like?
And that would still be the case with James. I can't imagine James, becoming a guy who's going to, not get his shots and everything else.
Do you, this is my question then. With James Harden, are they in too deep with him? And I say this because
we don't know, but what we hear is it's already a done deal.
That he's coming back on a 2-year deal.
2-year.
On a 2-year.
He's not going to accept the contract option.
Making him a free agent. Yes? No.
And then the Cavs, everything we're reading, the Cavs will give him a 2-year deal, which will help the Cavs financially and will get James more money.
It gets the Cavs under the second apron. And now all of a sudden they've got some flexibility.
Well, I don't know if it gets them under the second apron or not. I just know it gives them more flexibility.
Well, Chris Fedor will be able to help us with that,
They're under the
too.
second apron now, if I'm not mistaken, after the Garland trade, aren't they?
No, they are.
By just a touch.
I thought they were still in the apron, aren't they? Yes or no?
Regardless, they've got to
find.
find some flexibility. So, I just, it's time to find out if Evan Mobley can be the man. And if you're not going to find out, then trade him. And that's the last thing I want to do.
Why couldn't Evan Mobley have been the man over the last 4 games?
Andy, you're talking 4 games. I'm talking 5 years.
Yeah, I am. But I'm talking about being able to try to advance to the NBA Finals, which should be the goal of every year. Like, why?
I'm looking big picture here.
Yeah, I know, and maybe the big picture for me for next year is how do you get there? I just don't understand why. Do we think Mobley's still too young to be that guy?
No, I think there are roadblocks in his way, and their names are Mitchell and Harden.
Okay, so this goes back to my coaching philosophy then. If Mobley was the answer, and Jeff, I agree with you. I think he is. If he was, how do you not get Harden and Mitchell to give Mobley the ball more?
Because they're ball dominant guards.
Well, why does that
by nature? That's what they are.
But
you've got guys, and they're phenomenal. They're phenomenal. It's how the team is built.
But we talk about coaching him up all the time. And when Harden got here, I felt like, the distribution level from him was way better than it was towards the end of the season. There was something about it, and maybe it was nights that Mitchell wasn't playing, but I felt like the biggest surprise when Harden got here was his ability to get the ball to other guys. And I'm having a philosophical problem with this.
Again, if you think Evan Mobley can be more than he is, then you've got to clear a path for him. In the playoffs, Donovan took 21 shots per game. James took 14. Evan took 12. How about if we get Evan 16 or 17 shots a game? Let's see what the kid can do. And if you don't want to, and there's talk of trading him, you can be damn sure that nobody's going to trade for him and think, okay, you're now our third scoring option. Somebody's going to trade for him and think, here's our man, and they're going to give him the ball. You tell me when you want to get into it, but I put together some stuff showing how his path has been blocked like crazy.
So why? Let's do that when we come back here in a second. But my point is, if that's the road to success, why didn't they try to travel that road this year?
Well, maybe they don't think it is. And if they don't think it is, then maybe you should trade him.
Yeah, okay. So I can understand.
I would never trade him.
Because he's too young and you think he's too valuable?
He's too young and he's too good. Go find other guys like him. There aren't very many in the league.
Superstar? A potential?
Well, sure, Andy. Potential. Is he there yet? Nope. Is he really good? Yep. But you got to clear a path for him, and they've been throwing roadblocks in his way since he's been here.
There are so many things now with the Cavaliers that can come to mind when you say, okay, we've banked now that Kenny's going to be back as the head coach, unless something goes haywire here or sideways or something nutty happens. Reports yesterday saying that Kenny and the front office are coming back. This is, again, according to reports that we had yesterday, too, on the show. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But, you heard what Jeff said. So my question is, when it comes to Kenny Atkinson, did they do the right thing, man? Did they bring him back for the right reasons? Is the front office and the coaching staff what this team needs now, obviously, to get to the next level, which is the NBA Finals, right? So you put yourself in okay, we got bounced in the second round last year. Now we made it through the second round. We got to the Eastern Conference Finals, but we didn't get a win. We couldn't even get a win against the Knicks, who probably during the regular season were like, oh, let's be a competitive series, and it wasn't. I'll contend for the rest of my life that they were absolutely out of gas going into this thing, and we didn't see the best of any of these guys. Not once. We saw absolute epic collapse.
That sounds like an excuse, Andy. It might be a fact, but it sounds like an excuse.
Okay, well, I'll make the excuse for them, because if I'm the front office, the only way I'm bringing this back is I better believe that we ran out of gas because we played 2 7-game series, or else my philosophy didn't work. And if my philosophies didn't work, then I probably should have fired the coach. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. 92.3 The Fan.
The Open Road. No limits.
all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Guess who's back? No, it's not Shady. It's Kenny Atkinson. He'll be back. Front office coming back, according to reports. Do you agree this is the right thing to do for the Cavaliers? Is this the right direction for the basketball team that did have a successful season, that was a 4 seed coming into this, that landed in the Final 2 in the Eastern Conference and the Final 4 of the NBA this season? And, if you think about it, if you eliminate the LeBron era, which I'll never do, but if you eliminate that era, it feels pretty good to know that they made it to the Eastern Conference. It's very hard to say that now because of what we just watched, but I think at some point you'll be like, yeah, remember that team made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. They didn't win. They didn't win a game. Maybe it kind of feels like 2007 when they, made it to the NBA. Remember how excited we were about being in the NBA Finals.
It's one of the coolest experiences ever.
Yeah, and, I don't know that – I think people look at it now – in retrospect, it's like, wow, man, they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Oh, yeah, they got beat by the Spurs. How bad did they get beat? Pretty bad. But no one really remembers the pretty bad part of that. They remember, wow, the Cavs made it to the finals. I wish
remember the celebration on the plaza when they beat the Pistons to get there.
Oh, it was amazing.
It was unbelievable.
It was amazing. And then just thinking about just seeing your venue as the home of the NBA Finals, it's just something we had never experienced in our lifetimes, and it kind of transformed the city. And they almost did it again for the first time without LeBron. And I know that we're going to talk about LeBron because it seems to be a factor moving forward that maybe his career will end here in Cleveland. Maybe the story, ends right here, and who knows what it could be or what it might be or what he could do. But we'll talk about that in a second. All right, so Jeff, I'm going to take some phone calls here in a minute. 216-474-0092, but kind of prep me a little bit on your argument about, where you think this team should go, because I know we had looked at one path and then you had talked about a little bit of another. I don't know if I would.
It appears that from everything that's being reported and everything else, and that Harden to be traded here, waived his no trade clause because there was a wink, wink, nudge, nudge deal in place for 2 years. I like James. I think he's one of the best players in NBA history. And I just think the time has come here to either find out if Evan Mobley can, and I know I'm the champion of the Evan Mobley fan club, or whatever you want to call me. The time is now to find out if he can be the guy. Or if they've determined he can't be the guy, then trade him. But I personally think that would be a terrible move, and I think now is the time. And I went through and looked at some things, and I've talked about him and opportunities and everything else. In his 5 years in the NBA with the Cavs,
okay,
he has never ranked higher than third on the Cavaliers in shots taken. Never. And his shots per game this year was a career high 13.2. But his shots have always been between 11 and 13.2. Now, before Mark in Cleveland calls and says, well, that's on him. He's got to get himself. He has the ball and blah, 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 blah. Mark,
you're defending yourself against the caller before it even happens.
Well, Mark does the same thing all the time, and that's okay because he could say, I do too. But his shots haven't really gone up in 5 years. You've had Darius Garland here, okay? And the first year you didn't, but Evan was a rookie. In his first year, he had Colin Sexton here, but Colin only played in 11 games. But he was fifth in shots taken. Second year, third. In 2024, he was fourth in shots per game on this team. And it wasn't like there was somebody there for all 80 games, but just the way it played out. This year, he was he just doesn't take a ton of shots. Okay? That's the way it goes. And I think he needs to be featured, and I think you need to find out. And if you don't think he can be that guy, then okay, then you should probably trade him.
I sometimes I feel like with
Scoring average, he's never been higher than third on the team. And I think the time is now.
Do you think, as you kind of lay this out, how many specific plays do you think they have for Evan Mobley?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm just saying because it doesn't feel that way. It feels like if Evan's going to get a bucket, it's off a rebound, or he mysteriously is standing behind the three-point arc and they get him the ball.
I'm not going to. I don't want to make this comparison as a player, but I want to throw this out. A couple of guys that we've heard, they might be in a similar vein to Evan, and this is really high praise. So this is, and I'm not saying that he's ever going to become these guys. Kevin Garnett came into the league when Kevin was 19. Evan was 20. In Garnett's second year in the league, he averaged more shots per game than Evan has ever taken in his career per season.
1 year equal to?
In his second year, he averaged more than the 13.2 shots per game that Evan just took this year for the most in his career.
Gotcha.
It took Giannis a while. It wasn't until Giannis's fourth year that he averaged more than 13.2 shots per game. And that's okay. It takes a while. I just think, and here's the other aspect to this, Andy. You've had, to me, a roadblock to Evan becoming the guy. Either Donovan or Darius or James.
Okay.
Well, every one of those years has ended in disappointment. See, it's not like it's working to the extent they want it to work. Mm-hmm. That's the biggest point here.
But is this? I mean, what was the goal this year? Can you say
I would think the goal was to win the NBA championship, as my friend Andy Baskin accurately points out.
Yeah.
They spent the most money of anybody in the league.
Right.
You don't do that to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and get swept.
No.
So what they've done with him, though I think Evan is a heck of a player, and I think they've had success, they haven't had the ultimate success. And if you're going to roll it back out again and hope that, well, now this year with James and Donovan, Evan will be okay being the third fiddle because, that role's been enough to get us out of the second round once. Let's try something different, huh? Turn the young kid loose, see if he can be the man. If not, trade him. You can go get a lot for him. Trade him at the trade deadline. I don't ever want to do that. I'd like him to be, want him to be Karl Malone in Utah until the end of Karl's career. I want him to be the guy who's here.
He's got to put on a couple pounds.
Well, yeah, but you know what? You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay, you've had Evan as the third fiddle on this team for 5 years, and you've gotten out of the second round once. And you keep putting guards in his way who are taking more shots. Worth a try. That's why I wouldn't sign James Harden to a big 2-year contract. Because
he's blocking Evan Mobley.
I would turn Evan into the first or second scoring option on this team. Likely second, because Donovan is clearly the guy.
And you're keeping Jared, right?
Well, I am.
I am too.
There's another thought. Can I throw this one out real quick?
Sure.
Saw this today. Becky Hammon is the coach of the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA, and a longtime assistant coach with the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah.
And a quote that she said in 2023, December 2023, has popped up because she said back then, if your best player is small, you're not winning.
There's only one real exception to that rule.
Steph Curry.
Yeah, Steph Curry.
And it came up from Jalen Brunson with the Knicks. And she said, I speak from experience. Allen Iverson got the MVP and he lost in the finals. I think the two best teams are probably in the West. This is now. And she's meaning Oklahoma City and San Antonio.
Right.
That's the other thing. I think Jalen Brunson's a hell of a player. I'm speaking historically on the NBA with what I said. I don't know why everybody's so stuck on that. I said it 2 years ago. I said what I said. If he proves me wrong, he proves me wrong. I've said the same thing since the Cavs brought in Mitchell and Garland. The best player on your team is 6'2", tops. And it's time to unleash Evan. And if he can't be unleashed, then move on.
He does have a good supporting cast with the Knicks. It's not all.
He's got a great supporting cast. He's got a better supporting cast here than Donovan does.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I hate to say it. Shamet made me realize that.
He played well. Josh Hart. And see, Josh Hart is the type of guy, Andy, that is a fit next to Brunson. And I don't know if another ball-dominant guy like James is. And I like James a lot. I do. I would have made the trade for Darius Garland over and over again based on a chance to win this year. And I think James gave them a better chance to win this year, especially with Darius's injuries.
Rick in Doylestown. Hey, Rick.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for calling.
Hey, I'm 65 years old, guys. I've seen a lot, been around a lot. I respect you guys' opinion, too, for the most part. But here's a couple things. One, if we're going to get this thing turned around, I guess we're stuck with Kenny, so we got to do the best with what we can with it.
Ouch. 64 wins last year, Rick. You got to the Eastern Conference Finals. Final four, baby.
Let's look at this real quick. When JB was here, we were an elite, or top 5, top 10 defense every year.
And couldn't score.
So couldn't get over the hump because he wasn't an offensive guru. We bring Kenny in. Last year we win 60-some games with his offense, the run and gun, shoot. And they got us 60-some games, but they got us nowhere in the playoffs. All right, so we gotta find a way to get a better defensive team around him. And the only way you're going to do that, because we're in salary cap, where.
Yep.
Donovan is not – I do not want to give Donovan that max $70 million or whatever he wants. If he decides he wants that, then we got to go somewhere else, because you have to build a younger athletic team around him. I don't think Donovan is an elite superstar. He is a very, very good player, but he needs help. I'm sick of everybody thinking James Harden. James Harden was a great player. James Harden is not a great player now.
He's a good player.
He's a good player. He does not deserve no $40-some million either.
Rick, you're sounding a lot like me.
If him and Donovan want to get together and sit down with each other, bang their heads together, because they're supposed to be some good buddies. Let's take less money like Brunson did when he went to New York. He gave up $100-some million option. He signed with New York for $100 million less to build that team, to get the Anunoby, to get the Towns, to keep the Hart. You have to build an athletic wings around them. We do not trade Mobley. Absolutely not. I don't want to hear nothing about Giannis. But you got to get the money right first before you can do anything.
Good point, Rick. Good point. Sorry, hey, we're up against Rick. Good stuff. Thank you. We do appreciate you, Rick in Doylestown.
Sounded a lot like me, didn't he?
Well, he's right about the last thing he said there about the money. Is I don't know how they're maneuvering some of the things they're doing while being in the second apron, and then trying to bring in somebody new, and then maybe you replace this guy or you trade this guy. I just don't know how they. I don't know how they do it. That's why I'm looking forward to talking to Chris Fedor, because he did touch on some of that stuff in his column today in Cleveland.com. So we're going to talk to Chris coming up at high noon. But, look, there's a couple things going on with the Cavaliers. Obviously, it sounds like Kenny Atkinson, the front office, they're coming back. That's according to reports. Is that the right thing to do? Harden sounds like he's going to opt out and then sign a 2-year deal. Is that something you want? And as we sit here and try to figure out the future of the Cavaliers, does that make sense? 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Chuck McDowell here with
there's a chance Wemby could be fined by the NBA for bailing on post-game. Listen to The Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Hey, as always, you can listen to our show. You can listen to all the shows here on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Coming up at noon, we are going to talk to Chris Fedor from Cleveland.com. He'll give us the lowdown on what's going on with the Cavaliers, the direction they're heading in. Obviously, it sounds like Kenny Atkinson and the front office are coming back, according to reports. Do you agree with that? Is that the right move? I could have gone either way on it, and I wasn't feeling that way until they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. I just thought there were things that they could have done better. He could have done better as a coach, and even he could have manipulated Game 1 in one way or another. They just need to stop one basket, and they would have won that game. But that didn't happen, so we'll talk about that. Also, if I want to throw this at you. So do you think Harden stays?
Yes.
I do too.
The way it sounds like.
And is that best for the organization? Do you think that, you think, and I just want to make sure I got this right from the last segment, that if you want to see progression for Evan Mobley, it would be in the best interest of this team to part ways with James Harden? Is that fair?
Either that, Andy, or James becomes a guy who takes 10, 11 shots per game and gets 10 assists per game.
Becomes the number 3 guy.
Yeah. And I think he's more than capable of becoming that kind of a guy. But James Harden's one of the best scorers in NBA history. He has the ball in his hands a lot. And, Mike Fratello was with us a week or two ago, and Mike said, you knew what you were getting, dribble, dribble, dribble. And we saw a lot of that. But I think James did a fine job here. And they made it farther than they've made it in the past. I think they made it farther than they would have had they not made the trade.
I agree with that.
But I personally think what you've done for 5 years since Evan Mobley's been here, and the rookie year, okay, you're coming along. But you've had 2 guys ahead of him in the pecking order of who's getting the basketball. And I think, and I've said it for years, this team becomes what it can become when Evan Mobley becomes your first or second scoring option. Been saying that since he got here. And he's the guy you have here now. Mm-hmm. You want to go find somebody else who's 6'11" and skilled like that? Fine, go find one. Good luck. Because you don't have draft picks and you don't have free agent space. So he's the guy. And if you're not going to do that, then you should trade him, which I think would be a ridiculous idea.
Yeah, I'm listening to you, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, who is untouchable on this roster? And to me, it's just Mitchell. At least if that's how they want to look at it. And it's just, if you wanted to go down your path, it's Mitchell and Mobley, right? Who is untouchable on this roster?
If I had to trade one or the other, I would trade Donovan. But I don't want to have to trade either one.
What does trading Donovan do? Because I've kicked this around too.
It would bring back a ton of stuff. But it would also set you back. It would set you back. I mean, Donovan's great. James Harden's great. It's not what he used to be. I just think you're, hitching the old wagon to a 37-year-old guard who needs the basketball a lot, and I don't know that that's in the best interest of the development of your team long term.
All right, I'll take a couple phone calls, then I want to bring up the other story that seems to be percolating around the Cavaliers, who I don't know how they pull it off. Chris Fedor is going to talk to us coming up at noon, if it's possible even, and you know what I'm talking about, the L word.
Kid from Akron?
Yeah. Tony is in LaGrange. Hello, Tone.
LaGrange.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah.
We're doing fantastic. Just working away. Hey, the reason I believe is that they keep the coaching staff intact because they will bring LeBron back here And in my opinion, you know how he kind of runs the team anyway. So if they fired all those guys and hired somebody else, they'd be paying those guys plus the new staff. And then with LeBron here, he's going to run the team anyway. And then I think they have enough pieces for him with his experience and everything like that to get us over the top.
Okay, thank you. All right, Tony brings up what I wanted to talk about anyway. So, a lot of talk about LeBron. I thought Chris Fedor's article today was outstanding as they discussed the possibility of LeBron James and how that would work. There's a $51 million pay differential between what the Cavs could offer him at $3 million right now and what the Lakers paid him this past season. So LeBron's not coming here for free. Let's start with that. LeBron is not coming here for free. There's no way. Secondly, I don't know what that relationship between him and Dan Gilbert truly is. I just don't know it. I know that the organization...
And that's huge here.
But no one wants to talk about that.
No, Andy, it's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I just don't see how it...
Can I take what you just said and bring up something Dan said yesterday?
Sure.
And I think your point about Dan is right. Dan's point yesterday...
Dan Mennigan.
Mennigan. And he said, I'm not gonna hitch my wagon to a 42-year-old player. If LeBron were to come back here in any role other than, hey, you drop in and you play the 3 here, and there's Donovan and there's Evan, this could be fun. That could work. But that's where LeBron would have to be completely on board with, I'm 42 and I'm a complimentary guy here. And Donovan and Evan are the men.
You're asking him to do what you were going to ask Harden to do if he stays, right? Yeah.
You've got to be here and help. And I would rather have LeBron than James Harden in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
But Dan was right. For instance, if you want to bring in LeBron, and I've seen people write this, and you can trade Harden to make the money, trade Mobley to make the money match and blah, blah, blah. Oh, my God, that would be awful.
What about trading Allen to make the money match? I thought that was...
I wouldn't do that either.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. But
if LeBron would be a perfect fit, but not if you're bringing him in to be like, the man, the man next to Donovan.
Does LeBron come in to be a number 3 guy?
Well,
it seemed like he had settled back a little.
He's 42 years old, and he's really still good. But
you know that when it ends, it ends
fast.
Yeah.
Sometimes. He might be the freakiest freak of nature we've ever seen, and it might not. But, he didn't play enough games this year to qualify for the postseason awards. Now, he played well in the playoffs, but I don't think you make that trade thinking, all right, this is the piece to, build around. You can't build around a 42-year-old guy.
No, a 42. And if you're keeping it, well, let's just say you kept Harden and brought in LeBron. Now you're talking about 37 and 42. What's the long term?
You'd be rolling the dice for 1 year.
Yeah, what are they going to look like when the Browns move in the dome?
They could play in the dome.
There you go. Mark is in Cleveland. I highly doubt that will ever happen. Hey, Mark.
Hello, Mark.
I don't want to keep James Harden. I think that's a terrible idea. And, Jeff, I wasn't going to call in today till you called me out, man.
I said that in the break.
But, Mark, you know why I mentioned you is because, and I respect your opinion on it, you and I just have a different opinion on this subject.
And I'm going to tell you why, Jeff. Because the Cavs made effort to get Evan the ball this playoffs. He got the ball more than Donovan, 9 times per game more than Mitchell this year in the playoffs. That's an effort to get this guy the ball. And like you talking about letting him go, I don't see how you can let him loose when he don't have a certain skill set to do anything. He can't post centers up. He's not a wing that has ball handles where he can split 2 defenders. I'm like, what is this skill set?
Mark, you have a different feeling on Evan Mobley than most people who run NBA teams. So
I know.
maybe you are right, but I think most everybody who runs an NBA team would disagree with you on the value of a guy like Evan Mobley.
Now, would you say that it's saying something that when he touches the ball 8 more times a game than Donovan Mitchell and still produces the same amount of shots that he produced 2 years ago, like you said?
They will tell you repeatedly because they have. Evan makes the right play. And the right play in that system is for him to move the ball. Mark, I'm
to you
just
then,
telling
Jeff.
you. I'm not.
Hold on. If he's making the right move, how can you want him to score more points? Because he's getting the touches. They're making.
Because they
got
to clear a path for him to become the man, Mark. And if they don't do that, then trade him.
And that's what I'm with you.
Which I think would be the stupidest thing to do. You don't trade 6'11", 24-year-olds.
But when he doesn't have a position, Jeff, he's not a power forward.
Well, then get him out of here, Mark. Trade him.
Is he a
good luck.
tweener or not, Jeff?
Trade him, and good luck to you.
Okay, Jeff.
All right, Mark. Hey, does your heart stop every time he dribbles out by the three-point arc?
Man, it's terrible.
Me too, man.
Except he hit those shots.
All right, Mark. Thank you.
Hit some biggies.
Let's go Leo in Strongsville. Leo.
Andy, you don't find 6'11", 25-year-olds
Hey,
with
fellas,
skill.
what's going on?
Hey. Just
Hi, Leo.
debating Mobley, as Jeff and Mark do every day.
We're trading Mobley. Here's what I'm doing if I'm the GM.
Okay.
I'm going out there. I'm going all in. Let's go get Giannis. I watched the playoffs, and Mobley can't shoot from the outside, and he gets bodied and pushed around on the inside. He's a stick pole. He's not the Kevin Durant type of player that I thought we were drafting when we drafted him. I thought he was going to develop into that. So I think it's time. I don't want to give him no max contract for sure.
He's already
I'm
got
all
it.
in on Mitchell. Give
He's
Mitchell,
already got it.
back up the truck for Mitchell, but not for Mobley.
He already
I'm
has
sorry.
the contract. You already backed up the truck.
All right, well, I'm ready to go win a championship. I don't know about you guys. Let's go get Giannis. Mobley's probably the only guy.
Yeah, because Giannis, they're just going to trade him here.
I don't know what else we could package with Mobley. Mobley probably wouldn't be enough. But what do you guys think? What can we do to go get Giannis? That's where I'm at right
Thank
now.
you, Leo. Look, first of all, they got to figure out a way to get under. They got to get under the cap. Then you're talking about you've already traded. What you're talking about? Would you have to trade away 3 first-round picks to get him?
You don't have 3 first-round picks.
Well, wait. How many more years do we have that we can give away a first-round pick? But we don't start again until
2030.
Okay, so
Something
in
like that.
2052, you think they'd like to start getting our picks at that point? How else do you get them?
Remember when they made the trade with Donovan? And again, I think Donovan's great. I said this better work because you don't have the assets to trade to do something else. Well, you don't have the assets to trade to do something else. You traded your first-round picks away.
They have cap gymnastics. They're gonna have. I mean, they're gonna make.
Giannis next year will make $58.45 million. He has a player option.
Is
What
there a
does that
third
mean?
apron or a
Means
fourth
he's
apron?
going
we
to
can crawl
bail, and
under?
you're going to have to give him the money.
How many aprons will they have to crawl under to try to bring him in? I think there's only 2.
Do you
but
wear an apron when you grill?
Never. Do
No,
you?
No.
I thought I saw you once in a Kiss the Cook.
No. It didn't.
Sure?
Well, I tried. It didn't work.
Yeah, it did.
So I don't wear it anymore.
All right, well, good. I was worried about you. Thanks. Oh, boy. All right. There are other things I do want to talk about with the Cavaliers, too. But
Andy?
Yes?
We have a 25-year-old. He'll turn 25 in June. A 25-year-old young guy who's a really good basketball player. And it stuns me that our city is ready, many in our city are ready to move him for guys who are like upper 30s, not Giannis. Giannis is in his lower 30s. But, upper 30s, let's go get LeBron. We can it's fascinating to me. Fascinating, I say.
I still think there's a Jared Allen part of the story that we haven't even touched yet.
Well, he could get moved, and I'd hate to see it.
Well, and if I read it correctly
You got to move
today,
something to improve the team. If you're going to lock into James and Donovan, you're going to have to move something.
I don't know if Allen's the answer, though. I don't know that I want to move him.
Do you want to move Evan?
When he plays really well, would you rather have Allen or Mobley? I know what you're going to say.
I'd rather have Mobley every day of the week.
Yeah,
and I like Jarrett a lot.
Would fans
think about the hole you'd have if you moved Evan or Jarrett?
Yeah,
but I think it's a bigger hole if you.
Especially if you go back to Becky Hammond's comment.
You have 2 big guys.
Stay with them.
Thomas Bryant is here just to fill a roster spot right now, and I like Thomas, but I don't think you're going to build with him.
All right, I'm not sure if you heard this yesterday on the air, but Albert Breer was talking, and man, it feels like if Myles Garrett is here on June 2nd, it might be a surprise. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Are we witnessing the end of Myles Garrett as a member of the Browns? Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show, starting at 5 a.m., only on 92.3 The Fan.
All right, let's turn the page to the Cavaliers. Let's talk about one of the other big headlines going on in town right now, and it was because Albert Breer was on Afternoon Drive. We'll go right to the bite from last night, and we'll ask you the question, is the time clock ticking towards the end of the Myles Garrett era here with the Cleveland Browns with the June 1st, I don't know, what is it? Jeff, what is it technically? The June 1st deadline, June 1st? It changes contract situations.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's the proper word
Dan, is there an official kind of something? Does it have a name?
Demarcation.
They always call it the June 1st designation.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
designation day.
June 1st designation.
Okay, so with the June 1st designation coming up then for Myles Garrett, the question is going to come into play, especially over the next couple of days. Will he be with the Browns this season, or is it time to move on? Here is what Albert Breer had to say.
Logistically, there are some things they did, moving, the payment back, which, would create some runway for them to take offers on him if those came along. I think, I've been through the logic in trading him with you guys. I actually agree with some of the reason to do it. After June 1st, it becomes easier. So I think that, when you look at the landscape, on top of there being a new coaching staff there and the team being in the middle of a youth movement, certainly I think that, things are TBD, until you hear otherwise. That could be next week. That could be the trade deadline. This does feel like the type of time when you would entertain that type of thought.
Is it Deborah Harry said the time is right? Is that who it was? That was right. Yep.
Little Blondie reference. Nice.
What do you think?
Wasn't it the tide is high? Not the time is right.
I don't know. It sounded like the time is right. The tide is high. Yeah, you're right. I think it was the tide is high.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Who cares? For my purposes, it sounded the same. It sounds the same. Jeff, is the time right? Myles Garrett.
No, but the tide is high.
Yes. What was the...
I think you tread lightly on this one, Andy.
Do you?
You tread lightly, but man, your eyes are open. You had the best defensive player in the NFL the last 2 years, and you won a combined 8 games.
Yeah, you won 8 games.
I think Myles is tremendous. You won 8 games, and if some team wants to call you and give you players and picks, you better answer that phone and you better listen. Do you agree?
Yes, and I also, the more I think about it, right, and he kind of touched on it.
Well, can I give you one last thought on it real quick?
Sure, go ahead. I'll give you my thoughts.
Myles is also going into his 10th NFL season. 10th. Could he pull an Aaron Donald? Hey, thanks, everybody. It's been fun. I'm out of here. Myles seems like a guy with a lot of different interests. I don't, and I just looked it up. Only 11 defensive ends have played 15 or more than 15 years in the NFL. So you got to figure at the most you're going to have Myles for 6. Myles might only play another 3 or 4 years. I mean, he might get to the dome. He might not. I would be listening. I wouldn't actively be, trying to trade him, but I'd certainly be answering the phone.
The years are right. Just looking, there's about 100 to 120 players in the NFL that have more than 10 years experience. Just for the record, active players right now that have that. I would say take a look at the stadium downtown. Close your eyes. Head west, a little bit south. Now open your eyes and see the dome. Because I feel like that is where the franchise has its sights set on. That everything needs to be buttoned up by the time they walk into the Dome. And that they'll feel good about having their quarterback of the future, and that the roster will be, just a couple years older? What are we looking at? 2 more years older, especially for the guys they drafted last year, the guys they drafted this year. And if you feel like you're going to have your franchise quarterback, are your odds greater if you trade Myles Garrett right now? I'm not saying they're giving up on the season. I'm not saying they're giving up on next season.
I would agree with that.
I'm not saying they're giving up on the season afterwards, but I think that this roster wants to be as rock solid as it possibly can when this team moves out to the airport, Brook Park. Right? Don't you think so? Out to the new Dome? And I kind of have that vision for the team very much, Jeff, like the vision we saw in the early 90s, mid-90s when the baseball team. Oh, look at you. You're doing the vision.
Vision.
When the baseball team was not very good, and then all of a sudden that last year, when they were in Old Municipal, things started to change. And then when they walked across the street or 2 or 3 blocks down the road and found themselves at Carnegie in Ontario, it was a different feeling and a different atmosphere. And I felt like the burden of the lakefront was gone when they moved into there. I kind of feel like the Browns are leaning in that direction, to walk away from the burden of the lakefront that has no history. That stadium has brought us no playoff games. And wouldn't it be nice to host at least one home playoff game before they walk out the door? Let's see what they look like in 27, right? I would seriously consider trading him. Seriously. Yeah. By the way, he hasn't talked to the new head coach. It seems like he's frustrated about that. I know these are optional. I know this is optional.
I think that's a leap on your part.
It's not a leap. Mike told us last week.
The coach is frustrated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe. He just said no and turned his head. Then coughed.
He didn't talk like this, did he? Hey, Minnie.
Thanks for getting it.
I just don't. I don't feel like it's good right now with him. The contract has been restructured. The door is open to trading him right now. The thing is that I'm not.
He's 30.
Like Breer
He'll play
said,
this season at 30. He turns 31 in December. Aaron Donald retired at 32 after 10 seasons. Next year is Myles' 10th season. And I'm not saying he's going to go the Aaron Donald path, but I think you need to be aware of that. He's been remarkably healthy, Andy. Remarkably healthy. He's missed 2 games in the last 4 years. That's it. 2 games in the last 5 years. That's really good.
Yeah. I mean, he has value right now. I'm just wondering where his value is going to go. And I just don't. It doesn't feel like it's real good right now. I just the vibe I have makes me think that.
What's not real good?
I don't feel like the vibe is real good. And by the way, he said so.
Meaning what though? Meaning that he wants out, or meaning that he's not going to play well?
Well, yeah, I thought the morning guy said it best that he went down this road before where he was extremely vocal about wanting to leave.
Oh, I mean, he was campaigning.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden,
basically telling everybody, "Yep, I'm out."
He has no reason to campaign right now. All he's got to do is just kind of be himself. And with the restructuring of this thing, I mean, you don't think the Browns wouldn't pay him for as much money as he ever wanted if they felt like that this was going to help them get to a Super Bowl? Jeff, you said it. 8 wins last 2 seasons. Great defensive player. Great. But if he brings you back a couple of first-round draft picks and then some.
And players.
How do you not look at the situation?
You got to listen, Andy. You have to listen.
You must. And you must be, if you're going to listen, you better be ready to pull the trigger. Because you may hear something you really want. What would you really want for him? I mean, the conversation starts at 2 first-round picks. Starts there for me.
I would think that the only catch to that is this. I would think a team that would trade for Myles would think that they are a Myles Garrett away from winning a Super Bowl, which would mean your picks would be, 25 and below. I would want a couple of guys I could put on the football field, too.
And I don't think we're just blowing hot air on this thing because, again, Albert Breer on the afternoon show yesterday had said, look, the rumors out there, and it sounds like it's percolating, I mean, it just seems like if there's smoke, there's fire.
That's all stuff worth paying attention to. And we'll see what happens. But until, Myles Garrett shows up and until, he starts working with his teammates towards the 2026 season, it's absolutely something worth paying attention to. It's the best player in your team. You know what I mean? I've told you guys the logic for, potentially trading him. I think it's solid logic. And this doesn't even have to be about him being happy, by the way. This could just be time, so we'll see what happens.
I mean, I get it that Myles may not want to go through just another change with head coaches. Who knows, Myles?
You mean here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, you don't want to go to OTAs? Sure, it's your prerogative. It's what the
voluntary.
It's what the
Andy, if
collective bargaining
you were him, you
agreement said.
probably wouldn't show up.
Here's what I would
voluntary.
do. I don't know that I'm working out, but I am coming in to meet the head coach.
At the very least, I'm calling the head coach, and
especially if you're here in town.
Even if you're not, but he was, because he was here for a Cavs game.
Yeah,
remember? Hey, Todd, how about breakfast? I'd go meet with the guy, but we don't. No, we're not in his shoes, so that's just what you would do. It's what I would do.
Would you have sent Todd to the Cavs game if you were the Browns?
No.
I mean, they have seats that are pretty good down there.
No, that'd be
close.
a little too visible.
It'd be goofy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know what it would be like? It'd be like, do you remember on Z night when they retired Z's number? And they always said that was kind of the night that led to, hey, could LeBron ever come back? Yeah. And I'll just never forget standing on that corner where Dan Gilbert was heading one way and LeBron was heading the other. And I was just kind of standing there and I was just like, this is a show. Like, could you imagine if Monken was at the Cavs game and so was Myles?
I mean, if I was Myles, I would have called the coach. But Myles doesn't have to. And if I was the coach, I would have called Myles. But Myles doesn't have to pick up. Again, it's voluntary. So until Myles doesn't show up for something that matters, Andy, who cares, really? I mean, everything that's being made about them not connecting is nothing but fabrication. So what?
Well, it's not fabrication. It's true. The coach said it.
No, I mean any drama that we're putting around it is fabrication.
The thing is, though, when Kevin was here,
there is no drama. It's voluntary.
Right. No, I get that part of it. But wouldn't you want to go in and say hi to the new boss? I'm not saying
I just said I would.
Yeah.
And I know you. You'd be in there sucking up. That'd be great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can't all be Jeff Phelps.
Come on.
Some of us can live.
Come on, it was a joke.
Some of us can live on pure talent like Jeff.
It was a joke.
Other of us have to work a little bit harder.
Joke.
I know, Jeff.
Okay. Just having fun, my man.
No, I hear you. The Myles Garrett thing makes me feel icky.
You know what? That's a good way to describe it.
Because I don't want Myles Garrett to go play somewhere else.
No, but it's on the other hand, it's like, hey, Myles, send that guy a text or call him, would you? Or Todd, hey, call him, and if he doesn't answer the phone, send him a fruit basket.
Yeah. Is now the time? Answer the question when we come back. I'll give you the opportunity. Not a fruit cake, though. Those things are horrible.
Oh, they're
I can't
terrible.
Eat them. Well, I'm like, who invented
How'd that ever become a thing?
I don't know.
I don't either.
But maybe because they got passed around as a gift.
Nice box of chocolates.
But nobody wanted them. That's what it was, Jeff. Nobody wanted that fruitcake stuff. And so they just kept passing it around.
Especially the 8-year-old ones.
We used to get one every Christmas. Somebody would send one to my dad. My dad would be like, oh.
Who are we giving this to?
Great. This is a really cool blue tin can. 216-474-0092. Myles Garrett. You heard what was said yesterday on the afternoon show by Albert Burr. We'll play a little bit more of that, but if the rumors are heating up, is now the time for a team that will be changing venues before you know it. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps.
Man. Sideline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Are we watching the end of Myles Garrett here in Cleveland? Will he be traded after June 1st? And, there's some rumblings right now about what's going on. Could it happen? They changed his contract up to make it a little bit easier to trade him. What would you want for Myles Garrett if you did trade him? Because we've kind of gone through this a couple times. And I started to talk about this last segment. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. That, Myles went on this major roadshow, a year ago at the Super Bowl, saying, trade me, trade me, trade me. And then he got his contract. And so he was good to go after that. This time he doesn't, and this is the point I got from the morning show, which I agree with. He doesn't need to do anything but sit back, relax, and just wait and see what happens. Doesn't need to go to practice right now because they're not mandatory, right?
Yep.
And he's already stretched out the contract, which would make it a little bit easier. And, the Browns, I don't know what the ultimate future is. And if they feel like they can get their quarterback, I would really hope that their quarterback is here right now, but I don't know that that's a gimme. Having a couple extra first-round picks might help in trying to secure a quarterback they think can lead them, to the promised land, which now seems to be Brook Park, and then after that, wherever the Super Bowl lands. So I'm on a pilgrimage to Brook Park.
The promised land. Brook Park.
I've split the city in half. I put the Cuyahoga River right in the middle.
Brook Park.
Would you trade Myles Garrett now? Albert Breer talked about it. He also talked about, we heard from him about, are the rumors out there legit? And he touched on that. And, is this the right time to do it? But then the next question, Jeff, is who would the suitors be if they were out there to want to get him?
The Rams have young talent. They could move. They would actually have the flexibility to flip you a young player potentially. And they also have the quarterback question taken care of now. So they don't need to worry about, going and finding Matthew Stafford's replacement in 27 or 28. I think the Eagles are somebody you always pay attention to. Dallas is one that, to me, that's where he's from. You know what I mean? So there would be an appeal there, and they obviously traded away Micah Parsons a year ago, so are they a team that would look at something like that? If you wanted to continue to look at teams in the other conference, the Bears have a quarterback on a rookie contract, so they'd be a team to look at. I think there's no shortage of suitors.
Agreed.
The Micah Parsons comparison, I think, is where this goes. Don't you? Don't you think that's where?
As far as what?
What the compensation would be?
You would think.
I'm trying to think of another.
3 number ones?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
That's what the Pack gave up, right?
Is that right, Dan? That's like you have 3 numbers. Yeah. Would you do it? 3 number ones for Myles Garrett.
Without question.
Jeff, would you do it?
Yeah, I'd ask for a player too.
Just because you can, right?
Yep.
We all learned
Absolutely.
something. We learned one thing from that movie.
Absolutely.
One. And give me that long snapper just because I can.
Yeah.
I would
not
too.
That I want Rex replaced.
I think, Rex, that's no offense.
Rex, Andy just threw that in for effect.
I'm sorry, Rex, man.
We love you.
I don't turn on Cleveland
You're from
guys.
Cleveland.
Never.
It's Andy's guy.
But that's all right.
I've been on a 26-year odyssey for a quarterback. I need anything I can to get me that quarterback.
Yeah.
That's really what it is.
Especially with next year's draft being loaded with quarterbacks. And I think we can all safely look at the roster this year and think if the guy of the future is on this team now, it will surprise us, and it would mean that somebody took a major jump, which they could. Which they could, and I hope they do.
And if I got a second first-round pick, I can get my quarterback.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yep. Dom is in Medina. Hello, Dominic.
Hello, Dom.
It is
Hey,
Dom.
how's it going, guys?
Good.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, I think this conversation around Myles, especially I know that date in June is coming up real quick. And I don't know if it's going to be this year or it's going to be next year, but I think the time is right now to do it. I mean, we'd be selfish as fans. Obviously we all love Miles, but I think at this point, looking at the best way to build this roster, I think there's no way you can't think about what could we get. I mean, you mentioned 3 first-round picks and a player, and throw in the long snapper. Who cares? Just go out there and get who you can, because this roster has potential. I mean, you've got 3 or 4 years before you're in the Dome. Do what you can now to build this team. Again, it's selfish to want to keep Miles. We love him, and he's a perennial Hall of Famer. But at the same time, too, the best way to put ourselves in a good position to win in the next 5 years is to get as many draft picks as we can, get as many assets as we can, go and maybe get that quarterback next year, go and continue to build this defense up outside of that defensive end position where Miles is at, and just see where you guys can go from there. But I think the time is now to do it.
All right, there you have it. He said what I thought too. The time is.
Andy, you've got to listen. The tide is high, so
Why is it like that? Why is it that Blondie song always makes you think that she's saying
the time is right and
right? No, did you ever once think that?
No.
What was the song from Alan Thicke's kid? Cheap Thrills? Is that what it was? Are you with me on that?
That was a good song. Yeah.
I don't know if I know that one.
Yeah,
Cheap Thrills, I think, of Big Brother and the Holding Company, which is one of those records that should be played obscenely loud at all times.
When the kids were little, they used to think it was Cheese Curls.
When I lived in Texas, I lived on the same street Janis Joplin grew up on.
That's a thing, isn't it?
No. That's a cool one.
No, that's a thing.
That's a way cool one.
That's right down the street.
Yeah. In fact, I might have to play that album today.
Man, you made a lot of money when you were there if you're living on Janis Joplin Street.
Janis grew up in the slums where I lived.
Did you qualify for free cheese? No.
No, I wish I had.
We did in Montana. That first job in Missoula, you betcha. You betcha.
What's for dinner tonight, Andy?
And then
cheese sandwich.
Here was the worst part. Then they would get mad. Like, I think somebody wanted to deliver newspapers. And they're like, oh, no. You work for a TV station. You can't do that. I'm just saying. No, you can't have a second job.
We had reporters at our station who had been working at the grocery store running checkout.
And they didn't have any problem with that? The station didn't have a problem with it?
They did, actually. And said she should quit.
What? Yeah, but did they offer them more money?
No.
No, so I don't know how you can do that. You think you have this prestigious
Miles
industry.
Garrett's not working at a checkout?
Well, that's true. He doesn't have to, though. That's the deal. So at the end of the day, as we have this entire conversation about Myles Garrett, and you heard what Albert Breer had to say, I don't know that I don't know that Browns fans would be shocked if they traded him after the first.
Do you think that this will be something that we will actually be looking at on a near daily basis? I think it might be.
Over the next, today's the 27th? Yeah.
Week.
By Monday. Could Myles Garrett be on another team Monday?
Yes.
Yes. Do you think so?
They keep bringing in defensive ends, Andy.
Yeah, that's another thing, too. No one's really made a big deal about that. Does this smell like a move? It smells like a move.
I don't think he's on this roster at the start of camp. I'll put it there. I think by the start of camp, he will not be on this roster.
Wow. Dan Mennigan says...
Yeah, and I'm just reading tea leaves. I don't know anything. There's no inside information. This is just reading the tea leaves. I don't think he is here by the start of camp.
Jack sends me this email. You think you can get 3 first-rounders for him? If so, do it. Kind of tired of Miles' shtick.
I'll even take 2 in a young player. If the Eagles want to throw in Jalen Carter for 2 first-round picks, done.
Jack continues. I think he's sack-happy and doesn't play a complete game. Like T.J. Watt does. Pains me to say it, rarely makes a difference in the run game, and he's 30. Sign Joey Bosa after you trade Miles.
I don't know. Here's the other part of it. I know.
Swap me Jared Verse and give me 2 ones. I'd be real interested.
I mean, I don't know if he's getting paid to be a leader or not, but I mean, his leadership abilities have come into question too. You know, it's not like we grant him the honor of saying he's a leader because he's a great player, but you don't really know. You never know. And the only true way to be in that position is to actually be in that locker room and be a player who looks up to him. That's how you would know that he's truly a leader. There are just some times when, there was a time when I think he could have stuck up for Kevin a little bit. Didn't do that. I mean, not that that's his job, but
no.
I think when you look at what the definition of a leader is,
let me ask you this:
he falls short in some of those categories.
If he were 26 or 27, would you feel differently? Because I would.
Yeah, I think when you talk about heading into your second decade in the NFL, which is a world where a lot of players aren't, especially
we know you're
non-quarterbacks.
You're on the back nine. You might even be on 14 or 15.
I wonder what Andrew thinks is a fair trade.
Return?
You're going to get 2 or 3 great years out of him still.
Oh, without question.
Yeah, I mean, he is a different.
You might get 4 if he wants to play that long.
Well, say he gets on a team that ends up in the Super Bowl, and then he ends up with 2 or 3 sacks in the Super Bowl, or maybe 4, and maybe a pick or a fumble recovery. Boom, you're looking at a guy that could be a Super Bowl MVP. I mean, I'm just projecting there, and I don't see that happening right now. I think the other part of the conversation is what has happened to this team while he's here, and you have not had great success. And then ask yourself, where are they going with this thing, and what do they want to look like when they move into the Dome? Am I wrong on this Dome thing? On this timeline?
Oh, no, I don't know that you're wrong, but I do think that I do think the Browns want to start winning sooner rather than later, because if you take a team, let's just say you think you have a good team for the first year in the Dome. Can you imagine if you had a good team for 2 years straight and then went into the Dome? And you'd sell every ticket for the whole year before the season even started. If you had, let's just say your team was really good for the 2 years prior to.
Yeah.
It would be a slam dunk.
Isn't that the goal?
Yes. Which means I don't know that you're on an extended time frame. And Andrew Berry's not. If he doesn't win in the next 2 years, he'll be done.
No, he won't see the Dome.
Right.
No.
Which means he needs to win games now. Todd Monken probably wants to coach in the Dome. That means he better win some games.
I would think so too. Both of those scenarios seem legit. I just don't know if Myles Garrett's going to be I don't project Myles Garrett to be here when the Dome opens, unless he's smashing the guitar to open the place. I just don't see it.
Or wearing an opposing uniform.
It's possible. He'll still be playing, yeah. But he'll be on the back nine, that's for sure. All right, what we're going to do, we got Chris Fedor coming up in the next hour, so we're going to talk Cavs with him. We're also going to get into the story of Travis Kelce becoming a minority owner of the Guardians. Chris Rose is going to join us at 1. All of these stories straight ahead with you at 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3, The Fan.
anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find all of us right here on YouTube. That includes Ken and Anthony in the morning, 6 to 10, Andy and me, 10 to 2, Nick, Jonathan, 2 to 7 during afternoon drive. Each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
All right, he is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. So sometimes I think people get a little frustrated when we talk about one subject. We had a good friend of ours this morning, DT, saying, in case you haven't noticed, Guardians are in first place. And then he went on to discuss our topics of the morning. Thank you. We appreciate you. You're a good man, DT. We love you.
Not really.
He would like to see us move on just a little bit. So you know what? In honor of DT, we will move on with our most famous segment of the show now. It doesn't really have a name. It's just headlines. Yeah, live from a little box doing the news. Here's Dan.
I think for the first time ever, that's the intro I deserve.
Yeah.
I've always thought that was about what was necessary.
Yeah. I like the other one, though. I like the bolsterous.
Yeah. Hey, it is nice. It is nice.
You know, there just aren't enough staff announcers these days. People to stand in a little booth with foam all around the outside where they...
Where's Ernie Anderson? Where's Gary Owens?
Gary Owens would put 2 fingers over his ear. Why would they do that? Why would they do that?
Make sure you get a good solid connection so you can hear yourself.
Live.
And I just need a little more foam in here, and we can knock that out.
That alone, true. Andy.
The one thing the panic room doesn't totally have yet.
I just saw your face. That's a YouTube clip. That in and of itself.
The live?
Fearless leader. What Andy just did.
Live.
Oh, now you just overdid it.
Well, of course.
For the sake of YouTube.
Don't strain your neck.
I would say
popped a
little ham and cheese there, but I'm not a big ham and cheese guy. So, Dan, what's going on?
All right, gentlemen, let's start with baseball. So yesterday,
DT's happy now. See, we switched. Go ahead.
So 2 days ago, the Astros had a combined no-hitter against the Texas Rangers. Wonderful accomplishment. It'll happen. Not as cool as a traditional no-hitter, but a combined no-hitter is still an accomplishment, right? It's
combined no-hitter. Little League no-hitter. Yep. Okay.
So in the first inning of the next game, the Texas Rangers scored 8 runs. I don't have a prompt. I don't have a thought. It's just one of those things I thought was worth throwing out there.
Wow,
that made me laugh.
And
it's like baseball. What a silly sport.
And someone said
It
what?
is a silly game.
What did someone say?
Oh, my God, save those for later. I hate that phrase.
Isn't it weird?
I friggin' hate it. It's not M&M's. You can't just, give yourself a handful and save some for later.
Wouldn't you think a really good Major League team would go out and win about 140 games? You know? But the game isn't designed that way.
Man.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's going to win 60. Everybody's going to lose 60. It's what you do with the other 100.
Especially if you want to play younger players. You may have to
other
expect...
60. Excuse me.
Or other 60.
Or what is it, 40? Yeah.
We are not mathing on that show today, Jeff.
It is true that, when it's all said and done, you rarely see a team lose 110 games, and you never see a team win 110 games.
Very, very rarely.
Yeah. It's
weird.
Mariners,
you would
Indians,
think some team would just go out and kick everybody's butt one year and win 140.
Never happens.
Or lose 140.
Baseball. It's a silly sport.
How many 110 plus teams have there ever been?
I think probably I'll bet about 8.
We had
I don't know
one.
the
We
answer
had
to that.
one. The Mariners had one. Jeff's
The
gonna
Mariners
look.
still have the record.
Yeah. They have a huge banner sitting out there that I used to look at when we go out there. Hard not to see it. Do you have the answer? Yeah.
Keep going.
You
need
Google
to
that.
Google
When you
faster.
get it, let us know. We'll find a segue.
Yep. There you go.
All right. So in news that you hate to report, but I have to report, Packers running back Josh Jacobs was arrested for domestic abuse charges. He is appearing in court today. We will keep you up to date on anything going on involving Josh Jacobs. But once again, Andy, it's that time of year. No news is the best news.
Yeah, it's like just stay out of trouble. 7 teams in Major League Baseball won more than 110. By the way.
I've got 6.
Cubs.
Hey, don't trust AI.
What do you got?
I'm trusting Wiki.
Good job.
Yeah, I have mine's. I don't know what this is.
Cubs, Mariners, Yankees, Indians, Pirates, Yankees.
Missed the Dodgers of 2022.
All right, they did an update.
111 wins.
Okay, there you go.
There you go.
All right.
See, good news and bad news all at the same time.
Yeah, not very many. Yeah. The NFL has a domestic violence problem. And they need to do something about it because it just makes them, first of all, it's wrong. Second of all, makes the league look real bad.
I don't know. The league seems to just be able to.
I know, but it makes the league look bad.
It makes them look bad, but at the end of the day, people are still buying tickets.
Josh Jacobs, by the way, and his lawyers completely denying all allegations.
Thank you for equal time and making sure that we have all sides of the story.
I like Josh Jacobs. Good player. We don't like this.
The Josh Jacobs I know would never do anything like that. So
the NCAA has denied reinstatement for quarterback Brendan Sorsby and his issues that he is in the midst of when it comes to gambling. They've denied that one. We will see where this goes from there. The Texas Tech Red Raiders are now appealing as well. So the courts continue to be in the middle of all of these things.
So they're looking at trying to get a
supplemental draft.
Well, if he can get the temporary injunction, which I think they're looking for on Monday, if he gets it, he'll play in the NCAA. So this year.
Interesting.
That was the word yesterday. If they get the temporary injunction, he'll play NCAA football this year. If he doesn't, then you're looking at supplemental draft.
You know.
And by the way, they still have to look at his case to see if he's even eligible for the supplemental draft. And then the question is, where would you bid on him in the supplemental draft? Remember, it's a bidding process. It's not like they go around the room and go, pick round one, pick one. Dan, go. Pass.
You each put in something and it would say like third round pick.
Yeah, third round. And then it goes based on what your pick was from this year.
Yeah.
So
there's one rule, gentlemen.
And that is?
I know we're sitting here talking.
And that rule, Dan, is
don't bet on the sport you play.
That is correct. Especially on the team you play with.
I would like it if there were more rules against such things, but if professional sports have taught us anything on this planet, there is one rule and one rule only. Don't bet on the sport you play.
Don't bet on the sport you play.
Don't bet on the sport you play. Yep.
Really isn't.
And if you're an NFL team, you got to look at each other and go, it's one rule.
And he couldn't follow it.
Couldn't follow it. Couldn't follow one rule.
I'll put in a bid for a 7th round pick.
I mean,
I'll take him as a free agent.
One rule.
They're saying that he's a top 5 quarterback in this year's draft, though.
See,
well,
I've seen that.
In this year's draft. Or you mean in the 2027
in the one coming
draft?
up? Yeah, that he would be a top 5 quarterback.
I've seen him anywhere from 5 to like 10-ish.
Yeah.
Like it's all over the place when it comes to that guy.
He's no Lenora Sellers.
He is fun to watch, man. It's going to be a fun college football season, by the way.
Is.
Greg Sankey announced that he is forcing teams to get better opponents for their last week, saying, quote, "We are done with Cupcake Week. So no more Alabama versus Chattanooga for you because we are done with Cupcake Week."
That's beautiful.
Did you catch the Big Ten story
I think that's
today?
a really bad thing for college sports that they do. I know the lesser programs get a lot of money. Never thought that was a good idea.
Did you catch the Big Ten story about playing 10 Big Ten games, 10 conference games?
Why not?
I agree. Why not?
Why not? Best competition.
Well, I don't know.
Or
is it
really good competition?
It's just like the quote, "We are done with Cupcake Week."
Yeah, that's funny.
Just made me laugh. We'll see where it goes. All the scheduling stuff.
Ross Bjork said, "Why not?" Too, Jeff. That was his quote. The Buckeyes.
Yeah,
I thought it was right.
I hope it began with him going, "Why not?"
Sure, why not?
When I was in the SEC, we added Texas and Oklahoma. I was 2 people in the conference that said we should go to 10 games. Said Ross Bjork, this on ESPN, and he said this on Buckeye Talk in February. Why not? If we want content, if we want to make our TV package way more valuable, just go to 10. The other guy that said it, Nick Saban.
It would only be better if it was a Bluto Blutarski. Why not? Why Pinto? Why not? It's the only way it would have been better.
That's great.
Oklahoma City defeated San Antonio yesterday, saving home court in Game 5, 127-114. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander went off for 32 points in this game.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Wemby did not play well.
No.
Not happy about it. Didn't talk after the game either, did he?
The Wemby game.
Do you think this might sound silly. Do you think it's good for the game that a superstar player had an off game? I kind of do. Not him in particular, but it's not an easy game, and the talent they're playing against is also very good. I just think, wow, guy struggled a little bit. It's okay.
20 points. It was 4 for 15, though. 0 for 5 from three-point land.
Yeah, you could definitely tell his legs were a little under him. Here's an interesting question that's been thrown about. A lot of players quietly behind the scenes have been complaining a little bit about this every other day thing.
Yeah.
That they're playing these games every other day instead of doing we play a game and then if we have to travel, that's a day, then the rest day, then go. Do we like the fact that it's every other day? Because I'm not going to lie, gentlemen, I love every bit of this.
I've enjoyed watching every other day. I think it's been good.
I hate it because it killed the Cavaliers. I'm sorry. It killed our team. I hate it. Now, if we didn't have a team in it, I would love it.
So did the Knicks.
I would love it. You think the Knicks hated it?
I think
the Knicks killed our team.
I
think the
know.
Knicks did more killing than the time off.
Killed our team.
I think their inability to put away a couple other teams may have done more to it, too.
Couldn't agree more.
You had a stupid ball that went up in the air. Is that the difference?
Did the ball go through the hoop?
That was a crazy shot.
I mean, the Knicks said the same thing last year. As they watched Tyrese Halliburton go boink. And then, also, speaking of Indiana, did you guys see I don't know if it's a stat or anything else like that was floating around for a little while, that it basically had every single team that has lost in the Eastern Conference Final has made the final the week after the past 4 years or 5 years. Did you guys see that
the year after?
Yeah, the year after.
Oh, then our year's next year.
Exactly.
Oh, all right.
Everything's coming up Millhouse.
Thank you.
Everything's coming up Millhouse. That's funny, Dano.
All right, Andy.
Uh-oh.
Did you see the Avalanche got swept by the Las Vegas Knights?
Knights are good.
The number one team, the betting favorite, the best team in the NHL this year, got swept off the ice by the Knights. Unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. I didn't get a chance to watch much of Game 4, I'm not going to lie, but I did watch a good chunk of Game 3, and I couldn't believe just how the Knights were able to dominate from start to finish with the puck and everything else and figure it out from there. Again, I'm hockey stupid, so please, realize that I am nothing more than like Hockey 101 trying to hang. I am at Donde está la biblioteca level of hockey knowledge.
Doesn't matter. You can always hop in. That's the great thing about it. To me, it's just the Knights it's just an amazing franchise for them to be able to jump into the league as fast as they did. The league set them up. What have they made the playoffs? They've made the playoffs. Have they been around 9 years? And by the way, Torts is out there now, the guy that was at Columbus, John Tortorella.
Absolutely.
So they've been in since 17, and I think this is their 9th appearance in the playoffs. They have 5 division championships, 3 conference championships, and a Stanley Cup. Man, it's just amazing. It's
way
amazing.
To get her done.
Yeah. I don't know. A buddy of mine that I coach with here, his son-in-law is their strength and conditioning coach, and he just, every time he comes back from Vegas, he's always talking about how great it is. Oh, come on.
Pick that name up. Ooh, good thing I stretched.
The great Mark Frafolia, for all of you Trinity fans out there, a longtime coach.
Is this how expansion franchises should go? That the league should almost do everything they can to help the expansion franchise have a great start, so then that way you get an in-ground fan base that is rampant and all in no matter what happens. Is this how this should be?
I don't know. I think you're rampant once you get in the league. Like, I didn't look at Utah's numbers, but I mean, they're pretty good there. Also here in Utah is getting closer to baseball every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know they have a full-time staff out there that just is concentrating on baseball right now? Like,
for who, the city?
Yeah, for the city.
Good for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're ready. They're going to be ready to roll.
Taxpayer dollars at work.
No, I don't know that it is. It's the it's the crew that used to own the Jazz that got out of the game and now they're back in it. I'm trying to remember the ownership group. They own the Jazz and they sold the Jazz, and then the guy that came in bought the Jazz and now has the Mammoth. And then the old crew, now they want the baseball team there for whatever it's worth. No, I think new teams need to struggle because we're an old team and we struggle in every sport.
I suck, therefore everyone should.
Yes. You know who does not, though?
Down with all.
Down with everybody.
You know who does not?
Chris Fedor?
Yes, he is legendary, Jeff. Absolutely legendary. And he's going to join us here in just a moment. So we'll have Chris Fedor here in a second. He's going to talk about the Cavs with us. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome inside the noon hour for Baskin and Phelps right here on 92.3 The Fan. Cavaliers, season over, swept by the Knicks. But yesterday's news, Kenny Atkinson and the front office allegedly coming back, according to reports. I think you can pretty much put that in the bank. They're coming back. So what does this mean for the team? Let's bring in the man in the know, our friend, longtime friend, Chris Fedor from Cleveland.com, Wine and Gold podcast, Plain Dealer. And he now sits in the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Hi, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
Good. How are you? You little? First of all, are you out of gas? Are you out of gas after what they play 18 games in 36 days? Are you out of gas? Do you have anything left in your pen?
No, I have absolutely nothing left. No, I'm
so
completely
you too
thousands of miles traveling. Yes. I think it was 16 nights in a hotel room over the last month, something like that, month in a week or something. It was a lot. So I totally understand what they were talking about in terms of their fatigue. I didn't play in any of the games. I didn't have to go against the Toronto Raptors or the Detroit Pistons. But I was completely exhausted by the end of this playoff run.
Were you exhausted watching a team that maybe wasn't designed to beat a team like the New York Knicks?
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to phrase it. I definitely think that there was an element to the Knicks that bothered the Cavs. You know, every time you go into a playoff run, it's about matchups. It's about personnel groupings. It's about who you play, who you don't play. And, you know, we all talked about it going into the playoffs about when the Cavs were talking about seeding and they were talking about what side of the bracket and things along those lines. You know, the Knicks were always going to be formidable just because they had been to the conference finals before, because they have a lot of length and athleticism. They push the pace. Jalen Brunson has provided problems for Donovan Mitchell in past years. So I think part of the reason why the Cavs were looking at the whole seeding situation and kind of playing it the way that they did down the stretch is because they wanted to hold off on playing against either New York or Boston until the very end. I don't think it was simply Boston or just avoid Boston. I think it was one of those two teams, whoever it was going to be, hold off playing those teams for as long as you possibly can to see if you can work through things on your own, to see if you can figure out things from a lineup strategy perspective, all of that kind of stuff. But it became clear as the series was progressing with New York that there were things that they did offensively and defensively that just bothered the Cavs. I mean, offensively, they had no answer for Jalen Brunson. They tried a bunch of different things, and they never figured out a workable solution there, and it caused their defense to completely break down. And then when they had the ball on offense, Mikal Bridges was giving problems to James Harden, and OG Anunoby, second-team all-defensive player, was bodying up Evan Mobley and keeping him from the rim, and it just became a really, really difficult matchup. Not the same kind of matchup as it was in 2023 when the Cavs played against the Knicks, but they presented a different kind of problem base for this team, and they just couldn't figure it out over the course of 4 games. So I do think part of the series loss was about the Cavs and their own flaws, but I also think it was about the brilliance of the Knicks.
Let me ask you this. Kenny Atkinson appears to be coming back with the front office. Right idea, wrong idea, and what does it say about the direction of the franchise?
I think it's the right idea from the standpoint of he did what he was asked to do. Now he has some things that he needs to get better at, and he has some flaws that were certainly exposed.
Wait, let me take a timeout. I got to take a timeout real quick here. Okay, sure. Now I burned all my timeouts, so now your conversation can go.
You didn't lose the use it or lose it one.
That is correct.
Actually use it.
Yes, I actually used it. Sorry, I had to do that. Finish your thought. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
But the whole idea was, okay, when you replace J.B. Bickerstaff with Kenny Atkinson, you want to modernize the offense. You want to diversify the offense. You want a more forward-thinking, analytical-driven coach. And you wanted somebody who was going to allow this group to take the next step. And for them, getting to the conference finals was the next step. That was a step. That was something that they did not take for granted. That was something that they didn't just look at and say, we're going to brush it aside because of the way that things ended against the Knicks. It was, we accomplished something. And Kenny helped this team accomplish that. He helped them get to that point where they advanced to the conference finals. Now, again, that doesn't mean that he did everything right. I think we live in a world here in sports where multiple things can be true at once. And I think the things that are true about Kenny are that he helped them get to the conference finals. He helped them take the next step. He helped them integrate James Harden on the fly, which was really, really difficult. He helped them navigate all the different injuries and the lineup changes and everything that came at him in the regular season. And he also showed some flaws that did not put them in the best situation to beat the New York Knicks in that particular series against Mike Brown and against New York. So that just means that he has to learn from those things and he has to get better from those things. And I think you give him the opportunity to show that he can. And then if you determine that he can't, that he isn't the right guy to take that next step, however you want to quantify that next step for this organization, okay, then maybe possibly you consider making a change. But given the success that he had this year and what he's done for this organization over the last 2 years, I do think it was the right move to give him another chance to show that he can improve, just like Evan Mobley can improve and Donovan Mitchell can improve and James Harden can improve. Coaches can get better too. And it's all about, for Kenny, the mistakes that he made throughout the course of this playoff run against Toronto, against Detroit, against New York. How does he get better from those? But I think you give him a chance to prove whether he can or he can't.
Chris Fedor joining us from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, and, of course, the Wine and Gold Talk podcast. If Kenny's back, say Kobe Altman, Mike Gansey are back, then those are the guys who have decisions to make, I would think, about the roster. Are the guys in the new, I'll just call it Core 4 because that's what they used to call it, are there decisions to be made on those guys? Or is Donovan back? Is James back on what we keep hearing, a 2-year deal? Is Evan back? Is Jarrett back?
I'll just say, first of all, I don't think it's a guarantee that Mike Gansey is back. There are teams that are looking for him to run their basketball operations.
Maybe one in Chicago?
Yeah, I read that.
Maybe one in Philadelphia. So I don't think it's a guarantee that Gansey will be back. He has been somebody that other teams around the NBA have looked at in the past. Now, at the time that he was kind of considering moving on, that's when the Cavs elevated Kobe to president of basketball operations, Mike Gansey to general manager, and gave him that kind of internal promotion to kind of hang on to him. But now it's a little bit different if he's going to run the basketball operations for somebody.
Mike's mom listens to our show, by the way, Chris.
And is listening to you right now.
Yeah.
So say nice things.
Gansey is an incredible Cleveland sports fan. He lives and dies with the Browns. He lives and dies with the Guardians. Same thing when it comes to the Cavs. Before he was in the role that he was in, he was one of us. He grew up around here listening to sports talk radio. He grew up going to all of these sporting events.
And he could play.
So I love talking.
He was a great high school basketball player.
He was a great high school basketball player, great college basketball player, too.
Yeah.
So, I love just talking anything with Gansey. He's great. And teams around the NBA know how good he is, how smart he is, how much work he puts in, and how responsible he has been for, this renaissance of this organization digging out from the rubble of LeBron James. But in saying that, I do think that the decisions that they have made here with sticking with Kenny and wanting to keep the basketball operations intact if they can, specifically Kobe. I do think it points to they looked at this run, they looked at the regular season, and they determined that personnel was something that held them back, that maybe roster fit was something that held them back. And I don't think that's a surprise, given the way that they handled things at the trade deadline. Them at the trade deadline was an admission of, no, it wasn't happening. If we would have continued to stick with the core four and we could have continued with the roster that we had, it just would have ended early. It would have been another playoff flameout for us. So we want to prevent that as much as we possibly can. And look, Kenny went on the record, and other people have gone on the record saying that if they didn't have James Harden on this roster, they don't make it out of the first round of the playoffs. That was their view of this roster and its flaws before making the James Harden deal, and even after making the James Harden deal. So I think what that tells you is they do see the flaws of this roster, and they are going to be opportunistic. I don't know about aggressive, but they're going to be opportunistic when it comes to trying to improve this roster around Donovan Mitchell. Because I think the other thing that they have realized, and they showed it with the James Harden deal, that it is about Donovan Mitchell's timeline. It is not about Evan Mobley's timeline. It's not about Jared Allen's timeline. It wasn't about Darius Garland's timeline. It's about Donovan Mitchell's timeline. And while you have him on your roster, you try to compete for a championship. You position yourself the best way possible to compete for a championship. And that does mean more aggressive moves. That does mean more all-in moves. That does mean sacrificing some potential growth or a longer window, if you want to phrase it that way, to try and go for it. And they did that at the trade deadline, and I expect them to consider that going into this offseason as well. That means Jared Allen could be gone. That means they could consider the possibility of moving on from Evan Mobley. That means a lot of different things. But it's all about, getting this roster to fit around Donovan and to fit his championship timeline.
Chris, do you think Evan Mobley is capable of being a big-time NBA player? And by big-time, I mean more than 18-9, which is what he did this year in a career year. I'd like to see him get the opportunity to be at least the number 2 scorer on this team, number 2 option, and I don't think he's ever really had that here.
I have my doubts on that because I just don't know what his thing is on the offensive end of the floor. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is his go-to move? Like, what's the thing offensively that separates him from some of his peers? Defensively, my goodness, he is an all-world defender. He does things that very few guys on this planet can do from a defensive perspective. And you see those things. You see the possession-to-possession impact. You see the hesitation from teams when it comes to challenging him. You see him contesting shots, altering shots, getting out to the perimeter and guarding, recovering the way that he does. All of that stuff defensively, it's a top 5 defensive player in the NBA. Like, that's his potential on a yearly basis defensively. But offensively, I just don't see it. He's so reliant on other teammates to create for him. He can't create for himself. He has a hard time when he has to dribble more than 4 times in a possession. He has a really, really difficult time when he doesn't get the ball on the move going to the basket. He has no go-to move. He has no turnaround jumper. He has no post-up skill set. So it's going to be hard for him to get to that kind of level where you start talking about what Kenny Atkinson was talking about last summer league. Top 5 player in the game, or when Evan had the audacity to compare himself to Victor Wembanyama. Part of the reason why these kinds of expectations and this standard has been set for Evan is because the organization has done that. Like, that's not me doing it. That's not you doing it. That's not the fans doing it. The organization did it. They brought up Wemby. They brought up Giannis. They brought up Anthony Davis. They brought up all these other lofty comparisons. The first game that he ever played, Kobe Altman called him transcendent. So, like, when you put that kind of pressure on a kid and you put those kinds of expectations and you say that's the standard that we expect him to reach, then people are going to expect him to reach that. And if he doesn't reach that, there's going to be a level of disappointment. So I have my doubts about Evan ever becoming the kind of offensive player that the Cavs have talked about him becoming. And because of that, I do think it's worth them exploring what could we possibly get. And if it does bring Giannis here, I don't think you can turn your back on that.
Chris, let's talk about something you guys had going on Cleveland.com today playing together. LeBron James and the possible return on LeBron James. I thought you guys spelled it out pretty well, but just explain to folks what it would take to get LeBron here, and is it really feasible?
So it would take a series of moves. We can start there.
Okay.
Because as it stands right now, the salary cap situation that the Cavs are in, they're the only second apron team in the NBA. They paid more luxury tax than anybody else. They've got the highest salary of anybody in the NBA. And they also have some free agents that they have to figure out on their own. But just when it comes to LeBron, because of the salary cap situation that the Cavs are in, there's one contract that they can currently offer LeBron James. One. And it's $3 million a year.
Oh, he's in.
And that is a non-starter for LeBron. LeBron has an ego. LeBron is a prideful dude. LeBron has spent 2 decades in the NBA fighting for contracts and fighting for player empowerment. He is not coming to Cleveland to make Sam Merrill money. Not happening. He is not coming to Cleveland to make less than what Dean Wade made because there's a status that is attached to your contract.
Chris,
and
that put
LeBron
it
knows
that put
as
it
well
in,
as anybody else.
That put it in proper
Right.
context, didn't it?
So if you can offer him $3 million, and he made $54 million with the Lakers this past year, maybe you don't have to get to $54 million. Maybe there's something that he's willing to take in terms of a discount because his age, because of the situation.
Oh, $3.1 million.
of-
Done. Easy.
But it's not $3 million. It's not. And it's not going to be the mid-level exception around $13 to $15 million either. So if you want LeBron, it's probably going to have to be in a sign-and-trade type deal. So we're talking Jared Allen. We're talking about Dean Wade. We're talking about Max Strus. We're talking about those kinds of contracts going to the Los Angeles Lakers to bring LeBron here, more than likely. And before you can do that, you probably have to agree to the deal with James Harden, the lesser deal on a 2-year contract that gets you out of the second apron, that opens up more financial possibilities, more roster flexibility, all of that kind of stuff. So it will take a series of moves. But the one thing that I can say, and I was told a long time ago by one of my mentors, never say never. But the one thing that I can say with almost as much certainty as anything that I have said in my entire life is that LeBron is not coming here to make less than Dean Wade. It is not going to happen. He will not allow that kind of status to be attached to him. He's one of the greatest players of all time. Might be the greatest player of all time. He's not taking the minimum when he's still playing at this kind of level. So I do think it's a possibility. And I do think that the Cavs would be appealing for LeBron. And I don't think the Cavs are in any position to just turn their back on him and everything that he could bring to this organization. In saying that, it's not just snap your finger, sign a contract, LeBron comes here. There would be some loss when it comes to this roster as well. And then you have to determine, okay, how does that all fit from a positional standpoint, from an on-court fit standpoint, all of that kind of stuff.
Can you go all in on 1 year? Because I don't think you could bank on LeBron for 2. And if you made a move like that, isn't that kind of going all in?
Well, here's the thing. I think they have a 2-year window here. And the reason that I say that is part of it is Donovan Mitchell's contract. This is going to be his final year under contract. He has a player option for 2027. They can offer him a new contract extension this offseason starting on July 7th, but I'm not convinced that Donovan's going to take it because I think it's more financially prudent for him to actually wait and get more money next offseason and more things attached to his contract, like a no-trade clause and some of that kind of stuff. But I also think that the minute that they traded for James Harden, this became like a tighter window, and it became like an immediate thing. And I think if you're going to give James Harden this 2-year deal, which is a little bit more team friendly because that's the wink, wink, nudge, nudge agreement that you made with him to waive his no trade clause and come here to Cleveland in the first place. And you have James for 2 years, like, okay, that's when you go for it, right? So I do think that LeBron is more of an all-in type move, and you're sacrificing some things potentially with your roster to do that. But you've already kind of committed yourself to that. So just continue to do that and chase the championship now in this particular window that you have created for yourself.
All right. Wow. A lot of stuff to digest there. Chris,
Thanks,
enjoy your time off here. Why don't you take a little vacation? It's on us.
I'm going to. Me and the boy are going to see a movie today at the theater, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Very nice. Enjoy. Tell Grogu we said hi.
Yes, will do.
All right. See you, Chris.
Thanks, man.
All right. Make sure you're listening to his podcast as well as reading him every day in the Plain Dealer. He is Chris Fedor from Cleveland.com. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline, let's get it 2020.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians have fallen in their series with the Nationals after losing the first 2 games of the series on Monday and Tuesday. Guardians haven't outright lost a series since April when they dropped 2 of 3 to the Rays, although they did split both of their 4-game series with the Royals and the Twins earlier this month. The team will try to avoid the sweep this afternoon in the finale later today. Gavin Williams will get
recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Coming up at 1 o'clock, it is Chris Rose from the Rose Rotation and the NFL Network. We're also going to talk about Travis Kelce, the newest minority owner in your Cleveland Guardians. We'll talk about that coming up in a little bit. I do want to go back and react to what Chris Fedor had to say, because he had some interesting things to talk about when it comes to the Cavaliers and the situation they're currently in. Kenny Atkinson coming back. It looks like that's intact. We talked about James Harden. We talked about LeBron James as well. So big picture knowledge that you obtained from Chris Fedor in the last 20 minutes there, Jeff.
Though you're bringing things back, Chris kind of led us down the path, and I agree with him, that there will be some kind of a major move when it comes to the roster. You know, the move that screams out to me is a Jared Allen thing, and I've made it real clear. I think you win with big guys, and they don't have to be your star players. But man, if you don't have big guys, it's a problem in the NBA.
So why would we want to get rid of?
I don't. Well, you have to have big guys, Andy.
Okay.
But think about the teams that do extremely well, and they have those dominant wing players. You know. And this team has a glaring weakness to me on the wing. I mean, you have guys who are out there, but they're all serviceable role players on the wing. All right, so what's going to happen when you run up against Boston next year? Let's say Jaylen Brown stays there, and you got Tatum, and then you run up against an Orlando team that probably is on the rise. I mean, they might be, might not be. Just look around the league, and you see those teams that have guys 6'6", 6'7", 8', 9", that can do a lot of things, and that's just that type of player doesn't exist on this team right now.
Who are you going out and getting then, though? That's
well,
the thing.
who knows?
And by the way, that leads us to the next point, which would be LeBron James.
This is the league where anybody can get traded. Anybody. And so I just, the way Chris laid it out, if you could trade pieces to the Lakers for LeBron, and LeBron comes in and makes big money, okay, I get it. I do get it.
But there's got to be one big piece in there.
Well, it would be Jared Allen, maybe. But I like the idea of trading Evan Mobley for LeBron. It makes no sense to me. I'm giving up a big guy, and Chris doesn't like his offensive game, as the potential of it as much as I do, which is great. But to trade a 25-year-old guy for a 42-year-old guy, that makes no sense to me. Even though the 42-year-old guy might be the piece to get you over the hump, but does he get you over the hump if you're trading the 25-year-old Defensive Player of the Year?
And how long are you in for? When you do that, that's the other problem.
Well, I can't imagine LeBron playing more than 2 years. And if he does, great, but I can't imagine him playing more than 2 years at this level. So, to me, LeBron is like a luxury that if you were able to bring him in and do it without gutting your team, fine. It would be fun. Truly would be fun to watch Donovan, James Harden, and LeBron James. That'd be fun, but what are you going to have along with them? And so I wonder about that. You could play Evan at center if you traded Jared Allen in bit pieces. Just make Evan your center, but then you might get, pushed around by some of the bigger guys. But there's certainly things you could do. If you're bringing everything back and expecting a different result, you're in trouble. But if you're you're going to have to do something. And to me, Andy, it screams you got to do something out on the wing. And again, I don't like the idea of I would love to see what Evan can do when you're saying, hey, you're going to be the number 2 scorer. Let's go. And Chris made some great points about his offensive game. Well, coach him up. I mean, if he doesn't have much of an offensive game now, skill set, as Chris laid out, he still averaged over 18 points a game. So coach him up, get him to 23 points a game, which you could easily do if you give him a couple of more shots. Just, he's the one guy that I would not want to part with.
I don't know. I know how I look at this team and what I like, and that doesn't necessarily jive with what the whole world likes too. Because I don't know. I'm a Jared Allen fan, and I became an even bigger fan.
And he's a really good. He's a selfless basketball player.
Maybe that's why.
You're
right.
He's selfless.
One of the other things that Chris talked about was possible shakeup in the front office. Mike Gansey, who's been around here forever, played at Olmsted Falls, then went on to West Virginia, and then he worked his way up through the Cavaliers organization. So Chris said that he might be someone who could be a hot candidate for other GM
Well, he
jobs.
should be.
Yeah.
He should be. That's the way the league works. Somebody is an assistant GM or the GM behind a president of basketball operations, and you do well, you're going to get opportunities.
Ken is in Brooklyn. Mayor, what's up?
Hi, Ken.
First of all, can we shut up about the LeBron crap? I don't want him back.
But just because you don't want him back, Mayor, doesn't mean the rest of the world isn't talking about it.
42 years old? No, I don't want him. And he's not coming here, as Chris said, for minimal money.
Well, would you?
All right. The second thing is that Joshua Johnson, I think his name is.
From Atlanta?
No, I'm talking about the guy at Iowa State.
Oh.
Joshua Jefferson, I think it is, and Alan Graves are the two guys that could be available at 29. They're both 6'8". Josh scored 16 a game at Iowa State. I like Iowa State players.
Mayor, tell everyone how they made a mistake on not getting Kawhi Leonard. I haven't heard that take from you in a while. You need to lay down your resume.
Well, yeah, I told you about that a long time ago. That's beside the point. And my guy over in Charlotte did pretty well this year, too. But Alan Graves, I think he was around 12 a game. They're both 6'8". I think those are gettable in the draft. Jeff, you have been saying, and like I have been, you can't win in the NBA right now when your guards are no taller than 6'5". It's impossible. As I've said it before, that trade for DeAndre Hunter, it's too bad it didn't work because we thought we finally had the guy. And then when you traded him, you got two smalls. I don't want to keep belaboring that. But
I still think that was a weird trade, Ken.
Yeah, it made no sense.
All right, Ken, we got to roll, bud. Have a good day. Feel better. All right, Ken in Brooklyn, the mayor, chiming in. All those things sitting out there. All right, we talked to Chris Fedor. I want to break down some of that. I do want to talk a little bit more about the LeBron situation that he brought up and how that could or could not play out. So 216-474-0092, that is the number to call in. Chris Rose will join us at 1 o'clock.
back to work for week 2 of OTAs this afternoon as they return to practice in Berea. Todd Monken and select players speaking to the media after practice. You'll be able to hear those press conferences later on today right here on The Fan. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Chris Rose is going to join us at 1 o'clock, so we're about 19 minutes away from Chris Rose. We did talk to Chris Fedor on our Chris Day here on 92.3 The Fan. In fact, if your name is Chris and you call in at 216, we will recognize that at 216-474-0092.
You're not giving away prizes for Chris's?
No.
Okay.
Just cool to be Chris. Like everyone, maybe we'll call everyone Chris when they call in.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah. Just trying to be innovative. We talked to Fedor, and look, I know it's one of those subjects where you're like, are they really talking about this? Is it really a possibility? That's really the question when it comes to LeBron James again. First of all, I do think you're right, Jeff. He's a good fit on this team. When you look at it, I mean,
well,
imagine
if you could drop him in.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if you didn't have to. If the only move you had to move was drop Dean Wade or Max Strus out of the starting lineup, and now you put LeBron in. I mean, could you imagine? I don't think technically
you get a chance to win the whole thing.
Yeah, it would be
even at his age.
LeBron, Allen, Mobley, Harden, Mitchell. I mean, come on. But that's not the way it would play out. They'd have to make a move to get there. It's not like they'd be like, oh, you know what? Here's Proctor, Ellis, Porter, and Tyson. How's that sound for LeBron? Fair deal. You know, we'll throw in Merrill too. You want Tomlin? Okay. All right. You can have our whole bench. Congratulations. In a kid's world, that's a great idea. In the real world, that's not happening. So, you know, and after talking to Chris Fedor, that is, that, you know, you're going to have to lose one of those pieces to bring LeBron in, right? I'm not nuts. Again, he said the difference, you're talking about making $54 million this year to the only thing that the Cavaliers have available for next year is a $3 million mid-level exception. Is that the mid-level? Yeah. And so, you know, that's not going to happen. So you will have some kind of a dynamic change if you want to do that. Is that something you want? Even bigger than that, Jeff? Is that something Dan Gilbert wants?
I don't know. You want to play fantasy sports?
Sure.
Go ahead, have Harden back out of his contract, which he
Right.
certainly has the right to do. It's his option. And then sign him to a 2-year contract and then trade him to the Lakers for LeBron.
That's it.
I like that fit better. Donovan, LeBron, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen.
And then you find
Then you
another.
find a point guard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or a guard.
Well, that makes it too easy to make that
LeBron
happen.
and Donovan can handle the ball.
Well, you got Bronny. Start both James.
Wow.
You would assume Bronny's going with him, too.
I'm not assuming anything, Andy.
Jeff, assume it. Bronny's going with him.
Not assuming anything.
Think he's staying with the Lakers if
I don't.
Dad's not
I don't
there?
care about Bronny.
I just asked you a question. You don't have to care enough.
He has a contract.
Yeah.
At some point, you got to be your own guy.
Well, that's true, too. Is that something you want? I mean, you look at it and you say to yourself, is LeBron the answer? And Jeff laid it out beautifully. If you could pull it off that way, I don't know if that's the way it works. You may have to do a little bit more to tinker with that to make it happen. And because you're also trying to get out of the second apron. So you can make more moves. You can get out of that apron. But they're tied. And by the way, this whole second apron thing, I mean, I don't want to blame people, but is Mitchell the reason they're in the second apron? And is that, that is his contract?
No, Kobe
keeping them
Altman's
back?
the reason they're in the second apron.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying if you took the one player out, and that was the player you made the decision.
I'm not even
to
saying
go
that's
into
a
the
bad
second.
thing because
I'm not either.
You put together a team that you thought might be able to win it all.
You were 8 games short. No other team can say that.
Yeah.
Brent is in Cleveland. Hi, Brent.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
What's
Hey.
up? This is the Hammer guy, yeah. I had to call you guys. Yeah, I had to call you guys about this conversation here about LeBron, man.
All right,
Look,
you in or out? What do you think?
I don't think so because, look, the Cavs got the weakest bench in the league. Okay, that's why we lost that.
Well, I just traded him the whole bench for him, so you're good to go. Now it's a new world.
Well, yeah, I just heard that.
Then you got to go find a bench.
Yeah, you got. But see, look, you guys got to realize when we won the 2016 championship, we had starters coming off the bench, man. And you know what I mean? It's hard to win a championship without a bench. I'm surprised the Cavs got this far. You know, with the weak bench they got. I mean, they played fine during the regular season, but when it comes playoff times, they disappear. So,
And your bench was kind of small too, Brent. At least the guys you played, when it mattered most.
Well, what about Shannon Fry?
Oh, I didn't mean 2016. I was thinking this year.
Oh,
sorry. I've turned the page. Yeah. I've moved up 10 years.
Yeah, I'm okay. No problem. Yeah, because in 16 we had Jefferson coming off the bench. We had Fry coming off the bench. We got Shep coming off the bench. Yes,
they're not walking through that door. Hammer down.
I know. But anyway, once we get a bench, man, we be all right.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with the starting five. We got a weak bench, and when them guys come in, they're not performing.
All right, new bench. That's what Brent wants. Thank you, Hammerdown. Appreciate you.
All right. No problem. Thank you, guys.
See you, Brent.
We should have him do a commercial as Austin.
Yeah, I'm sure Austin would appreciate that and not
Hi,
sue.
I'm Brent. I sound just like Austin Carr.
Not sue.
Well, it's flattering.
By the way, am I the only guy who thinks that Jamal Crawford sounds way too much like Reggie Miller on the NBC telecast?
Wait, that was it, Reggie Miller?
I find myself, wait a minute, was that Reggie?
Reggie Miller is also on the telecast. It's a 3-man booth.
Yeah. Was that Reggie or was that Jamal? That's my point.
I can tell the difference.
I think I can. I like Jamal Crawford, by the way.
They do a great job.
Yeah, I think they do a terrific job.
All right, are we missing something, Ray in Maple Heights? What are we missing here?
Hey, Ray.
Well, what you're missing, gentlemen, is we're not addressing yet, the elephants in the room. Dean Wade is an elephant in the room that we're not addressing. We continue to put him out on the starting five, and he's not producing.
He didn't start the last game, just
doesn't make a difference. But he coached most. But he played most of the time.
Yeah, he did.
And didn't produce.
Yeah,
he doesn't produce. The coach is the elephant in the room because his philosophy is to have one guy run the show and everybody stand around and watch him. And Jared Allen, he's a good player, but he's not tough enough to deal with the bigger centers. Hey, we have bench players on this squad that we didn't play, like Thomas Bryant, who beat our asses last year when he played for Indiana. That's a coaching situation. Okay, we bring back the same coach and the same philosophy. It has to change. If not, we're going to have the same old conversation again next year. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Appreciate
Ray, you're
it.
welcome.
Ray?
Dean Wade's not the elephant in the room. And the only reason I say that, I get what you're saying there, Ray. Dean was the guy they chose to round out the starting five most nights. It's not like they're banking on Dean to be an essential part of this. And I like Dean. Ideally, I would love to see him coming off the bench on a very regular basis because you have somebody starting at the 3 spot who gives you more athleticism, more offense, and more of everything. And Dean would be a fine guy coming off the bench. This team's not very big, Andy. I don't think.
I don't understand why we sit around and talk about trading Mobley and Allen. Like, you got big guys that can play. You keep them. I'm not.
What you don't have are dynamic wing players.
Okay.
How do you find one? That's the catch.
And it sounds like they're leaning into Harden for the next 2 years.
Well, at least for a 2-year contract.
You think they're going to sign him?
No, I'm not thinking anything. It didn't work this year. Would it work with? But I thought it worked better. Can it work better yet with James next to Donovan, and with Evan doing what Evan does? I texted Chris after we chatted with Chris and said, hey, it's going to be a fascinating offseason. And it is.
Mm-hmm.
It is. There will be. I'd bet you any. I'll bet you your salary.
You're a great guy.
At least one major move this offseason. Not just, tweak here and there. There will be at least one major move this offseason.
All right, so the major moves would be what? I mean,
one of the key four guys.
Okay, but you could. So would you say that Harden not signing his deal and getting a new 2-year deal, is that a major move?
No.
Are you saying they're going to move off of one of those 4 guys?
Yeah.
You're saying when the season starts,
Andy,
Mitchell, Harden, Mobley, Allen, one of them won't be here.
And Dan and I were talking about this earlier. How do you get better if you don't? Or do you keep your fingers crossed and roll it back and say, yeah, we think we can squeeze more out of this? How do you, and you could, how do you get better without moving one of those 4 guys?
Jeff, I think they would be okay with what they have right now rolling all the way to the trade deadline. And then at the trade deadline, they would end up making a move.
Which is possible.
Which is what they did last year.
Which is possible. And then we get we haven't had time to gel.
And then
Kobe Altman always makes moves at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And I don't think he was necessarily the answer. I still don't understand the trade of DeAndre Hunter. Because you
don't think Giannis is walking through that door, do you?
No.
Do you think Giannis is what you do or don't?
I mean, do I think it's going to happen? I don't know. Is it on the table? 110% yes.
I think they would make a play. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah.
I don't think they have enough to offer that would make it worth their while.
I think you could argue they may have the best package to offer because they could put Evan Mobley on the table, who would probably be the best player available to Milwaukee if they want an actual player instead of just draft picks. Because piles of draft picks are going to immediately make you look at Oklahoma City or look at some of maybe Miami because they have all of theirs left.
All right, let me give you a thought. Brad Stevens in Boston calls up and says, "Hi, what do you think of Jaylen Brown?"
That would be, all right, fine, the second best package. If
There you go. And see, that's the point. You never know what might present itself when you're dealing with a guy like Giannis. I mean, a guy like Luka gets traded out of nowhere. I mean, this stuff happens.
That was out of nowhere.
This stuff happens in the NBA all the time. It's the strangest league because it takes so little to sway the competitive balance. I mean, you get one stud player, you're a contender. Put the right guys around them and go. You know a team to keep an eye on next year? The Washington Wizards. They've got Trae Young. They picked up Anthony Davis, who may or may not be there. They have a couple of young guys who I think are really intriguing players. Watch Washington.
First overall pick, probably AJ DeBonza.
This is what's going on. Sars is a good player for them.
Sar is.
This is where we're not thinking about things. The Knicks, the Celtics, the Pistons, the Magic, Washington coming up.
Eye on the Heat.
Indiana, getting Tyrese Halliburton and other things back. There's no guarantee that the Cavs are sitting in the top 2 or 3 in the Eastern Conference next year. Not with James Harden a year older. Not with whatever moves might be coming. Who knows what they are. I mean, there's going to be a real competitive force in the Eastern Conference next year. And that's why I think it's dangerous to. I mean, the James Harden Donovan Mitchell combination is better than the Darius Garland Donovan Mitchell combination. I just don't know if it's good enough to get you to where you want to be, and I personally don't think it is.
Chris Fedor, we heard from him at noon. Now it's time for another Chris at 1. That is Chris Rose. And, of course, the Fedor interview from Cleveland.com is available on the Odyssey app. And if you missed a moment of the show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That, my friends, is Integrated Restoration. All right, so when we come back, our second Chris of the show, Chris Rose, Rose Rotation and NFL Network. He joins us next on the Baskin and Phelps Show right here on 92.3 The Fan.
can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Talk about how the Cavs should fix their problems throughout the offseason. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Cavaliers out. Talk about Myles Garrett with June 1st. Maybe he's not going to be here anymore. What else we got? We got Guardians sitting 3.5 ahead of the Chicago White Sox. We are talking all things Cleveland sports, and you know who the best guy to do that with is? A guy from Cleveland who has big national headlines, American Gladiators. You know him from John Boy Media. You know him from, I don't know, having a nice corned beef sandwich somewhere on the east side. His name is Chris Rose, and right now he is on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Oh, yeah, Browns Radio Network, too. Or Browns Television, preseason television network. Hi, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing fine. Doing fine.
Good. We're still having a little bit of a hangover from the Cavaliers the other night. I'm sorry. I hate to give that to you, but was the season a success? What do you think? You tell me.
I mean, success. Yeah, I mean, I think it was a success. I think that's the really, really hard part of this is that they've been dragged through because of their performance in the Eastern Conference Finals. I'll tell you this, like Game 7 against the Pistons, that was fun. And yes, like ultimately because we've already been to the mountaintop with this franchise a decade ago, you want to get back there. But I did, like they had some special moments. I thought games 5 and 7 in the semifinals were great. It sandwiched a really disappointing effort in game 6, obviously. And I think that's probably the hardest thing. It's not so much the losing. I mean, we're kind of Clevelanders have been through their share of tough losses. It's the way it went down. It's the lack of, I don't know, Kenny's press conferences were just so bizarre. It felt like a lack of accountability. I do believe that they were tired, and I think that's directly, correlated to a lack of effort. I mean, I do think that, they are an old team. I think they were the oldest team in the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. Certainly at some point when it got down to a certain number, they were. And that showed. And I think that when you get tired, you can't always give effort. People are like, well, you can always control your effort. Anybody else here been tired? Like, when I get tired, it's hard for me to put out the effort. And it happens to even the most highly trained professionals, too. And we could sit here all day and talk about, yes, they did it to themselves. They did. I thought when they were up 2-0 on Toronto, they should have stepped on the accelerator, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't hit shots, and they couldn't finish things off. And that ended up costing them. And they only have themselves to blame for that stuff. So it's a long-winded answer to, yeah, I think that there was some degree of success.
Chris, if Kenny Atkinson is coming back, if the front office is basically coming back intact, unless somebody gets a new job, promotion somewhere else, and the philosophy stays the same, how does this team get better?
Well, now that's a great question. I mean, I really thought that Kenny was going to go after, I think he was probably right analytically. Like, if you're just doing the numbers, like, hey, it should be 2-1 or we've won 2 of the first. But you can't say that out loud.
No.
You can't say it out loud. Definitely not. You're not going to win that one.
Chris, I was thinking the same thing. Great. That's wonderful. Don't say it.
Analytically, you're not going to win that argument 100 times out of 100 if you say it publicly. You could say it to your team and use that as motivation. Like, guys, we are getting exactly what we want, and we still believe in you. You can do that behind closed doors. Go for it all day. Seriously, if that's really the way you believe it, and that's the way you want to twist the numbers, and if they might even be factually accurate, the way that they measure stuff, cool. You can't do it in front of a microphone. There's no way, because it makes it look like you're creating excuses. And the way that people run with stuff now, you're just not going to win that. And, you know, I hated the way that I still can't get over the way game one went down. I just can't, you know?
None of us could.
No.
Go ahead.
All I was going to say is if Andy Reid had been coaching, we would have used our timeouts. So.
Oh, man. What do you want to do with James Harden? I mean, it sounds like it sounds like they had a deal in place before he got here. He's probably going to be here for another 2 years. Fans were frustrated with him. When he first got here, I really, really, really liked him because I thought they were moving the ball. And, you know, by the time it was all said and done, he added to, I think, what a lot of folks around here will call panic mode when they were trying to get back in the games. And it just didn't seem like there was a plan.
Well, I think they have to extend him in order to get under the second apron. I mean, in order for them to be able to make the sort of moves that they want to do, they have to extend him. And that's the way it's certain, unless I'm misreading it and people can.
No, I think you're reading it the right way. I think we've all talked about it too.
That's the way it appears, certainly. Yeah.
Here's what I would do. I know that there's a ton of stuff out there, particularly on social media, and so people get inundated with information and getting screamed at, and you know, this is right. They're idiots for keeping Kenny Atkins and all that stuff. I do come from the school of how do we get better. And there's a guy who I'd never seen before that ended up on my timeline named David Lee, and he's an analyst.
I saw this too, yeah.
Did you see this clip?
Yeah, I saw it. Oh, I didn't see it. Somebody just sent it to me earlier today.
Okay, well, go watch it, and I highly suggest that people do. I'll retweet it from where I am, and he breaks that. He doesn't have like a dog in this fight, but he is breaking down why Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley cannot coexist because of the type of players they are, and the way that Evan Mobley plays and catches the ball, and the only way that he is ever going to be used optimally is away from Donovan Mitchell. And it's fascinating. Like, he's done a massive amount of research. And once again, people can take this any way they want. They could say this guy's full of BS, or I'm not buying it, or wow, that's really interesting. But it does make you think. And for a team that apparently is as analytically driven as the Cavaliers, I mean, they can't look at this clip and say, wow, this is interesting. You hope that they have this information and that they're reading it a certain way. I personally would hate it if they gave up on Mobley too soon, because I thought he played very well. I thought at times he got lost. I didn't quite understand that. But I do think he's really talented. I don't think he'll ever turn into Giannis, which some people thought he would, but I think Giannis is freakish. So, I don't know, guys. It really, I think they're one of the most fascinating teams in the offseason, I can tell you that.
Chris, with that thought in mind, it's interesting because during the last break, I just Googled Donovan Mitchell trade. Boom, 5 trade scenarios come up. Would you move him? Would you think about it, or would you go ahead and say, hey, we're going to sign this guy to a $70 million contract extension probably next year after this coming season?
Yeah, so I would say a couple things. Number one, I think part of the disappointing thing of the way this concluded is when they first came together, meaning like the core four, they were so easy to root for.
Yeah.
And likable and fun and energetic. And I don't want us to lose like those moments. When they were playing regular season ball last year as the number one team and number one in offensive efficiency and ranked among some of the great teams when it came to that, it was a blast to watch them play. And there's, Garland, we all love him, like how much he embraced the city, and same with Jared Allen. And Evan's a quiet kid, but he's, he seemingly doesn't have a bad bone in his body. And Donovan's a great superstar, super smart, great smile, like plays.
Loves the
He
city.
Loves the city. Doesn't ask for time off like a lot of stars do. And it just, I don't know when it changed. Maybe it changed the day that, was it when Hunter and Matherin got into it and Jared Allen didn't run over and try and defend his teammate? And I don't know if that's the day it changed for us, but something went wrong with this. And I can't quite put my finger on it to the point where they have been dragged through the mud with the way that they played in the Eastern Conference Final. Now, some of that is that they played the Knicks, so there were a gazillion eyeballs on it.
Right.
But the other part is the way it just turned out, where they just got blown out game after game, and it all just went wrong. So now what do we do with Mitchell? Folks, this is the first time where I felt like he really wasn't healthy, and I worry with his body that it's not going to get better. I mean, I wouldn't want to pay a guy $70 million a year into his 30s. That's a hard sell. As much as I love the guy, and I think he's a really, really good star, I don't know if you can afford to do that.
Yeah.
Chris, let me switch gears over to the Browns for a minute. A lot of talk with this June 1st date coming up. Myles Garrett extending his contract. Myles Garrett not talking to the head coach yet. There's a lot of little buzz and undertone about Myles Garrett and Myles Garrett's future with the Browns. Your thoughts on that? And is now the time to trade Myles Garrett?
Man, unless you get multiple first-rounders next year, I just don't see that happening. I mean, I suppose it's possible, but, man, I don't know. Look, it is strange that he hasn't even talked to the coach. I do find that weird. I don't find it weird that he's not showing up. I mean, that stuff doesn't bother me. It really doesn't. He's not a quarterback where we're running through. Hell, how many reps does Myles Garrett need? You know what?
Right.
0. I'll see you the first Sunday in September.
As long as he's in the weight room, you're good, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm perfectly good with that. He doesn't need to. He's not going to play a snap in the preseason. He'll play some, he'll practice. But the rest of it, I don't care about. I'll see you Sunday. That's it. That is it. I'll see you opening Sunday in Jacksonville. But the not talking to the coach seems weird. That one really, usually I don't make too big a deal out of this stuff. I really don't. But that one sounds strange, and I can't. I know Myles is like a different cat, and I don't know. I haven't heard our coach answer the question, have you tried to reach out to him?
That's
Maybe
true. That's true.
All I've heard is, have you talked to him?
No.
I think somebody locally should ask him, have you attempted to reach out to him? Because that's a different. That makes it a little different.
Yeah. In other words, is he blowing you off, Todd?
Right. I think that maybe that's the better question to ask, but maybe I'm wrong.
That is interesting. It couldn't hurt if you're Myles. Hey, Coach, Myles here. 3-minute conversation. See you in June.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, guys. I mean, look, I don't know anything that happens behind the scenes. So maybe he's upset about something more so than Jim Schwartz not getting the head coaching job. Look, that sort of stuff happens all the time. It just does. Players are paid to play. They're not paid to necessarily have a say in who's the next head coach. That is very, very few people, if any, that get a say in that. And you just got to deal with it. I'm sure he's disappointed. I get it. I understand it. But that's not it. So you just kind of got to – I don't know what your options are, really. What are your options? Are you going to sit out and demand a trade? I suppose you could do that again.
I think he's better off just not saying anything and letting it happen, let it play out. Maybe he really does still want the trade at this point. He's like, I'm tired of going through another new coach here. We've only won 8 games. I've done everything I possibly can. Really, all he needs to do is say, oh, yeah, you want to extend out my contract to make it easier to trade me? Okay, we can do that. And then watch and see what happens after the first, right? It's better for him not to say anything right now. That's what I would think, at least if he's getting that advice. Just let it play out.
Sure. I guess so. I mean, look, man, we've seen what some people have been traded for in this league, and I don't know if there's ever been a defensive player. I mean, Micah Parsons is great, and he's younger. But Miles is like totally different.
Yeah.
Miles is, even at this age, he's still totally different.
I wonder I do wonder what the phone calls would be on the other side. Chris, we're going to roll it. What else you got going on? What's American Gladiators, Rose Rotation, all the other good stuff, right?
Yeah, renamed dugout discussions.
Yeah,
but yeah,
sorry.
actually, you're all good. I got a fun interview with an Ohio native coming up this weekend with Kyle Schwarber of the Phillies. So that'll be out next Monday.
Did you talk about the World Series? Did you bring up the World Series with him?
Yeah, I mean, I can.
Oh, you haven't done it yet. Okay.
I mean, have I talked to him about that? I don't think I have in my conversations with him.
It was just Joe Buck's oozing over him during the World Series that still stings.
All right, here we go.
It still stings, man. I like Joe Buck. I think Joe Buck's great. But
the guy, no, the guy missed the entire year and came back and hit live pitching in the World Series. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty good. But I mean, like, Joe went like over the top on it. Like, let me buy you dinner every night for the rest of your life, kind of over the top. You know as well as I do. Sometimes, like, if you like somebody or like the story, sometimes we get a little more emotional about it when we go talk about it, whether you're doing play-by-play or you're in that position. It still stings that we lost. That's all. I'm looking for something to be mad about still. Stupid rain.
We got plenty of things.
Stupid rain.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, we don't have that out here.
You don't. It's true. That's why you don't have to have a lawn either, though. You use rocks, right? And then you put a tarp over it if it does rain.
This isn't Arizona. It's Los Angeles.
Still, Anaheim, man. Anaheim doesn't get anything, do they?
Thus, brush fires.
Well, one thing they definitely don't get are winning baseball teams.
All right, I'll take the trade then. I'll take the trade on it.
Yep.
Chris, have an outstanding day. I hope you get a little vacation this summer along the way, and we wish you the best.
We're going to try. All right. Take care, boys.
Peace.
Thank
Bye,
you, bud.
Chris.
Bye.
He is Chris Rose, super friend of the show, American Gladiators, Browns preseason television network. You see him on network TV, NFL Network. I mean, the guy just does everything. He's great. So I just talking to Chris, Jeff, and just for a moment here, just reminiscing about our conversation with him and just your thoughts.
Reminiscing.
Yeah.
We just had it. Do we have to reminisce?
Well, I'm just the points that were made during this conversation about the Cavaliers. You know, I like the fact that he was optimistic about it because I think it's going to take a little while, though, for folks to still get to that point, to say that, okay, I can see the optimism why we might have it next year when the Cavs go in. I mean, even the little tidbit that Dan gave us earlier about teams getting beat in the Eastern Conference Finals one year and then ending up in the finals the next year. Yeah. See, you can always find a silver lining. I'm still bitter about the way things went down in the Eastern Conference Final. I'll get over it, and at one point I'll realize that they actually made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Maybe at some point we should appreciate that. It still makes me wonder who I'm going to root for once we get to the finals. I'm kind of anti-Knicks right now. Not going to lie.
It's understandable.
And you'll just watch it for the great basketball play that we'll see.
I don't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just anti-Knicks. I have to figure this out. Maybe we'll all have to figure that out at some point. All right, let's come back. We'll put a bow on the show. We got a lot of things to go back and reminisce about, as Jeff would like to say, or as I would like to say, as I did. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3, The Fan.
Real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right. No carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Surfside iced tea and vodka. Sunshine in a can. 21 and over. Please drink responsibly.
The Browns are back on the practice field for OTAs, and our beat reporter Darryl Ryder has the details. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
(216-474-0092). 216-474-0092. You can always hit us up on social media at CLE Talking Heads. CLE Talking Heads. All right, I'm going to go behind the scenes for a second here. So I don't know why I thought this, maybe because we went a little extra long with Chris Rose. And when we ended the conversation with him, I felt like it was straight up 2 o'clock, or we're getting close to 2 o'clock. And sometimes before we come and close out the show, I'll say, put a bow on the show. Now I'm going to tell you the difference, and this is why why I like our current boss. Our old boss would sit us in a room and make me listen to that over and over and over when I said put a bow on the show 20 minutes too early. And he would be like, now, what's this? And we would listen to this. Keith just comes in and just rips you straight to your face. And that's why I like him. He's just, you heard me at the end of this. Like, you guys didn't hear me, but after I turned the mic off, I was like, I can't believe I just did that. And then as I walked out the door, Keith just said, man, that's a pretty big bow you're going to put on the show for 20-plus minutes. And I was like, he's right, and he made his point, and I won't do it again. That's what being a good boss is all about. You with me on this?
Our other boss was a good boss.
He was
We've
a
been
good
very
boss,
fortunate here.
But there's a way to talk to someone who's a hurricane like I am. Don't you think?
You're going to get a text message.
From who?
From Poobah.
For what?
You're throwing him under the bus.
That's okay.
He's throwing him under the bus.
I've thrown the Poobah under the bus more times than he'll ever know.
Nothing good comes from me saying anything. So
Not
I
a word.
Nothing.
Wow.
No.
All right. Anyway, this is why I respect who we work for now. Big respect. It's not that I didn't respect Poobah. He handles it like a man. He's like, you're an idiot. Why did you do that? And don't do it again. But he didn't have to say it. He just made fun of me, and I realize all these things as they come to fruition. Here's what I do really want to talk about.
Tell me, Andy.
Travis Kelce purchases minority stake in Guardians. Cleveland Guardians today.
That's beautiful, man.
On Instagram.
Yeah.
Proud to welcome Cleveland Heights native Et T. Kels as minority owner.
That's beautiful.
That's awesome.
He was a fine high school baseball player at your alma mater.
He was a fine quarterback at my alma mater. He was a fine basketball player. I was told that both of the two would have had an opportunity to play in the NHL, especially Travis.
Imagine Travis on skates coming at you?
Absolutely.
Holy mackerel.
Absolutely. Are you kidding? I don't know there's a coach in the world that wouldn't want to have him as a defenseman the way he looks right now.
Oh, absolutely.
There is no way. There is no way anyone would say no to that. So Kelce is now a minority owner in the Cleveland Guardians. I think there's a little bit more to it than just saying, hey, you've got some celebrity who owns part of your team, right?
I don't know. Call Usher.
I don't know. You know what's funny? I don't think Travis went on his New Heights podcast and did the double C backwards. For the folks watching on YouTube, now you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Dan, he did
Boy,
talk
that really
about
caught
this.
on too, didn't it?
Yeah, for never. Does anyone even know what I'm talking about? Dan, did you know what we were just talking about?
I've seen it before.
Oh, the Usher double C, one backward, one forward? All right, so can we play a couple clips from the New Heights podcast where Travis talked about becoming a minority owner in the Cleveland Guardians?
I think if I said no, you'd just throw a fit. So
I would go crazy. Yes, I would.
All right, fine. Audio courtesy of the New Heights podcast.
This is some of the coolest stuff I've ever been a part of. It's just the childhood memories, jumping on the rapid with the family or my friends in high school and going down to a game and just buying a program with dad when I was younger and keeping score. There's so many countless memories of the 90s and then early 2000s where it's just it's in me to always root for the Guards.
Does that make you feel old, Jeff?
It was kind of weird to hear him say, about the glory days when he was a kid of the 90s. It's like, oh, jeez Louise.
That was pretty close. That's the closest I've ever heard you coming to swear on the show. Jeff almost swore for the first time.
Honestly, though, I heard that. I thought, yeah, that's probably right.
We're good with this, though, right? This is good.
Oh, great.
Andy,
can I be all serious for a minute?
Sure.
I give you a lot of grief when you drop the Kelsey name 14 times in every show.
I've only done it 13 today.
I give you a lot of grief. It's really cool that Jason and Travis are so loyal to their hometown. And their hometown, I mean all of Northeast Ohio. I mean those guys champion our area, and I appreciate that. I mean they're awesome for that, and I think that's a wonderful thing. It shows a lot about how they were raised, and it shows a lot about how they've maintained what I think is a sense of level-headedness, if that's a thing. I appreciate them very much for that.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I mean, it was cool that, he and Taylor were at Game 3, right?
Oh,
and
Taylor. Andy and Tay-Tay.
He and Taylor Swift.
First name.
Okay, Miss Taylor Swift. What do you want me to say? What am I supposed
to Andy Baskin?
Of course. Of course, that was Ed. Ed is.
I was so afraid somebody was
going to
like
call Ed. I haven't thought
wipe her out at that game, Andy.
What do you mean wipe her out?
She's sitting courtside, man. You imagine Thomas Bryant going after a loose ball. Travis doesn't get up in time to knock Thomas out of the way. Thomas Bryant flattens Taylor Swift. I was afraid.
What else did he say? I wasn't afraid.
Even though I haven't been able to get back to Cleveland as much as I've always wanted to. And this is a way that I can always, cement myself back into the east side of Cleveland, man. And I think it's a dream come true for a Cleveland kid. Any Cleveland kid would be through the roof right now. And I'm happy to be the honorable one to get to do it for us.
It's interesting because there's a Cleveland kid that does own the team right now in Paul Dolan. And my question moving forward, and I've been talking about this since day one, is that David Blitzer, who also has the Devils, the Sixers, and I'm not sure, he may have sold a stake in the MLS team in Salt Lake, is poised to be the next owner of this baseball team. I still think this is going to come down to what happens with the lockout strike, whatever you want to call it, the work stoppage for baseball. And so you'll be in a position where you've got David Blitzer, who is the lead, and then you've got Matt Kaulig from Leaf Filter and the Kaulig companies, who is also in this group right now, this minority group, and now you add Travis Kelce into the minority group too. So I'm always saying this, and we should know this from what happened with the Browns, be leery of the ownership that's not from Cleveland. And so I do think, and after seeing David Blitzer on opening day, he would be very, very vested in this team and excited over every movement. And I'm not saying like overbearing. You can look at his other teams and see if he's overbearing or not. I don't think that's what it is. And if Blitzer decides that this minority group is going to take over for the Dolans, which I just think this is a matter of getting over the hurdle of a work stoppage, that maybe on the other side of the work stoppage, you're going to see David Blitzer taking over as the majority owner. And I don't know what that means to the Kaulig part of this or to the Kelce part of it, but I do think for those of you that are ready for a change, it's coming. And I've always said, be leery of somebody who's not from Northeast Ohio. So Matt has lived here forever after being one of the quarterbacks at University of Akron. And
originally from the Chicago area.
Yeah, originally from Chicago. But, yeah, I mean, everything he has, all of his businesses.
Very rooted for Kyle Schwarber.
They are based right here in Northeast Ohio, too. And now you've got Travis, who gets it like you do. I mean, that's just basically what he said, right?
Well,
he knows what it's like to be a kid and hop on the rapid and go to a game. But the Dolans did too.
He is a Cleveland guy. So is Paul Dolan.
All right.
There you go.
Let's talk a little bit more. You know what? We will truly put a bow on the show, but I'm going to give you your opportunity and your thoughts on where this means we're going with ownership with the Guardians. So we'll talk about that when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you be the voice of Russian One Sports. Men's French Open tennis round 2 continues tomorrow, and I think fatigue is going to play a big factor in the matchup between Vitko Priva and Martin Landaluce. Both played 5-setters in round 1, but Landaluce required multiple medical timeouts and was visibly struggling in the sweltering Paris conditions. Kopriva is a solid clay court player, and as an underdog tomorrow, I think he grinds out another gritty win. I'm playing Vitko Priva on the money line. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
The open road, no limits. You, your family, your schedule. The freedom to go anywhere. Make it happen at RCDRV. Shop from the most trusted brands. Adventure together. Make lasting family memories. RCDRV.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Jackson Comfort Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing has been getting 5-star customer reviews for 100 years. Listen to what Jackson Comfort team members have to say.
You know what? That recognition of receiving a 5-star review, it's an incredible feeling, because not only is it confirmation that you're doing the right thing, but it's confirmation that you made an impact in someone's life.
It lets us know that we're doing our job right.
You know, that's just icing on the cake. I love being able to provide a great service and build new relationships along the way.
HVAC and plumbing can be stressful. That person was probably having a rough day, and that just means that you were able to make their day better.
You have to log into Google, right? You got to find us. You got to go through, give the 5 stars, right? And the amount of time that you're going to take to go out of your day to do that, I mean, the feeling's so special.
Find out about Jackson Comfort Services for yourself. Heating, cooling, plumbing, drains. JacksonComfort.com. 330-946-6678 or JacksonComfort.com.
Want to ditch the hat and feel young again and have that look all summer long? Vanscoy Hair can come to the rescue. 216-370-7980. VanscoyHair.com.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians Nationals underway for their matinee finale over at Progressive Field as the Guards looking to avoid a sweep. Two sides currently knotted at 0 in the bottom of the second. Some other Guardians news, Chiefs tight end and Cleveland Heights native Travis Kelce has joined the club as a minority investor. And speaking on his New Heights podcast, Kelce said the partnership is a dream come true for a Cleveland kid. Guardians plan on celebrating Kelce joining the club during their game against Detroit on June 14th. Browns continuing week 2 of OTAs this afternoon as they return to practice in Berea. Earlier in practice, Mike Hall Jr. had to be helped off the field. No update yet on that injury. Todd Monken and select players will be speaking to the media after practice. You'll be able to hear those press conferences later today right here on The Fan. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
It's the Baskin and Phelps show,
No,
as you called it earlier.
It's the Baskin and Phelps radio program. I'm going to be honest, I haven't slept in like 3 days, 4 days. I've had relatives in town from last week. They may have just left this morning. We had a fantastic time. We had a graduation over the weekend. Nonstop everything over the last
That's
3-4 days. And I'm not going to sit here, but I think I am sleep deprived. I think I've been up at 4 or 5 every day for like the last week.
Time to go to bed.
You think so?
What time do you go to bed?
11, 12. I can't go to bed any earlier than that.
So you're sleeping 4 or 5 hours?
Every night. Maybe that's why I'm so good. Maybe that's why I ended the show
Dan,
at
that
1:20
explains
today.
the last 15 years.
Why do I have to put
Kid's
up with
not
this?
sleeping.
What is the problem? Why do I have to be the subject of this ridicule?
Well, you brought it up.
I'm just telling you what's going on.
Andy, we love you, man. You know that.
I know. Well,
you have no better pals than Dan and me, which sums up your life.
This is true. See the guy with the jackhammer outside?
Poor unfortunate soul. I'd aim higher.
I'm done.
They pay us for this
Yeah, that
garbage.
is true. Sometimes they do. That's pretty sad.
Golly.
I don't know. Can we finish the Travis Kelce conversation? Do you think that it's going to make a difference?
No.
It's not. I mean, I'm not saying Travis being a minority owner, that if David, do you guys think we're leaning towards David Blitzer taking over? Like every sign that I have,
I think it's interesting that,
is that he's going to take
David
over.
is credited as the guy who brought Travis into this. You're not doing that unless you're going to become the man, I would think.
I mean, who knows how much he put into it, right? I mean, remember everyone's like, oh, Usher owns the Cavaliers. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Never did.
You know, there are a number of guys. For instance, Giannis owns a little bit of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Right.
Patrick Mahomes owns a little bit of the Texas Rangers. It's just so that the baseball team can say, hey, look. And, you know, the Rangers can trot out Patrick Mahomes once in a while, and that's cool. And the Guardians will be able to do the same with Travis Kelce.
Yeah, I think they're doing
it. And Travis will feel good about it, and so will Patrick, and so will Giannis. And there are a bunch of guys who own a little piece of a team. I think that's great. I honestly think it's great for the Guardians, and Travis apparently thinks it's great for him. So I think that's awesome.
I think in some ways when you get a small minority owner who is a celebrity, you know,
That's a little flash to the team.
Yeah, I think Bob Hope, right? Wasn't that the big thing?
LeBron James owns a little bit of the Red Sox.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it gives you someone.
Bob Hope was always on the, Bob owns part of the Indians back in the day.
But it goes back to the other question. I think that
Bob Hope was a comedian who was from Cleveland. Also boxed.
Played a lot of golf. A lot of USO tours. I think more than anything, we need to put our eggs in the basket.
I thought Bob Hope was from London. I thought he was originally born in England.
He was, but he grew up in Cleveland.
He did grow up in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Yeah, his brother lived next to my grandmother in Cleveland, in an apartment there. Yeah. Very nice guy. Yeah, he was actually born in London.
Yeah, and he grew up in Cleveland.
And he would be, in case you're wondering.
Does he not qualify, Andy? He's not in the Heights High Club? So is that the deal?
Well,
you're arguing about Bob Hope being from Cleveland, and Bob Hope, legendary Cleveland guy, according to all accounts.
I'm Jeff Phelps with the latest news of people that would be 123.
You're the guy who's bringing up you brought up Bob Hope.
I just said it.
You brought it up.
You know, he made it to 100.
I'm the guy?
I give him credit. He made it to 100. That's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive.
Those Road 2 movies hold up pretty well. They're pretty funny.
I don't know. Was he funny? Was Bob Hope funny?
Apparently back in the day they thought he was.
All right.
Enough to entertain the troops.
Enough to make a boatload of cash.
I don't even know where I'm going. Anyway, can I...
I think we need to really focus in on the fact that we should send Taylor Swift out to do the cleanup tour so that she could raise enough money to bring a cleanup hitter to the Guardians.
That's perfect.
That's what we're doing.
Perfect.
I think we literally call it the cleanup tour.
Wonder if Travis is going to tell Vogt to give Rhys Hoskins more at-bats.
How much of a change do you think if we go to Blitzer? Will there be? Dan, you are the biggest critic of the Dolan's not spending money.
I hope not a ton.
Biggest is a push.
You are a gigantic... Like, why can't we do this? Look how much money they make.
I was wondering where you're going to go with that.
I didn't finish. I'm just saying, your proponent is probably a better word than biggest.
That's a good word.
Okay.
Let me put it this way. I appreciate what they do. I appreciate how they operate. I think if they wanted to, they could spend more money, and it would be better off for the team if they would. That's exactly how I feel.
So when and if Blitzer takes over, you would be super excited about this, right?
I'd probably be. You have to prove it to me at this point.
You'd have to be apprehensive.
You have to show me at this point that you're going to do what I think you should happen before I get excited. There's been too many ownership
because
groups.
There was talk that that Blitzer was a part of, Ramirez's extension.
Like, this isn't Steve Cohen rolling in. Steve Cohen would get you excited, or somebody like that who is like, I've been a fan of this ball club ever since I was a kid. I have a boatload of money, and I want to invest it here because I want to win a championship.
Well,
because that would be the one thing that I could walk into the rich guy club and slam on the table and go, the rest of you can bite me.
Let me just put it this way. I don't know if it's a good comparison, but when Jimmy Haslam took over the Browns, he had incredible energy, right? Wouldn't you say that? I mean, no matter what happened, no matter what, but he had energy, right? Fair? Especially knowing that you were coming off of Randy Lerner. And I can tell you that Blitzer also has that same kind of energy. He has that same kind of passion. And he gets it, and I think he gets it to understand what this market's all about and what the Guardians are all about and what this community can be behind it.
You got to prove it to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying.
I'm watching what's happening in Portland right now where we're cutting mascots. Like, I'm sorry, you got to prove it to me.
Those guys make more money than you'd ever imagine.
That's true, they do.
I get that.
And if you're going to have
job,
multiple,
right?
you got to get under the mascot salary cap.
You really do. It's a good thing to have. You got to go young. You can't don't pay for was in mascots.
No.
You got to pay for is in the future and what will be.
That is true. You never know when there's going to be a good trampoline maneuver you can do as a mascot.
Absolutely.
Or a pie in the face.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You got to prove it to me.
I do think that you will like Blitzer. I'm telling you that straight out. Like, I think that when you hear from him for the first time and you kind of see if he takes over at some point, and again, it's up to him. It's up to his group. Now, if they want to go over the threshold of over 50% and own part of the team, it's theirs for the taking.
Groups also scare me a little bit too.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
general
totally
idea of group, because I've watched what the Fenway Group has done to the Red Sox and how that's operated.
I kind of like having one person who owns the team and in charge.
Yep.
But that's just 51%. That's all we're talking about.
I've seen those. I've seen the PIF own things.
I think and I could be wrong. I think Blitzer comes in at over 51%. The minority owners stay where they're at, and they're part of it. I think the Dolans end up becoming minority owners. If they give up everything, I'd be shocked to give up everything. That doesn't seem. That'd be interesting to see if they do that. So we'll see how it plays out. But the headline of the day is that Travis Kelce is now in the minority ownership group of the Guardians. Good, bad, indifferent, no matter what you think. It's somebody who's investing back into his home city. So there you go. Meredith Kane.
Which we're happy about. Good for
Travis.
Travis.
Do we have a moment of the show?
We sure do. Our moment of the show came from Chris Fedor, and we had a lot of great comments from Chris. I think his thoughts on Kenny Atkinson, Dan, should be the moment of the show.
If they didn't have James Harden on this roster, they don't make it out of the first round of the playoffs. That was their view of this roster and its flaws before making the James Harden deal and even after making the James Harden deal. So I think what that tells you is they do see the flaws of this roster, and they are going to be opportunistic. I don't know about aggressive, but they're going to be opportunistic when it comes to trying to improve this roster around Donovan Mitchell. Because I think the other thing that they have realized, and they showed it with the James Harden deal, that it is about Donovan Mitchell's timeline. It is not about Evan Mobley's timeline. It's not about Jared Allen's timeline. It wasn't about Darius Garland's timeline. It's about Donovan Mitchell's timeline. And while you have him on your roster, you try to compete for a championship. You position yourself the best way possible to compete for a championship. And that does mean more aggressive moves. That does mean more all-in moves. That does mean sacrificing some potential growth or a longer window, if you want to phrase it that way, to try and go for it. And they did that at the trade deadline, and I expect them to consider that going into this offseason as well. That means Jared Allen could be gone. That means they could consider the possibility of moving on from Evan Mobley. That means a lot of different things. But it's all about, getting this roster to fit around Donovan and to fit his championship timeline.
I just find it interesting. They brought back the coaching staff. They brought back the front office. And the way to change this is... Excuse me.
You okay over there, bud? Need a Heimlich? We're coming over. Dano, he needs a Heimlich.
Thank you. I think it's interesting that you're looking at Mobley as possibly the option in changing everything.
Chris is saying...
I shake my head on that.
Chris is saying what the Cavs are thinking here. Is it... And we should get into this, and we will tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is it fair to talk about a championship timeline for a guy who's made it out of the second round of the playoffs once?
Talking about
Donovan.
Okay, I thought because I was talking about Mobley there for a second. That's why I was like.
But Chris was just talking about Donovan, and that's what I wonder.
Too much pressure?
No, I just wonder if you're putting all your eggs in the right basket.
Okay, we'll talk about that. Meredith, I ask you this question as we ask you why you're smarter. Brought to you by our good friends at QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. Again, QC Kinetics. Give them a call. 216-770-5488. Now we go to Meredith Kane. Why are you smarter?
I am smarter because of your comments about Travis Kelce, actually, and talking about the idea of someone investing into their hometown, because I think we can all safely assume that he'll have the Guardians' best intentions in mind, so he's a good investor. Also, if he has access to some of that Taylor money, he could funnel that into the Guardians.
See, that's the way
Dodgers
to do it.
2.0.
I mean, seriously, all she has to do is one concert here, and they can afford pretty much.
She's like the only female billionaire in the world, or something like that. There might be other female billionaires, but she's one of them.
6 letters. Prenup.
I know he's the reacher in the because he's only worth $90 million.
Oh man, how does he survive?
A slacker.
Wow, crazy. Dan Manigan, you smarter?
Fedor was awesome. Go listen to Chris Fedor, 93thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts, and of course, social media mentions powered by Shiping Jewelers.
Jeff Phelps.
I got a lot out of our conversation with Mr. Fedor. He's always insightful. And I really enjoyed our Myles Garrett conversation. I think that's something that needs to certainly be on the radar here in the next couple of weeks with that June 1st, less punitive dead cap and all that stuff coming up.
Want to guess Oprah Winfrey's net worth before I tell you why I'm smarter today? Take a shot.
Is it over $1 billion?
It is over $1 billion.
120.
She owns a boatload of land.
So she and Taylor are like two of the rare female billionaires.
Yeah, no, because you said that, and I was like, no, I think Oprah.
Well, I said only at first, and then I realized that was probably incorrect.
How about Celebrity Net Worth says $5 billion?
I want 120.
Wow, she can come buy a team here if she wants to. That'll do it. Thanks for listening to Baskin and Phelps. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. You know what's coming up next. It's Afternoon Drive.
You're jamming me up.
What happened?
You're jamming me up.
I'm not even trying to.
You're jamming me up.
I'm not even trying to.
It's not going to turn into Whammer and Bubble Boy, okay?
Is that right?
Not going to do that.
Who's Whammer? Who's Bubble Boy?
I think you're Whammer because you're so pro-hard. And
Yeah.
But you did criticize him today. Proud of you.
I did.
And
so you're the Bubble Boy?
I think because I'm shaped like a bubble.
Is that right?
I'm rotund.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. We got Browns QBs trading touchdowns in Berea. There are videos out there, so you know it's real. We got Dave Baseball for the Gardos, and maybe just the Nationals are our bugaboo. I don't know. We'll find out today. And still figuring out what the hell to do with the Cavaliers. That opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And we salute the Supreme Leader because if we didn't, there would be consequences. And we got Jake Murren, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, ring that bell, girl. Follow, subscribe, whatever the hell you want to call it. 92 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. And of course, like our videos, we desperately like to be liked. And Matt Caroli, some call him the Bubble Boy on the 2020s today. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
Well, all right. I will tell you.
Yeah.
Day baseball in summer, when about every other street is under construction, really does put a little damper on the old commute there.
Oh, the construction side of things?
Yeah. Well, just that and the fact that God bless all Guardians fans. And I want to say that before I criticize some of them. About 25% of Guardians fans don't know how to navigate downtown or the garage.
Yeah.
And that's before you factor in construction. I want to know whatever Jamoke in a four-banger, it had to be a four-banger.
Naturally.
All right? I'm pulling up and I'm like, again, I use Dustin's spot when Dustin isn't here. Dustin was here earlier today, which meant I was going to be able to park in the spot that I park in every day.
Yeah.
And I roll up, and there's a Jamoke in a four-banger, and I was like, that's the kind of person that buys a four-banger.
Right in your spot is what you're saying.
In our spot. And I say it's our spot because he pays for it.
Yeah.
And then I park in it most days.
I think for the purpose of the convo, we can call it your spot, okay?
Yeah. But a four-banger, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Not even a real man. He doesn't even know how to compensate properly.
You were just guessing if it was a four-banger or not previously. Now we know it's a four-banger?
I know it's a four-banger.
Okay,
yes,
all
I
right,
know that
okay.
exact motto because that's the one I rail against every day.
And it's always those people.
Yep. Didn't leave a nasty message
Did you leave
this
a
time.
note? No, you didn't. Okay. I don't know what to tell you.
We're trying to find a new zen. The summer is officially here. My kid's got like 2 days more of school. I'm trying to, although, man, I will tell you, the commute made it tough. Cut into my zen, but I'm feeling better.
I think I got like 3 minutes added onto my commute in total.
Oh, no, just because people can't when you merge everything down to one lane, to then open it up again. No one in Northeast Ohio knows how to handle it.
I know. I just don't ever really want to hear complaints about traffic from Clevelanders. Clevelanders are incredibly blessed in this city to very rarely deal with traffic problems, and I'm just kind of tired of Clevelanders complaining about traffic.
Yeah, I think I'm going to allow it.
It might be like in the things I enjoy the most about Cleveland. Basically, 364 of 365 days I don't deal with any sort of amount of crazy traffic is probably like second on my list.
All right.
There's a lot of things I love about this city, but like never really having to deal with traffic it's at the top of the list.
Normally, I agree with you. What the city has done with this is just stupid. They're doing this to pwn us or to punish us because I don't know. I don't know why they're punishing us. You cannot tell me. There's not a straight. I walked down to the square most days, right? Mm-hmm. There's needless. Hey, we're just drilling into the street. I don't even think they have a job. I think they're just playing.
That's part of the gig. Construction's construction. It happens.
Be clear. I'm not blaming the construction people. I'm blaming their bosses.
All things considered, Clevelanders have it really, really nice, and I feel like
until right now.
I feel like any Clevelander that ever wants to complain about traffic, I just roll my eyes and just be like, I don't know, guys. I would sit for an hour and a half, hour 45 in Chicago because the city's just not built properly.
Oh, that's what it is.
It's just
I know what real traffic is.
It's not. I know what real traffic is. I don't think. No. I don't think you guys have ever really experienced bad traffic.
I actually have.
This is a plus for the city.
I lived in Charlotte, and many people say Charlotte traffic is worse than Chicago.
I don't know about that.
Many people say
Charlotte
Jonathan.
traffic is not great. So You know the frustrations. Then 4 years in Charlotte taught you. Yep. You know the frustration of sitting in Rio real traffic.
And I'm here to
Clevelanders
sanction
don't ever,
anyone's complaining about it now.
You don't ever deal with real
because
traffic.
this construction is out of control.
It's not out of control.
I sanction your complaints.
I had 3 minutes added to my time today.
Sanctioned.
3. Instead of getting here at 12:37, I got here at 12:40 in my parking garage. Like, I had 3 minutes added on today. Most days, I can guess within a minute or two of when I'm going to arrive at work. That's crazy town. That's crazy. 95% of my drives in, I get it within a minute or two of when I leave my house. That's insane.
Today it inconvenienced me, and I'm angry.
It's a real blessing in this city, okay? You need to just treat the idea. I honestly, they should do billboards. The Cleveland Tourism Bureau, get it together. You should do billboards. Want to live in a city where there's
one company owns all the billboards. I don't think that's
there's
happening.
never traffic. That's why I get the same 3 companies that are always advertising on these billboards. But like never have traffic in your life.
Yeah.
Come to Cleveland. You're going to really enjoy it. It's a great feature.
When I get in control of those billboards, I'm just going to put a face of you, and it's going to be traffic knob and truth broker. That's what I'm putting up there.
I'm just going to be like, it'll be me with the 2 thumbs up, looking as shady as that guy that wants to flip everyone's houses all the time.
Yeah.
And then just like 2 thumbs up and like, come to Cleveland.
How about the guy?
Traffic's great.
How about the guy that wants to kick out the what are they called when they encamp in your house against your will?
Yeah, that guy. That's one.
Yeah, the freeloader guy.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I thought that was a different guy. I thought that was a guy that wanted to buy your house.
Oh, that's no. Oh yeah.
no,
you want a different guy?
There's a guy that if he's.
I thought the guy that wants to buy the house.
It's not train spotting. What in the hell is the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
Squatters.
Oh, squatters.
The guy, the squatter, I think is his name. That guy's got a life.
Why haven't I seen this billboard?
Oh, it's that's because they shut down one of the damn roads that it's on. That's why you don't see it.
Does Cleveland have like a California type squatting problem that's going on right now?
For there to be a squatter, they got to have some level of problem.
Some level.
Yeah.
I did not know this. I didn't know we had a squatter issue.
It's either this or he's just regional and he's just making bank because nobody else has realized it's a profitable lane.
Who knew?
I would not want to do that job, by the way. That and Repo Man.
Big billboard city, though. You're not wrong about that. Big billboard city.
Yeah.
We got a lot of them.
They're like one company owns. It's great. It's great. Not a monopoly in any way. However, I'm glad we got this out of the way.
Yeah.
Because then I feel like we got some of the angst out. Now we can get to something that is very lighthearted and certainly in no way people are still riled up about the Cleveland Cavaliers and what to do this offseason. So I'm just going to say this right now. If this offseason is about choosing between Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley, I'm choosing Evan Mobley. With love and respect to Donovan Mitchell, if I have to choose, I will choose the younger player that plays a premium position that I think has not been set up to succeed because he's like the third option on the team, as opposed to a 30-year-old miniature combo guard who is getting on the wrong side of 30 that's about to start making $70 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect anything different from you out of this one. You've been a Mobley defender for a while, and I get that and understand that. For me, Mobley hasn't taken the offensive jump. The problem I have with Donovan in this discussion is this playoffs showcased more so than ever that Donovan cannot be the number one on a championship team. And so I'm battling the idea that there's no offensive jump that's happening from Mobley, so it's just not good enough. He's just not going to be a good enough guy to be a number one on a championship team. But I also don't think Donovan's good enough to be a number one on a championship team. So here we are.
So here, when it comes down to the offense, because I do think we just look, well, Donovan scores X amount of game, and then Evan scores X amount of game. Donovan's a better offensive player than Evan. He averages more points per game. One, I think Evan is overall a far more impactful player on both sides of the court when you kind of level it out. But two, there is a cause and effect here. Donovan is a ball-dominant guard whose worst habit comes out very often, and that is that he dribbles the ball and creates a lot of really bad possessions for the Cavs. I think Donovan is getting in the way of Evan's development. And I think it's as simple as, we've asked for Evan, hey, call for the ball more. Mm-hmm. He was in the postseason.
He did. He was calling for it.
And multiple times, and the guards were ignoring them because they were feeling the pressure of their own caca performances. So with like love and respect, I hear you. Evan is not scoring 25 points a game right now. I think that miniature combo guard, who again, I want to make it clear, I don't want to run Donovan out of here. But if they being Donovan and Evan, make me choose, I don't think people realize from a value perspective, for the next 3 to 5 years, a combo guard that's a scorer that's undersized doesn't bring you the same kind of value as a young big in his prime. Bigs take longer to develop, especially in winning situations. I'll take that gamble as opposed to I'm going to bet that Donovan's going to be Donovan for the next 3 to 5 years.
All right, so that's it. That's the gamble is whether or not you think Mobley is going to ascend to something better than what he is right now. Because what he is right now is he's not an All-NBA player. He's not one of the game's a leader, even close to it, and that's fine. That's okay. But if the bet you're making is that he's going to ascend to that because of the offensive side of the ball, I have question marks attached to that. But I also have question marks attached to whether or not betting on Donovan is the right call either. And so for me, it kind of comes down to, and this is where I think the Cavs are sitting as well, who is easier to replace? In this game, who is easier to replace? Is it easier to replace someone like Donovan, or is it easier to replace someone like Mobley? And based off of this offseason, I think the reason why they're going Giannis or broke is because Giannis gives you the best chance to play alongside Donovan and have superstars that are there.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's where my concern is. And similar to the way of if you were going to keep Kenny Atkinson, if you just announced that decision tomorrow at about 2 p.m. or about 1:59, right before the show starts.
Yeah.
If you just announce that then, I probably still have questions about a unilateral decision on Kenny and Kobe, but I can at least go, well, you spent 48 hours, you thought about it. You took the time to make this decision. Maybe you did confer with Donovan and James and Evan and all these guys. You put some thought into this.
Yeah.
When you announce it less than 24 hours after a real embarrassment, it tells me you already made the decision, and I don't love that. I don't love making any decision in the wake of that kind of loss, in the wake of that kind of embarrassment. It feels like they've made the same decision on, well, if we have to, Donovan or Evan. And I think this bears a lot more thought.
So I think they made the decision before the Harden trade. I think this has just been a continuation of them making that decision and them just going through with it. Once you make the Harden trade, what you're doing in getting rid of Darius and trying to get off that contract and then bringing Harden in here with the short amount of time you have, that bet is on Donovan. That's them signaling in every loud way possible. We chose Donovan.
Oh, I thought it gave you a lot of flexibility. Because knowing that James was going to opt out and then sign a team-friendly contract, which was going to get you below a specific threshold, the second apron, a deal for Donovan would allow you to also get below maybe even the first apron. Like you'd be able to do, and depending on what you kind of factored in and what you got back. And I think in the same way I can say I can turn Evan into Giannis, I think there's a good chance you can turn Donovan into Jaylen, and I think Jaylen Brown, a big wing who can do everything and take over the game and has that dog in him, with a big who has the style of play that Evan does, I think that could be potentially lethal for the next 5 years.
And listen, I said yesterday I would do the Brown for Donovan swap. I'm not against that in the slightest bit. Because I don't think you're winning anything big with Donovan, and we're yet to see. Obviously, you can win big with Jaylen Brown. We watched him do it in Boston. Where I'm sitting at right now, I need Boston to give me some signal, some sign that he's actually available and he's on the market. Outside of just his own rants that he has in social media. Like I don't, in my heart of hearts, I just don't believe he's going to actually be traded.
But that's why I think if you've already made the decision on Donovan versus Evan in the former of, or rather in the favor of Donovan, I think not even allowing this offseason to breathe is a massive, massive mistake. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. She made the New Heights podcast based off of her conversation with the Sunday Boys.
I'm very happy for her.
Very happy for them.
You know she got thrilled. She got thrilled. I just said happy for her.
Yeah. No, very happy for them. Yeah.
You know.
They put in the sweat equity with Ashley.
Yeah, they did.
That they deserve that kind of
That's
national
right.
love.
You know what I always say? When good things happen to Daryl and Nick, I just get pleased in life.
That's all I want.
I just get happy.
Yeah.
So
and
that makes me happy.
You're tough to please.
Yep.
So the fact that you're pleased here makes me pleased.
It just makes me happy.
We're pleased together.
Ashley, you know this just made her week. And that's what's great.
Also that and just seeing Tay-Tay. It's going to be a fun conversation at 3:20. Daryl Ryder then coming up at 4:40. We'll say thank you for borrowing our guest on Sunday. Bobby Marks, ESPN. Guys, I'm kidding. ESPN at 5:20. I'm sure he's going to have some salient takes on the Cavaliers, but 216-474-0092 is this summer about choosing between Donovan and Evan and Tim Legler. Out on Evan Mobley. You'll hear why in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When your roof fails.
Don't miss a beat of the Cavs offseason. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Probably Mobley, and I think I was a little disappointed in this series just because he shoots decent percentage from the field. He'll have some games where he does decent rebounding numbers, but he just has stretches of games where you don't notice him.
Yeah.
Offensively, now we're what? He's 4 years in?
He's 25 years old.
You just wanted that next progression. Now, he's a little bit better three-point shooter than when he came in the league, but he's not like he's out there shooting 40%. He can make them. He made one or two, I think, in probably every game in this series. That's great. He added that, but it's just the impact and the force that you wanted to play with for the entire game because he has a lot of talent and he hasn't really been able to find that gear. Maybe it would be him. I don't think it would be Mitchell.
That was Tim Legler on the Bill Simmons podcast. Great stuff out of Legs. I actually really do like Tim Legler quite a bit.
I thought he was fantastic on the games. The games we so, I like Mike Breen a lot, obviously, and now I don't know why it's obvious to people. I just like to scream bang. But Richard Jefferson was just awful to me, to the point where I was like, Legler, you're fantastic. Keep more Legler going.
Here's the thing. I this year. Evan had a down year shooting. I think he shot about 30% from three. No disagreement there. The 2 previous years, he did shoot about 37%. And all you really ever need Evan to shoot from three is like league average, which is about 36, 37%. So I think there's a little bit of recency bias going on here. And again, I do.
He doesn't shoot with the volume with threes, though. That's kind of the discrepancy there.
Yeah, I mean,
he shoots 3 a game.
Do we want him to shoot 8 threes a game?
No, but like if you're shooting 3 a game, let's say, it's not anything the basketball community looks. There's a reason why Steph Curry's as impressive as he is. It's not the fact that he shoots 40% from 3. It's that he does so on 13 3 attempts a game.
Yeah, I mean, what's the most you want Evan to shoot from 3? 6 a game? 6 attempts per game?
Oh, yeah,
7?
I don't want him shooting a bunch. That's not the point I'm trying to make.
I know, but I think my point is, I think the way to unlock Evan is to move on from Donovan. And it's not even Donovan. It is the dual guard with ball dominant guard thing that the Cavs have been stuck on now for 4 years. And if I'm already stuck with James Harden because, NBA backroom deals, I don't understand why Donovan's getting this treatment. And by the way, in what Tim said about Donovan and again, I wouldn't want to make it all about Tim because I really do respect Tim. We just disagree the opinion here. Why is Donovan getting treated like LeBron James? Donovan's treated like he's past go and it's time to collect his $200 and that we know you can win a championship with him and that we know that he is the best player on a Eastern Conference Finals winning team and we don't. And 9 years into your career, I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm saying the odds are getting real long that it's suddenly you're gonna find the perfect situation around him, especially in this environment that's gonna unlock this version of Donovan Mitchell. I think we're confusing scores a lot of points with being a dynamic, impactful player across the board.
I think Donovan's taken a massive hit for this postseason. From a perception standpoint, the amount of people I heard Russillo earlier today being like, I'm guessing. Anyone that thinks about Jalen Brunson versus Donovan Mitchell, that conversation has changed. And then he went on to talk about how basically anytime anyone wants to do one of those rankings with Donovan in play, he's going to have to do a double take essentially. Like that's what Donovan has done for himself. A second-team All-NBA player, someone that legitimately is somewhere between 8 to 12 in the NBA hierarchy, is being questioned left and right for how efficient he actually is and whether or not he can be a guy on a championship team. Like that's crucifying Donovan in many ways.
I don't want to act like I don't hear the Donovan criticism. I still hear a lot of James Harden, and I still hear a lot of Evan Mobley. And with love and respect to those two players, this thing is built for Donovan to be the best player. And Donovan, not only was he not consistently good in the postseason, he's now about to get really expensive. And listen, I understand that this might sound like Nick doesn't like Donovan. That's not the conversation. The conversation is, if I have to choose between these two guys, what direction am I choosing? Donovan's going to be 30 in September. He is, he is an undersized guy. We've already seen him wear down a ton at the end of the season. Even this year, they were supposed to, hey, we're keeping Donovan fresh. He still looked gassed. That was the word I was looking for. Gassed in multiple points in multiple series.
Sure.
Like, the warning signs are here. And again, this is less.
And instead of heeding the warning signs, it's like, oh, well, maybe we'll have you sit out this summer with any contract stuff, and the following summer we can give you $350 million.
Yeah. And here's the thing.
It's a big commitment, guys, and one I don't really want to take.
And here's the thing. If you didn't have Evan here, I would understand if you had no choice but to double, triple, quadruple down on Donovan. but you are 4 years in. And you are.
I know, but that's what they're acting like. They're acting like they feel clearly by their signs and what they've done that Evan has reached his as close to his ceiling as he's going to be.
And I think I think if that's true, I think the Cavs are punishing Evan for not becoming Kevin Garnett in a way that I think is really silly considering how they went about trying to get him there.
But the problem with that is that, and I agree with that, they're punishing him for that, but Kobe Altman watched him play one game and said he was transcendent. After game one that Mobley played, he used the word transcendent. They then started going to, and Mobley's guilty of this himself. Mobley's not an innocent bystander in this. Everyone always points to the Garnett comps and everything that happened early. Mobley's the one that went out there and compared himself to Wembanyama. Okay, like when you do those type of things, you put
he meant
a lot
because they were tall.
You put a lot. That's not what he meant. You put a lot on your own plate. You bring a lot to that on that yourself. And so, like, I don't think Mobley's been an innocent bystander in all of that. But it's clear how the Cavs are viewing this. At least it seems right now. And I think this goes back to before the Harden trade. They think that Mobley's near his ceiling, and they're betting on Donovan. The hard part in this is me and you at this point would not be betting on Donovan from a standpoint of him winning you a title.
Yeah, and I think there's
But I'm not really betting on Mobley either, though. I want to make that abundantly clear. I don't have a bet on Mobley. I'm stuck in a spot where I don't want to bet on Mobley because his offense isn't good enough, and Donovan showed me he can't be a number one on a title team. So I'm kind of stuck, and I don't want to choose either.
Well, and to be clear, my first option, if I were to choose Donovan over Mobley, would be finding a commensurate player at a different position. That's why the Jaylen Brown thing makes so much sense to me. In fairness, there might be 3 trades out there like that this summer that might actually work out that way.
And so I was thinking about it, and I'm trying to figure it out. And none of these names are going to be enticing to you, but like the very best the market can offer in trying to just straight up replace Donovan beyond Jaylen Brown, which we discussed. John Morant do anything for you?
No.
I didn't think it would. Kyrie going to do anything for you?
No.
I didn't think it would. Like we're getting like the Trae Young tier as well. I saw a Miami package earlier that would include Tyler Hero as part of the deal. Like it's just like there's a Rockets package out there that exists that is not Şengün. It's not Şengün. No, and it's
I was into Şengün for a minute.
Yeah, no, that's not their deal. And so like
you usually got to pay extra for a little Şengün.
All of these packages that come up with Donovan being the center and the focus, we don't get the best player back in return.
Do you get Amen Thompson?
Yeah, I think he would be in the table. Yeah,
a little more. All right,
but like all the packages
now
that come in play, we don't get the best guy back in return. And for the Cavs, I think that's very worrisome to them.
216-474-0092. Is this summer about choosing between Donovan and Evan? In fairness, I don't know the Cavs themselves are thinking we need to choose. Knowing how the NBA works, I think there's a decent chance that either Donovan, and don't sleep on Evan's camp, saying, hey, love this, love the situation, I need a better one, right? Have had fun, but I have more fun in a different situation, and basically saying it's him or me. And I think that's where the Cavs have to really think about this and see what they can do. Because if Jaylen Brown's available, it's a no-brainer. The other ways you build around Evan Mobley might also make sense, even if in the short term you take a step back. Let's go with Tony in Lakewood. Tony, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
So, listening to everything, personally, if I had to choose between Mitchell and Mobley, I would rather ship off Donovan Mitchell. But I just personally think that the haul that we'll get with Evan Mobley, I mean, Giannis is, I feel like, the number one guy that they're going to try to go after if they get rid of Mobley. I personally think that bringing in Giannis to have Donovan and James Harden would just be a better fit than seeing what we could get for Donovan at 29 years old, turning 30 this year.
Ooh,
and I mean,
I think that's tricky. I don't know that I agree with that, but in fairness, I don't know definitively what's out there for either player yet. So just as kind of rebuttal.
A lot of things in the playoffs with Donovan that, I mean, I wasn't too happy about. I mean, not to say, because I hope he's not injured, but if they come out and say something's wrong with him, I will feel a lot better about certain performances he had, because he just looked so sloppy at times. Plus, I hate how our offense with Harden and Mitchell, I feel like it's really easy to figure out. They run an ISO game. I mean, how many times do you see Donovan and Harden both at the top of the key, making it very clear they're going to ISO, especially with Harden, he goes 5 feet into the paint and the ball's popped out immediately.
Or they do the 5 feet and bail. That is my least favorite play in basketball right now.
The pick and roll disappearing in this
Tony, we appreciate
postseason
you,
was
buddy.
a awful development for the Cavs.
Yeah.
Because it worked so well in the regular season, and it just got to a spot you couldn't do in the playoffs.
Here's
not
the thing.
to the level they wanted
If
to, not to the level they should.
To what Tony said, if the Cavs came out and said Donovan was banged up, I don't think that's the get out of jail free card. It's like the second Monopoly reference I've made here. I don't think it's the get out of jail free card that people think it is, because I'll say, well, he's 29 and he's undersized combo guard, going to be 30. He's not going to get healthier as he gets older.
I also just don't care.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear the excuse. I don't want to hear anything about injuries from this team. They know that, though. They know that. They had the whole directive themselves, so they weren't going to use injuries as any sort of reason for why they didn't make it as far as they wanted to, or not, it didn't get past the Knicks, let's say, and go to the finals. And so, I'm not going to have that excuse. I'm not going to do it.
Let's go with Bob in Akron. Bob, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, guys. I think I may have a solution, and the Mobley or Mitchell, and that's get rid of both of them. This team as constructed is never going to win.
Do we stop there, or do we just do? Is Harden gone? Is Allen gone?
Who was our guest yesterday?
There's nobody on the roster I would keep for sure. I mean, Kobe Altman put together this team with the highest salary in the NBA, and nobody's a closer. He's got a 6-foot guard who gets so banged up and tired by the end of the season, he's never effective in the playoffs. And then you got James Harden, who doesn't know that he had a bad series.
That actually is funny. Can we just admit it's pretty funny that James think he was actually pretty good in that?
James thought everyone was good in that series.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we're a better team on paper or analytically. I mean, it's crazy talk, and I don't know who else can you blame. It's not Kenny's fault. He can only coach what he's got. It's not Donovan's fault that he's 6 feet tall and he has to play so hard to manifest his skill that by the end of the seasons he's beat up and tired.
The only thing I would say, Bob, and I appreciate the call.
Yeah, thank you, Bob Friedel.
It is a little bit Kenny Atkinson. We can't I think the beauty about getting swept in the Eastern Conference Finals by a team that on paper you should at least be in the general vicinity of. I think the best part about this is pretty much everybody deserves some hand in the blame. And my only concern, and I do think we all have blind spots. Every team in America has blind spots, no matter how smart they are, no matter how great their analytics are, any of it. And my concern is starting to be when it comes to the Cavs, they have a blind spot for Donovan, that any information that says, hey, maybe he's not the guy we need him to be, they just disregard. And I think a lot of that is tied to the fact that I think Kobe's being stubborn.
Well, he's also on that point, he's pot committed.
Yes.
They're as an organization pot committed to Donovan in a way that the only way out they had was Mobley to have an ascension, and he didn't have that. And they decided before, I really do believe it, they decided before the trade for Harden that the route that they're going, if it's path A and B, they chose path A with Donovan. That's what they're committed to.
Let's go real quick here. Rick in Cleveland, you got about 45 seconds, buddy. What you got for us?
Okay, good afternoon. I think Mobley have to go. Mobley is not the key. He's not showed up like how he's supposed to showed up. And my point of view,
real quick, Rick, do you think Donovan has?
If we didn't have Donovan, we wouldn't have been in the playoffs. To make a whole long story short, if we didn't have Donovan this season and last season, we would not have made the playoffs.
Was the point to make the playoffs, or was the point to really contend for a title?
Both. You got to win the playoffs first, then think about the title. The title's the last thing.
Can't argue with
but
that.
We did good, and you forgot that we went through 2 Game 7s. Everybody on that team was tired. They was tired.
Yeah, I'd say, okay, here's the problem, Rick.
Okay, go.
Nobody give a rat's ass that they're tired. It's the playoffs.
I just don't care that you're gassed. We can use that, but I just don't care.
I know there is a discrepancy between the Cavs and how many games they played.
The schedule's the schedule. Games. It's released well in advance to understand what you have to do to get ready.
The Knicks had an advantage because they were more rested. That still doesn't explain giving up, quitting, and getting swept. Again, you didn't make it competitive. Game 1 was highly competitive, and then every single game after, you got diminishing returns. Donovan's the name at the top of the masthead. At some point, it's got to stick to him.
And listen, I don't begrudge them for giving it a go. I had no idea if Donovan could be a number one on a championship team or not. Now I got enough evidence that tells me he can't. I had to go through the exercises myself. I had to go through the postseasons myself to get to that conclusion. The problem the Cavs have is they likely know this as well. They're not idiots, but they're committed. They're too many chips in the middle of the table. And if the alternative for them is saying, all right, then we got to figure out how to get Evan Mobley to be a number one on a championship team, I think they see the same thing that I see, is that's not going to happen either.
216-474-0092. Is this summer about choosing between Donovan and Evan Mobley? I think we're actually going to push our quick hits later in the show. Because we do have some day baseball on, so I don't want to push it to 3:40 with all the guests we have coming up and all the other. So I don't know why I'm explaining programming decisions to all of you. But 216-474-0092. You see the thing about radio.
Yeah.
We'll get to more of you guys, Steven and Mark. But Joe Vardon's word of caution on the Cavaliers this offseason in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Man, does he know his stuff. Woo!
you may qualify for. Call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I am taking the much more cautious tone or approach to what they will do this offseason, and it's a little bit of an educated guess, I would say. It's not just my opinion. There's a very real chance that all the things that have been said over the last few days that have had so many of us rolling our eyes about analytics this and open shots that and expected whatever, there's a very real chance that they're all buying that and that they have taken a step back and they're saying, you know what, our guys were in the right positions to win these games and we were just gassed. We were too tired. It's a legitimate explanation. The fact is, like, you can get there for the first time and learn from it. And this is Donovan's first time. And it is Evan's first time. And it is Jarrett's first time. And they learned lessons that they didn't know before. And couple that with what it costs, A, to pay this team, and then B, what it will cost to dismantle this team. Those things point to at least some semblance of giving roster a chance to learn from its mistakes.
Joe Vardon on with the Morning Boys earlier today when they weren't storming out of the studio on each other. I like it when other shows fight.
I think only Lima stormed out.
I thought Ken should have followed up the next segment by also storming out.
Okay, it had to be next segment. It would have been really awkward if he just he gets up and leaves, and then it's the Owen show.
Although, can we just have an honest conversation?
I'd like to, instead of the dishonest one.
I think we do the swearing on the dead mother a little too much.
Oh, really?
I feel like that's got to be a very you gotta hold that card tight. Maybe play it once a year. Well, I feel like Ken, we're getting it once a quarter. I think it's too much.
With 3 dead dads represented by the 2 of us,
it's true.
I feel like we never go to that card.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing. When we do, we should combine all of our dead fathers into one card to play.
I don't think I've ever once been like, on my dead father's life, I believe this. Maybe I need to start incorporating it. It sounded pretty good when I was saying it.
Well, that or it's levels. You guys have 3 dead dads that you can level up with.
What I like about this
then we're ranking the dead dads. I don't love that.
Well, I got a clear winner and loser in my side of things. So, I mean,
is that right?
Maybe we just trade it off. Maybe I go lowest ranking dad, then you get one, and then I go to
as long as it's clear cut for you. Yeah. That's all. That's good.
Yeah. I'm not sure everyone's going to love hearing me say that, but I've got a microphone and they don't. Now, this being said, all right, so I want to attack this in 2 parts because we got some calls here I want to get to. I want to attack the first part, which is the Cavs just think, we were tired. That is some jamoke thinking, all right? And we can handle a lot, okay? And I want this team to be the best going forward. I want to win championships. And despite the frustration this year, this Cavs team did earn some of my trust with the way they handled the first 2 rounds. Yes, they played around with their food. Yes, they were still figuring out who they were. But they did show more toughness, more ability to hang in there. And it looked like they learned it until that last round. But if you come out and say, we were tired, I don't know, you should have an NBA franchise or a job in one. That is such weak sauce. There's such loser mentality. I'm not saying it wasn't a factor. You got swept. You got worked.
Yeah.
You got pie-holed. You got corn-holed. All the holes. All of them.
Yeah.
You got owned in such a sufficient way that just saying, we were tired. Okay. Why did that series go 7 games each time? Was it that those other teams were truly your equal? Or did you play around with your food a little bit? I think we know the answer.
So I don't think they're going to use the "we were tired" excuse, but they might. It's on the table. But
they sell the table.
But I do believe in what Joe is saying. This is why I said it yesterday. The idea that in that front office, they probably, they believe that this team's not far away, and they believe that this team can compete with not only the Knicks, they believe that this team can compete with the best of the NBA, and that's why the changes that they make this summer is going to be such an interesting one. Do they go big game hunting because they think they're just a little bit away? Or do they just run it back completely because they think, and kind of what Joe pointed out, that like this would be some sort of growth You had to get to the conference finals before you can get to the NBA. Kind of like 3 years ago, the Pacers made the conference finals. Then 2 years ago, they made it in the NBA finals. 2 years ago, the Knicks made it in the conference finals. And then this year, they made it to the finals. You know what I mean? So, like, if they're living in that world where it's like, all right, conference finals, then final step, the last two Eastern Conference representatives that we've seen in the Pacers and the Knicks did both follow that blueprint.
216-474-0092. This is actually up on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube chat. If you want to vote right now, who would you rather the Cavs keep this summer, Donovan Mitchell or Evan Mobley? Right now, and early votes in, so I don't want to act like, but it's 71% saying Evan Mobley. I think the thing that I would agree with Joe Vardon on is I don't think that the Cavs. I don't think all the leaks yesterday about Giannis, about they're going to go big game hunting. I don't think any of that messaging yesterday was an accident. I think it was a brilliant PR blitz by the Cavs to change the conversation on the Cavs. I think they put the Giannis stuff out there, the LeBron stuff. I think they put
Giannis
all of
and
it.
LeBron gives you hope in a certain way.
Well,
and that's what they're trying to sell.
I don't think it was just hope. I think it was about, hey, we just got absolutely worked, embarrassed, and befuddled on national television by a good Knicks team. How do we stop people from talking about this for the next week? We're going to put a button in the Kenny Atkinson, Kobe Altman conversation, and we're just going to throw name porn at everybody. And here's the thing. Kudos to the Cavs.
It's working.
Because it worked.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, think about it. Think about how many people woke up today, instead of being angry at Donovan's shortcomings or angry at Harden or angry at Mobley not taking an ascension. Instead, we're just like, oh, Giannis. Giannis is available. How about this? Hey, LeBron, let's talk about 37 ways we can acquire LeBron James. Like, it worked. It worked.
Hey,
but listen.
Don't let this Donovan Mitchell stink distract you from the fact LeBron could come home. Don't you dare.
And then, like, it's like the shiny object on the wall. We are like, oh, LeBron.
Yeah.
We do like that. That is fun. And so in the meanwhile, all they have to do is just get up at the podium and then tell everyone they think that they got the right idea and they think they're a series away. And then they, go ahead and make the changes they got to make.
How likely is a big splash this offseason? Let's go with Mark in Akron. Welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
I'll live in the dream. What you got for us?
If it's a choice between Mitchell and Mobley, and then I'll get to your question about what I think they should do this summer. Boy, if Mobley had the dog in him that Mitchell has in him, he has so much upside. But I'd love to see him throw down a Jared Allen game, 22-17 in a Game 7. It's just kind of hard to sit here and watch a guy with so much talent appear to be a little bit passive. But my real point of calling in was, do we forget we live in Cleveland?
I did not. I've not forgotten that yet, buddy.
The winter reminded us a lot.
Yeah. I mean, it's May. We're watching competitive baseball, competitive Cavaliers basketball. The Brown season's essentially over already. I mean, we're the Final Four teams. I mean, what are we doing here?
I saw some exciting clips from OTAs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no. And I'm a huge Browns fan myself, but gee, Merry Christmas. 0-16, we made it to the Final Four in this. What do you think the Celtics feel like today? What do you think? I mean, we have options.
Well, the Celtics won a championship a couple of years, though, and they can at least go, well, Tatum was – you were trying to add Tatum back coming off the Achilles, and Jaylen Brown apparently is a psychopath.
Yeah, no, listen.
Really smart. He's a really smart guy, but I think he might be a psychopath.
Yeah.
We can make excuses for all that stuff. I mean, we also won a championship, 16 with LeBron, and we can say we had, considerably either the greatest or second greatest basketball player of all time. I mean, but at the same token, I got to watch, the Cavaliers play competitive basketball at the end of May. Indiana didn't. Boston ended up losing. Philadelphia's a train wreck.
All right, Mark, you got Nick upset here. Nick, go ahead.
I mean, so I think so. Here's the thing: if they had won 2 games, they got bounced out in 6 games. I actually probably would agree with you. I think the one thing they couldn't do in the Eastern Conference Finals was get dog walked, and that's exactly what happened. Like, they got tangibly worse when they came home. So it's tough to kind of I hear what you're saying, and I don't want to disregard it because I know some people feel this way. But I think it's a little Pollyanna to be like, well, we were one of the Final Four. The gap between the Knicks and you was a wide crevasse.
Oh, true. Okay, but let's assume, and I'm sorry, thanks. Assuming they can hold on to the 22-point lead in Game 1, and Merrill may hit that 3-point that was in and out, completely different mindset. I mean, they're still human beings, right? So after blowing 22 points, and you can blow it on the timeouts that Atkinson didn't call, you can blame it on the fact that Harden couldn't guard a fire hydrant, you can blame it on a whole bunch of different things. That psychologically still takes a role on guys that are competitive.
I would like to actually watch James Harden try and guard a fire hydrant. I actually think that'd be a lot of fun.
What color he can guard a yellow one, but I haven't seen one of those.
All right,
So-
Mark, we got a boogie, okay?
All right, thanks, guys. Have a great afternoon.
You too, buddy.
You too.
We like Mark. Listen, it sounded like a lot of excuses to me. But if they hadn't done this, they did it all. They did it all in a 4-game series. And, the whole point of making the Eastern Conference Finals wasn't to prove you're better than Detroit or Toronto. I know they're better than that. It was to prove you could hang with New York. And this idea that it's like, oh, it's all a journey. It's guys, I know weed is legal, but I got to be sober on air, okay? We all got to be sober on air. I'm not going to pop ayahuasca and be like, life's just a journey.
Hey, get ready. That journey line, and that's going to be what they try to sell you. They're going to try to sell you about the teams that made it to the conference finals and then broke through and made it to the finals.
But this is why I think this is
the NBA typically has steps to it.
I think the Cavs have to understand that this isn't just Nick Wilson talking about being frustrated with how this series went. There is a fair amount of Cavs fans who didn't buy into this Cavs team. Your platitudes, your organizational cliches, all the bleep you're going to sling doesn't hold a bit of water because you can't gaslight people into buying into this plan. And so I know they got to do it. I know that they don't have to do it, but I know they're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But don't be shocked when people just don't pay attention to this team. Or don't be shocked when the next move you make isn't guaranteed. Because here's the thing. If you promise people, or if you tease LeBron, if you tease Giannis, and you give them Tyus Jones,
No, that's going to be tough.
If you give them, you give them Herb Jones, any of the Joneses, really, I think you're going to find that people are going to be a little peeved at a feeling like there was some promise.
It's a fair point, because right now that's what everyone is. You're dangling Giannis and LeBron in front of everyone, and we're expecting some sort of change. Part of the idea is in this Donovan nucleus, if you want to stay with it, and the tracks we're just too far down the tracks already to do anything else. But if you're going to go down that road, you got to make some changes. And if they can't land a big fish, so to speak, it's going to be really demoralizing for a lot of fans.
216-474-0092. How likely is a big splash this offseason and trading touchdowns for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Hey, guys, it's Jonathan for Bookman & Son Fine Jewelry. 8803 Brecksville Road is where you need to go. It's where I went so many years ago when I was searching for not only my engagement.
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Carali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
He's holding everybody accountable. You know, if you're not doing your job, he's going to either pull you out, he's going to call you out, and make sure you're on point. So, you know, you better be on point with Todd for sure.
Browns wide receiver Jerry Jeudy. Talking about Todd Monken.
Well, the hammer's being laid down, Nick.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. Taylor Swift's best friend is how it's being pitched, coming up in about 20 minutes there. When I think of people I want to hear talking about accountability.
Yeah, Jerry
and
Judy's
his
the one.
take on Jerry Judy's the guy.
Oh, all right. How about this for the May 27th spin? Quick dig at Stefanski?
Show your work.
All right. Can you play the clip one more time for me?
Oh, yeah, he's holding everybody accountable. You know, if you're not doing your job, he's going to either pull you out, he's going to call you out, and make sure you're on point. So, you know, you better be on point with Todd for sure.
Yeah, I've never heard him say that about Stefanski.
Can't we do that about half the things that these guys say?
Of course.
So everything that somebody didn't say about Stefanski but says about Monken is now a shot?
I think it's interesting. Jerry Jeudy never once mentioned accountability in 2 years. Now he's a big accountability guy. Monken maximizing.
All right, it's May 27th. I'm not going to argue with you.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, if this is the Monken maximizing impact,
this is the impact.
I got to accept it.
There's some things I'm enjoying from this camp early on. Some things that maybe not so great we can talk about as well. But the changes, and people keep telling me all these different changes that are happening. He's bringing back old school football, Nick, and the football guys are loving it. Volleyballs at these practices, like all these little things. Never doing a rep with a solo against air. That's a thing that doesn't exist in the Monken camps. Everything's got to have just old school football philosophies making their way back to Berea.
And meanwhile, Kevin Stefanski is talking useless platitudes about Tua Tagovailoa's accuracy.
Yeah.
And the people in Atlanta are eating it up. It's like, you're in the honeymoon. You're in the love bubble.
Yeah, welcome
See
to
how
the
it
show.
goes.
There's a lot of people in Cleveland that love Stefanski for the first year as well.
Listen, I have hope that Jerry Jeudy is going to bounce back this year. I think Jerry was a victim of usage and bad quarterback play, and once it got sideways, I understand why it was tough to get on the right side of it. That being said, I got to see it. Like, we're to the point with Jerry where last year was so bad, I can give you a little bit of grace for how things happen, and I understand how when there are just certain positions, certain players, that when things go sideways, there's no writing them in season, and I think the coaching change will benefit him as much as it could benefit anyone else. But he's still got to beat those allegations of last year.
I think the biggest thing that Jerry Jeudy is going to have going for him this year is it's not going to be as predictable as to who they want to get the ball to. Like the idea that you're between Concepcion, between Boston, there's going to be enough, and we'll throw Fannin in the mix as well, because Fannin was one of the only other targets to actually get targets last year. But it's not going to be a lot of, am I going to go to Cedric Tillman, or the one time a game I go a deep pass to Isaiah Bond? Like it'll be less predictable. That's what killed him, to the point where it felt like Jerry Jeudy never knew when he was getting the targets. Even he was being thrown off with that, and then he wasn't able to make the most of it. And he just dropped him when he did get him because he felt like he was so excited to actually be throwing the ball.
Now, by the way, kudos to the Browns. Got multiple touchdowns put out there today on social media.
Just a barrage of Deshaun Watson touchdowns today.
I saw Shedeur one right after I saw Deshaun one.
I saw one Shedeur one, and there might have only been one Shedeur one. I'm not sure.
Shouldn't that be more about Shedeur not scoring touchdowns?
Only clip I saw from Darryl today was a Shedeur interception. Maybe there was more out there, but I saw him post the Shedeur interception.
You think Darryl's sandbagging Shedeur?
I thought that one. He posted some Watson clips, but I thought that was really interesting. I didn't see the Shedeur touchdown posted by Darryl. Maybe he missed it though. Maybe he happened to miss that one.
Unfortunately, Darryl joins us at 4:40.
I know you're not happy, and just gonna have to live with it.
You going for the clicks, Darryl? What are you doing over there? I don't blame you. That's the game. It is what it is. But what the likes decide, all the content, it's fine.
I just want to be clear. Are you on the record as saying you only want positive Shedeur clips posted on social media?
No, I want fair and balanced, Nick.
Well, but how do you know it's not fair and balanced?
Well, because he's the only one from Shedeur from Darryl was. I'll show you.
Like
I'll show you the three.
It's like political advertising.
I'll show you the three. Basically, he posted a clip about them using volleyballs for a field goal block drill. Then he posted Deshaun Watson's touchdown pass. Then he posted Shedeur Sanders being picked off by Nate Evans off the hands of Cole Wilson. That's it. That's all we got.
So if you post one negative of Shedeur,
You got to balance it out. You got to balance it out. Also, no
fairness,
Watson interception being posted. We just have a Watson touchdown.
Do we know if a Deshaun interception happened today?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
he was picked off in 7-7.
Fair. All right. So if this was reversed, would you feel the same way?
If this was what? I'm sorry.
If this was reversed, if it was a bunch of Shedeur pro content and then like one bad Deshaun thing, and that's what you saw out there, would you?
No, I want, if you're going to be in the clip business, you have to give me like 75 clips. You have to overload the feed with clips to make it seem that you're not intentionally doing anything. And I don't know that Daryl is or isn't, but I do find it convenient. It is a little convenient.
I think it's convenient that you only have this problem because Deshaun's got a bunch of positive plays and Shedeur doesn't.
No. Deshaun obviously has a bunch of positive plays, and I noticed Daryl posted them.
Okay.
I also noticed he only posted the Shedeur negative play.
But I think you're missing the point.
No, I got the point.
I think if it was reversed, I don't think you'd have a problem with this at all.
I think I'd be like, that's a little weird that he's only posting a Shedeur touchdown and then a Deshaun interception, but I also understand the content attached to it.
Nope, I don't buy it for a damn second.
You don't have to buy it.
With love and respect.
You don't have to buy it.
But here's the thing. When I say I don't buy it, I don't think anybody listening is buying it either. I think if there was if it was 75 positive Shedeur posts, one positive Deshaun and one negative, I think you'd be like, I think Shedeur's winning this quarterback
battle. You can admit
battle.
that's a peculiar 3 clips that Daryl posted today.
Not really. I don't think there's anything peculiar about it.
You think it was just random?
No, I mean, I think he was taking video of what he was taking video of.
So you just happen to only take video of the Deshaun touchdown and the Shedeur interception?
There's a chance that's all he's gotten out to this point.
That does exist.
Yeah.
But as of right now, that's all I got.
Could it be that he was talking with his friends on the Kelsey podcast, potentially?
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
Is Daryl a guest on that show?
I mean, they were using his clip earlier today, so.
But did they book him as a guest?
No, they were using his clip.
Well, then I'm going to assume he's not on New Heights.
Mac, I think you might have hopped in at the wrong time. Maybe sit back a little bit here. I think I'm under his skin a little bit. I simply would like to say, I don't see a problem with it.
No, you're not under my skin. It's not under my skin.
Super convincing.
Mac, stop.
You're not helping.
You're not helping.
You're not helping.
All right. So you want positive coverage equally, just to be clear.
No, I just want. I'm just pointing out that it was a little on the nose for Daryl to be like, oh, I'll just post the Shedeur interception and I'll post the Deshaun touchdown. Very similar to what the Browns have been doing in recent days that I've highlighted as well. The idea that when Deshaun throws an interception, his face gets blocked out. Meanwhile, when Shedeur throws an interception, then all of a sudden it's just like out there. That's fine. It's fine.
Do you know what you kind of sound like when you're making this point? Again, valid point. I appreciate you.
I'd be making it either way. I want a fair and balanced quarterback competition.
No, you want Shedeur to win, and you want if he's
not good enough at the end of the day, he's not good enough. It is what it is. I don't need social media deciding it based off of the clips that are being thrown out there in an unfair manner.
So you think the Browns are rigging this by showing?
Not the Browns. I mean, the Browns, yes, in some ways. Yeah, yes, in some ways, the Browns are only highlighting Deshaun positives and are putting Shedeur negatives out there. Somebody's clearly doing Deshaun positive glow up media. You're acting like you're not seeing it out there the same way I'm seeing it.
I don't think
you're acting like it's not happening.
I don't think there's a shadow government. I don't think there's anyone in the grassy knoll here. It's a little tin hat for me.
We just noticed today. That's all. We noticed today that Daryl was in the camp of let's post Deshaun Watson, Jamari Thrash touchdown passes, and only Shedeur interceptions. That's what we noticed today.
Yeah,
that's all. We're just out here noticing,
and it's part of a greater trend that you're noticing.
We're paying attention. We're noticing. Well, I mean, yeah, essentially. Does it feel like today in particular, everyone is grasping and really hanging on to Deshaun Watson's day today? Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I think part of that reason is? Maybe Deshaun just had a really good day. That could be the end of it. But yeah, does it feel like the narrative for Deshaun is building a lot? Yes, it does.
What if the narrative is informed by the fact that Deshaun looks better in these practices by a wide margin than Shedeur does?
Well, if that's the case, that's the case. I'm not there at these practices. I don't know.
That is fair. You're not there. You're right here with me.
Yes, you're also not there.
Wouldn't want to be, in fairness.
No, it sounds a little hot and maybe a little messy.
And also, they kind of limit what you can see and what you can't see. That's not great.
They're jamming me up about my observation about Daryl tweets.
Well, no, I think you've pointed this out multiple times, and one could deduce that you think there's a conspiracy against Shedeur.
Maybe it's not conspiracy, but maybe my eyes are more widened to it because I want Shedeur to win it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just more obvious to someone like myself that's maybe keeping score of some of what's happening in front of me instead of maybe pulling a blanket over my eyes and just acting like none of it's happening. I don't know.
Okay, yet again, as your friend, I can say, if I was listening, unbiased person listening, I would hear a little bit conspiratorial tone in your voice.
Yeah, but if it didn't keep popping up with different people that are just, I mean, it's just noticing. That's all. We're just noticing.
I think you're building a narrative, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
I mean, you sound like you're saying I'm wrong.
I just feel like you should I just feel like you should own what you're saying, and I think you're trying to.
What part of it is me not owning it?
I think you should just say you think that there's a disparity in the coverage and that you think that it's purposeful to gear this towards
the Browns 100%. Darryl might just not be – he may not understand what he's doing.
That's probably more likely. Wait.
More realistic, that's probably the reality.
That sounds like a shot. Darryl doesn't realize
consciously,
what it looks
he's
like.
not consciously taking this and doing that. I don't think that's happening with him.
So what you're saying is he's a patsy.
With the Browns, I do believe something's happening.
Yeah?
We've not been shy about that.
Yeah?
Yeah. Through everything I've watched, you're giving me this look like this is the first time you've heard me say this.
I'm giving you the
explain this
giving
before.
you the lane to make this point.
I've done this before. We've done this over the week. We've done this. Yeah. Where it feels like every positive thing Deshaun Watson does gets blasted out there. Meanwhile, when he actually has an interception, when you want to highlight the defense, his face is nowhere to be found in the video. That you don't think that's a little suspect?
No,
Meanwhile, when the Shedeur positive clip, quote unquote, that they have is him throwing an interception that happens to end up in a wide receiver's hands after it bounces 30 feet in the air. You don't think that's a little suspect?
I think that's
a little suspect.
I think the idea that the Browns are moving in silence as if they have like a whole plan here. I think there's just a social media intern clipping things and putting them out there.
I've noticed if that's what that is.
I don't think Jimmy's going over and saying, post it.
I don't know. Darryl himself has said this team is very intentional about what they post online. If they're trying to build up this narrative, that Deshaun is going to be the starter week 1, then great, you're doing a successful job. Because you're by the clips you're posting, you are achieving exactly what you want. More and more people with each passing day are believing Deshaun Watson's going to be the quarterback week 1. They're accomplishing the goal that they're set out to do. And so, do I think that all they're doing is just, again, putting out the positives, making it seem as if Deshaun's the greatest quarterback ever. Meanwhile, right on time. Ball 25 feet in the air on a bad Shedeur throw. Let's post that out and highlight how great that is. Okay.
I just don't think the Browns are that coordinated.
Darryl disagrees. Darryl himself says they're extremely intentional online.
Darryl's wrong about a lot of things, too. And I think specific to this, who's ordering the code red? That's what I want to know. Is it J-Dub?
I don't know.
Jimmy?
I don't know who's ordering the code red.
Is it anybody else in the family?
The idea that you don't want to acknowledge the connections that are here, I find it incredibly interesting.
No, because
they're happening. Whether they're intentional or not, they are happening.
Well, I think that's the point, is I just don't buy that there's an intention there. I just don't know.
We'll monitor it. We'll keep monitoring it. I'll make sure I do that for you. I'll have the blue Sharpie out. I'll have my notepad out, and we'll just keep track.
So instead of the stupid passing
we'll just
chart,
keep monitoring. It'll be my monitoring.
Look at me, Louis. You're going to give me a daily tally of pro Shedeur and pro
Daily
Deshaun.
Sounds a little exhausting.
I think this conversation's already been a little exhausting. I feel like I need the day-to-day.
You're the one that wanted the convo. You exasperated out the convo. You wanted the convo. You got the convo.
I feel like if you're going to do it, you got to do it daily.
You're giving me more work.
Yes.
You're assigning work to me.
No, I'm asking.
That's the part I disagree with.
Whoa. You offered.
I'm
simply saying
I will accept it. When it comes to me. I don't know that I want to sign up.
So when it's convenient to your argument,
when it goes into my algorithm,
if people can't see the day-to-day, if people can't see the day-to-day, they're going to say, "Oh, Jonathan's only posting this."
You act like I'm not keeping track of this stuff as is already.
Well,
you act like I'm not going to
Where's
already.
Your tallies, big
you act
boy?
like I'm not already going to keep track of what they do moving forward in the social community, in the social media community.
I'm just saying, I think it'd be more impactful if we got those tallies on a daily basis.
All I'm saying is tracked it the whole way on a ball that Shedeur clearly threw that should have been an interception is the only positives that he's getting right now. Meanwhile, Deshaun Watson getting a lot of love in their social media world.
216-474-0092. Are the Browns conspiring against Shedeur Sanders? We'll ask that of Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com.
I doubt we're going to ask her that. But you know what? Maybe we should.
I think that's exactly what we're doing.
Maybe we should.
In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
guys next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you here. We got Daryl Ryder coming up in about 4:40 to address the allegations of potential conspiracy against Shedeur Sanders. But if you guys missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Did we play that clip? I don't know why I'm asking you. Mac, do we play the thing coming back?
There's nothing played.
All right, so Ashley Bastock got very Twitter famous over the weekend as she had videos of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce walking in the underside of the Q, a.k.a. Rocket, whatever the hell they call that thing now. And so famous, in fact, she appeared on the New Heights podcast.
Hey, this little reaction you guys got teed up here, the Cleveland Sports Radio reaction.
I've seen many jokes online to this effect that, man, this is our chance to get Taylor to really fall in love with Cleveland and the idea of Cleveland sports.
This is our chance.
And then she definitely got a good introduction to the Cleveland sports scene, but I wish it had been more fun. I wish it had been better, but that's the reality, I think, of being a Cleveland sports fan. I'm sure Travis Kelce has filled her in on that.
She just got baptized.
And so that was from her appearance with Daryl and Nick Padone on the Sunday show after the way Game 3 went. As you guys might know, you might not know, she is a gigantic Taylor Swift fan. So I think this week might be the peak for her. And to talk to her about it, we head out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline of Cleveland.com, of the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. Ashley Bastock joins us now. Ashley, congratulations.
Guys, thank you so much. I am truly like, what is life? How is this happening? But I will say, I need to give the clip makers over at 92.3 a chance to clip this, of me talking about Taylor Swift on this very show. Actually, I typically always bring up the fact that I'm a huge Swiftie, and that's maybe the one clip of me that exists where I'm not saying I'm a huge Swiftie. So, for the record, New Heights and New Heights fans, I am a huge Swiftie. So, definitely thought that was very, very surreal to see this morning.
Wow, I mean, that's just a bad job. No follow-up from Daryl and Nick Padone there.
Yeah, that's why if their first appearance had been on this show,
we would have had that for you.
We would have made sure that was included. That's how this happens.
Swing and a miss. Not like a Deshaun Watson style swing and a miss, though. Not like that. Yeah. Wait, what was your interaction like? Or when you were close to Taylor, obviously, and you're trying to get some video. I saw that. At any point, did you just think, screw it, I'm going to go for the selfie or something crazy?
No, I mean, they were surrounded by so much security. So, I'm kind of sussing out the situation while I was down there. And there was just so much security. I figured, she's not stopping for a selfie unless you were a little kid, basically, which you get in a situation like that. But the video I posted of them, you very shakily hear me say, "Hi, guys, congrats," because it's all that my brain could process at halftime of Game 3 the other night. So, it definitely was not something I was prepared for as I headed to Rocket Arena for Game 3. But, very, very surreal that it happened. And obviously, unfortunately, that the Cavs just laid an egg in that game, too.
I'm a big believer in visualizing the positive things you want in life, Ashley. And that's why I think you got to start visualizing what you're going to do the next time. Because, I mean, again, Travis is going to retire in the near future. They're getting married.
He just bought some of the Guardians.
This isn't going to be the only time you're going to see Tay-Tay in a spot. So what I think is next time, as she passes, you just start singing a bar or two of your favorite Taylor Swift song.
Oh, no, that sounds like a miserable idea.
Oh, no, it's I just see
what are you doing?
You think Taylor Swift doesn't like to hear her own music?
I think
from her fans?
I don't know that this is the right call. Maybe give her a bracelet instead, a Taylor Swift bracelet.
That's psycho stuff.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, that's her bit. That's her whole thing, the bracelet.
It's the bracelet.
Friends.
It's the thing.
Friends give her bracelets. Fans give her music back to her.
No one's buying that.
I guess
think
you
I'm
don't
much
have the
better at
swag to
making
pull it off,
bracelets.
Ashley. I thought you were a Taylor Swift fan.
Come on. Taylor's going to look at her like she's a crazy
you're not.
person if she sings their songs to her.
You are not going to bait me into making a fool of myself, Nick Wilson.
That's all
You
he's
are
trying
not
to do
going
here. I don't know
bait
why
me.
he's trying to set you
I
up for
know.
failure. I don't know why,
I'm
Ashley.
sorry. I wanted you to be best friends with Taylor
Swift.
Swift.
See this
but listen to the cynic, all-time cynic, Jonathan Peterlin.
Would you be friends with anyone if they came up and, like, I don't know, shouted one of your sports takes in their face?
Yeah.
No,
would be.
No, you wouldn't. You'd be like,
Probably
get this psycho away from me.
No.
Why are you recounting my Cavs
Let me ask you.
Takes.
Are they quoting it accurately back to me? Because
Well,
if they're doing what Ken and Anthony do every time they play a clip of ours and can't get the context right, then I'd be pissed.
Yeah,
But
well.
if they're just vibing, if they're just like, hey, you would choose Evan Mobley over Donovan Mitchell, I'm like, hell yeah, buddy.
Taylor's going to hear that and be like, Ashley, we've needed you to open this entire time. It's like I'm hearing the real thing. Like, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Or she would be like, this woman must be such a fan that I have to go over and say you sing it better than I do.
Travis, these are the crazy. I tell you about all the time. These crazy. This is one of them.
And then Travis would be like, "Oh, this is so cool."
Meanwhile, bracelet with like the song that you picked out, something special and meaningful for yourself, because the bracelets is part of the thing in Taylor's world. She'd be like, "Oh, she'd probably take it. She'd probably wear it a little bit. So you have photos of her wearing your bracelet that you made, and it's just a great moment." Because I agree with you. She was only stopping for little kids, and I actually love that about Taylor.
I bet you if you got a wheelchair, you could have gotten to visit.
Hey, bad news, by the way. Bad news.
Yeah,
Ashley is part.
Ashley's gone silent, by the way.
Ashley, I railed against the Browns social media team for only posting bad things about Shedeur and positive Deshaun Watson touchdown throws. I railed against Daryl because Daryl fell victim to that as well today. And then I'm on your Twitter and I see like 6 different Deshaun Watson touchdown throws and not one involving Shedeur Sanders and his touchdown pass today. And I don't know what to make of that.
Well, I think there were instances today where you look at these 11-on-11 drills in these competitive periods, and again, like Deshaun Watson was just out there more. And also the early, 2 spotting, that sort of depended on where you were on the field, and that was sort of walkthrough style. Guys didn't even have helmets on. That's actually the period in which Mike Hall went down and had to leave practice today as well. So it definitely felt like Deshaun Watson just had more of those reps today, and that's kind of what I was seeing. But it was sort of more of the same from Deshaun Watson. And as I pointed out on Twitter, all 3 of those guys in Deshaun, Shedeur, and Dylan Gabriel had interceptions today. I actually think for the most part they weren't the quarterback's fault because all of them were either off of receivers' hands or off of a receiver's chest. So that's kind of where we're at. We know Todd Monken hates those interceptions, but, I mean, I do think in terms of the touchdown production, Deshaun Watson had the edge today, but, I mean, again, it's May and it's an OTA, so you got to take everything with a grain of salt. Like Kevin Stefanski used to call these passing camps for a reason.
All right, so that brings us to this point. JP doesn't want to say it. JP thinks there's – I don't say conspiracy, but conspiracy.
I would never use the word conspiracy.
That's what I'm saying right now. That he believes that the coverage and the amount of positive pro-Deshaun clips and the amount of pro-Shedeur clips are that there's a disparity and that there's something fishy about that. Can you speak right now, Ashley, in front of all of Cleveland, the world even? Is there a conspiracy to make Deshaun Watson?
Use conspiracy.
That's my words. Is there a conspiracy? Do you know of a conspiracy to basically, elevate Deshaun and maybe minimize Shedeur?
Well, to use your guys' words in conspiracy, no, I don't think there is. I mean, I think that word has gotten thrown around quite a bit. But, I think we talked about this a little bit last week maybe, but this idea of the sort of, on our podcast, we talked about it, the Deshaun Watson sort of soft launch, right? So I think those 2 ideas, though, are very different. And these OTA practices, like a little peek behind the curtain for fans who may not know, they are not all open, right? This is their 5th OTA practice. It's only the 2nd one we as media have been able to attend. We'll only get one more out of the 10 total, so it's one a week. So what we have seen, I mean, Deshaun Watson has gotten the bulk of the opportunities. So if that's happening on the days we aren't here, I would guess there's just simply more Deshaun Watson content. The problem is we don't know that for sure, right? And the only time we're going to be out here on back-to-back days is for the mandatory veteran minicamp. That's 3 straight days coming up here in 2 weeks. So I think maybe that'll provide a fuller picture. But these 2 practices that we've been out here, I mean, it just seems like we're seeing more of Deshaun Watson. He looks very sure of himself, very confident. I don't think there's any conspiracy about this, but in terms of like the outside looking in, and I said this last week, it's different because Shedeur Sanders, obviously very, very popular, very large fan base. Deshaun Watson is very unpopular, especially among Browns fans. So it's a very interesting dichotomy playing out on social media right now, but I don't think we are in conspiracy territory.
No, not conspiracy territory. Only thing I pointed out was Browns in the past 5 days. Deshaun Watson. Dart of a throw, and then a clip of Deshaun throwing a touchdown. Meanwhile, Shedeur, the love that he got was a throw that should have been an interception that then bounced up and was caught by a wide receiver.
But definitely not a conspiracy,
no,
Ashley.
that's all. It's just keep it. And then Daryl today. Daryl only posted a Deshaun touchdown and then posted a Shedeur Sanders interception. Did not give Shedeur's touchdown any video love on his feed. That's all. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just keeping track.
Man, don't give Daryl too hard of a time if he's on after me. That's all I'm going to say. We've been out here working.
He joins us at 4:40 today. I'll let it go. Listen, Ashley, make the deal right now. I'll let it go. We don't have to sideswipe Daryl. I just don't think he's not going to sign up for that.
Yep. I'm going to sideswipe him.
He's going to sideswipe him. And then we're going to have to explain to Daryl what's going on, and he's going to have no idea.
Yeah.
He's going to be very lost, and he's going to be very confused.
And I'm going to have a lot of fun with it,
And then he's going to text me later and be like, why are you trying to tell people that I'm doing? And it's like, it's just a joke. It's not really that serious.
But he's very serious about it.
Very serious. So what else did you see at camp today?
Yeah, I actually spent quite a bit of time watching this defense today. And it's interesting, right, because the key players on defense still are not out there. Now, we had Grant Delpit out at practice today, but he was watching, wasn't participating. Also, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the rookie safety, just watching today, not practicing. And, of course, no Myles Garrett, no Denzel Ward. But this defense had 3 picks, which I mentioned earlier. They had some pretty good pass breakups. You can kind of see this energy from Mike Rutenberg and how it's translating. Mason Graham last week, and I think we saw this more today, talked about how this D-line, a lot has remained the same from them in terms of how they are attacking. And I think that's significant because it's obviously worked well. And I'm really, I think, just intrigued to see this group together because I don't think we're going to see them together at this rate until that mandatory mini camp and really try to get a feel for how this looks. Because, Mike Rutenberg, very obviously energetic, passionate coordinator, asked him today about, you can kind of see him very encouraging, I'll say, these guys who celebrate when they make a play. I think that was something big that I noticed. Very animatedly, and he talked about just sort of establishing the culture and that they want to preach like the ball is oxygen, all of those things. So I know Todd Monken hates these interceptions in what is supposed to be a huge advantage for your offense in these practices where there's no pads, no real hitting. But Mike Rutenberg was certainly happy with his unit's ability to turn the ball over and get some of those takeaways today.
All right, Ashley. We have every time I think we're safe from a Myles Garrett, what's going on here? Is it going to be traded conversation? It pops up again. In fairness, I did ask Albert Breer about it yesterday, but that's because it keeps popping up. So I do you have any working theories on why the Myles trade chatter won't go away?
Yeah, my working theory is that it's May in an NFL offseason, and there's going to be things every year around this time of year. that people speculate about. I think like one of the biggest that could have been going on would be Aaron Rodgers, but that sort of got settled, right? So folks need something to talk about. It becomes a talking point. I sort of understand it, but I also don't think until, I've said this before, until Miles does something that we haven't seen him do, then like it's not a story. It's not a thing to me. So as long as he's here at mandatory minicamp, hey, that's going to end all of this. But I just think given the fact that it's Miles, given the fact that it's the Browns, and I think nationally the Browns sort of become an easy target sometimes, that this is happening. But that's really my working theory, is that while the NFL, I think, as a league, does a great job of managing content year-round with their schedule, it's still sort of a dead time of year. So that's why I think it just sort of keeps popping back up over and over.
Ashley, I know we josh around a lot here, and we give you a hard time sometime. I was very happy you got to see Tay-Tay at Rocket Mortgage, or whatever they call it now, and I was even happier to see the New Heights thing. You deserve all the good stuff. We appreciate you.
And don't sing around Taylor.
Oh,
sing around
I won't
Taylor.
Sing.
Don't do it.
No, I won't sing, but thank you guys. And again, for the people that make the clips, huge Swiftie since I was like 13. Went to the Eras Tour twice. I've seen her in Cleveland like 4 times. Trust me, this is very surreal. That's the only real word I have for it.
Well, we're definitely making a clip about this. This one's got it. Like, there's no way. Keith Britton, you know Keith, very got a great sense of humor on him. Loves posting funny stuff out there, personality stuff.
Stop taking a shot at our boss. Actually, we'll see if it gets posted.
No.
I don't know.
It's probably not going to get posted.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Maybe a short touchdown will get posted before that, but I don't know.
No, any serious take you had today, that's going up. Just get ready for it.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. He's not for levity. That's a hardcore sports talker, was my point. Not firing shots.
Well, I'm not touching this one.
Yeah. But I'm sure
Can I get you some coffee, Mr. Britton?
That's a good pull.
Yeah, Mac Badge out there. Because I wasn't going to.
Yeah. Gardo's won. We'll get to that, and we'll react to Ashley in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Talk about how the Cavs should fix their problems throughout the offseason. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Dale Ryder coming up in 1 hour's time. Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. Great stuff with Ashley Bastock. We'll potentially get into some of what we just talked with her about the Browns, about the quarterback situation, of course, the Myles Garrett trade chatter that won't go away. But hats off to the Gardos. They get the win here to stop the sweep from happening. And it's so funny because it's so early in the season. There's just a nice little sign. You were down. The first two games went the way they went. It felt, I don't want to say it felt fluky, but you gave up just a ton of home runs. So it's not like had they been swept today, it would have negated the great run they were coming off of. Mm-hmm. But at the same point, it's nice to stop the sweep and kind of gather into the next series.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, Bazan is the story of the day today for me. Almost had a home run, had 2 doubles, has now had 5 straight extra base hits. He's tearing the cover off the ball, Nick.
Yeah, and I will officially declare I was wrong. You and Mac were right. Bazana, it's not too early for him to be atop the leadoff spot.
All right, now do we advance the convo? Do we get greedy with it, Mac, or do we just let it lie where it lies?
Get greedy.
Let's get greedy.
Because if it was me,
right.
I'd get greedy.
All right. Are you ready to admit that Bazan is a better player than DeLauder?
No.
When every metric I have suggests that he is.
That's for today. Yep.
Okay.
Let's talk at the end of the season.
He has now surpassed him in batting average. He surpassed him in on-base percentage. He surpassed him in slugging percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Bazana is...
Who's got more home runs?
Well, he hasn't had that many at-bats. But every cumulative stat that we have has Bazana as a better player than DeLauder
Is it still
for
May
this
27th?
Offensive season. Yeah, no,
Okay,
we got some time.
Sure.
I just didn't know if you wanted to come over to that side or not yet.
No.
If I was getting greedy with it,
and here's the
greedy
thing.
Williams on a nice little Wednesday, or if we could just let the admission of you being wrong in the number 1 spot be where it just settles.
I'm one of those guys that just enjoys Bazana and enjoys DeLauder. The need to pit them against each other, I think, is very sophomoric.
Oh, is that right?
I just am a Guardians fan. That's me.
Right. That's right. Yeah, that's
but
right.
No, Bazana has been terrific, and I think when you start to look at, today was a big day, and it's funny because it's one of those days where they had 3 runs, and then you look up and they're like, 10 hits. Oh, you had some extra guys on the base path there, another 3 walks as well. This is one of those nights where it's like, this is one of those days where you probably should have had 7 or 8 runs. You didn't, but you won, and that's all that really matters.
And that's all that matters. Yeah, they didn't, and end this series against the Nationals with a sweep. That would have been devastating.
And by the way, don't look up right now. Stephen Kwan he's getting hits recently. We're getting some hits here.
I saw him line out with the bases loaded.
He's still hitting 207.
That wasn't great.
Yeah, but he got a hit.
He did get 1 hit. He went 1 for 4 today.
Yeah, but he's hitting 207. But he's getting more hits recently.
I would say the bases loaded line out probably outweighs it for myself. But I didn't watch every Kwan bat deeply. I didn't. But that's. I'm still a little depressed with Kwan still. I'm still unsure of what's exactly going on with J-Ram. Mm-hmm. He goes through these stretches, and it seems like I thought maybe like a week and a half ago he had it turned around and was trending in the right direction.
And then this series happened.
And and so now you're back to wondering to yourself, and you're kind of like, okay, this is just abnormal. We're at too long of a stretch. We've seen him go in some long stretches of not being able to hit particularly well and then just get really hot. And I thought a week and a half ago, I thought that was him breaking out of it, and now it seems like he's gone back into a little bit of a cold.
So I'm absolutely going to be prisoner of the moment with this. I'm not sweating about J-Ram or Kwan because there is still a faith that one or both of them are going to turn it on at some point. And so when you're getting what you're getting out of Bazana, of DeLauder, of Schneemann, of Angel Martinez, Rocchio, by the way, almost hitting 300 right now.
Yeah, he's been great.
So
playoff Rocchio is just here to stay.
I can't recall the last time that when you look through the 1 through 9, there's one weakness and it's catcher. Everybody else, and again, we still have not reached consistency. There is peaks and valley to this, and I think a lot of that is about just being a young offense.
And they still have a long way to go in general. You're still 25th in slugging, 26th in batting average. Like you're hardly like the Nationals team they just played that's 4th in baseball and home runs. Like you're not that team.
Yeah, that's what when you have a little fella called James Wood. Good Lord. That man's got ridiculous power. Like every time I'm like, I think DeLauder can be a 40 home run hitter. And then I watch James Wood and I'm like, no, that's a 40 home run hitter. Yeah. CDL's going to hit 285 and 30 home runs. And I'm really going to enjoy that one as well. 216-474-0092. Early check-in on the Guardians here. But the other big story about the Guardians today was Travis Kelce buying a minority stake in the team. And I thought it was cool that the team put out the press release. He clearly is very excited about this. And when it comes to like minority owners, it feels like every celebrity owns some part of some team.
Yeah.
But if it had to be somebody, I'm happy it's Travis Kelce because for a guy that's never played a second here in Cleveland, other than when the Chiefs have been in town, I think he's represented himself as a Clevelander and represented himself very well.
When I went to Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes bought some of the Royals, right? And I went to, I have a family that lives in Kansas City now, as you know. And so I go to Kansas City about once a year. And we always go to a Royals game every time we go. And the amount of Mahomes 15 Royals jerseys that exist there is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like it is more than any player not named Bobby Witt or Sal Perez. It's insane. Like it's a 1-for-1 of like Pasquantino versus Mahomes jerseys, what I'm saying. And I wonder if Kelce's going to have that. I'm trying to figure it out. Can you be that beloved while not actually playing Cleveland sports?
Yeah, I think you can.
Because he's become such a great ambassador for the city that it's a weird road that he's going down. And in one frame, you can make an argument that he's as influential as anybody in the Cleveland sports scene, but he didn't actually play for the Cleveland sports.
Yeah, I think a couple things. One, they have a very influential podcast that they named after Cleveland Heights. Two, I think he's just done such a good job at balancing, I'm a Kansas City Chief, but I'm a Cleveland boy. And in the offseason, we've had athletes that go through like, I'm in Cleveland this summer, and then they kind of disappear, right? Travis hasn't done that. He's pretty much consistently been around at big sporting events. And I do think, like, if it was just one team, I think the fact that he's been around both the Guardians and Cavs, which stands to reason when he retires, like, I imagine he's going to be one of the guys that smashes the guitar, despite the fact he's never played in Cleveland. So I think he's walked a really interesting line. And I don't think, by the way, I don't think it's intentional. I think that's another thing that kind of goes in his favor here.
Because it feels very genuine?
Yeah, because it does feel like he's a Guards fan and he's a Cavs fan. And
it's just who he is,
I imagine that when he retires, he's going to kind of be a Browns and Chiefs fan. And we're cool with that duality because he played there. Like I think both Kelce brothers have such a genuine streak to them. And they don't try to be anything other than who they are. And I think because of that, it's not like honorary Clevelanders. They're legitimate Clevelanders. But I do think they get kind of a pass, despite never playing here, that I don't know other guys get.
No, I can't. I mean, so many people come back and they honor and they rep Cleveland in such a way, but I can't think of anybody that didn't actually play for the sports teams that gets the same love that Travis gets.
I also think Travis gets a big Taylor Swift kiss on this.
Well, yeah, of course.
Because I like the amount of like women that I know that are huge Taylor Swift fans, don't care about Cleveland sports, who just think it's cool that Travis is bringing her to these sports events. Like it is, guys.
But it is cool.
It's every woman I know. It's my daughters too, all three of them.
It made Game 3 feel incredibly important. As important as that game is, like the highlight of Game 3 for many people it was Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
It was also nice after seeing Celebrity Row of Stiller and Chalamet and Fat Joe
jamokes,
and other Joes and everybody, one of the Jenners, I don't know the difference between any of them,
Kylie.
To then have somebody that is a bigger star than any of those people, likely combined, and have them sit on the pro side for Cleveland, I think was kind of like see, we got stars too. Even though we kind of know, kind of don't have stars. She's kind of just marrying.
You don't know the difference between Kylie and Kendall Jenner?
No. And I don't care.
They look nothing alike.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. It's all right. It's not for you.
I know that they got a lot of fans.
They do.
And they date a lot of very famous men, and that's good for them. And they got a lot of money, and good for them as well.
Kylie's a billionaire on her own.
Yeah.
Isn't that incredible?
It's blown away.
It is incredible.
Yeah.
I can tell how impressed you are.
The family business, by the way, which is being Fame W's, that had nothing to do with her becoming a billionaire.
Well, it had everything to do with it.
Yeah. Well, no, you said on her own. And I was like, Well,
I mean, independent of everyone else. Like she in her own bank account is worth $1 billion. Yeah. It's quite the deal when it happened. All the makeup and the skincare and everything that she sells.
Yeah. Yep.
you know.
Good for them.
Yeah.
216-474-0092. Travis Kelce buys a stock in the Cleveland Guardians. Big deal, little deal, no deal. When we come back, is it okay to be down on Evan Mobley? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You gave your sister a succulent?
It was for her birthday. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Daryl Reiner coming up in about 40 minutes. He was out in Berea today at Browns practices. We'll get his takeaways. We'll talk a Deshaun and Shedeur conspiracy. I know you don't like that word. Is there a better word that is conspiracy adjacent? Because I think it's fair to say conspiracy is a little heavy, but is there a word
conspiracy
that's...
just makes me sound like a crazy person. This is me just observing what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm. Which is what people who espouse conspiracy theories would say too.
Okay, but if you didn't, how do I explain this in a proper way? Like the Daryl part of it is just all in jest and all in good fun. It is what it is. I just think that was an oversight by Daryl. It was what it was. The Browns portion of this, I do find to be a little peculiar. Mm-hmm. Does that mean I'm going to, am I making a full-on assault on this? No, of course not. It's just an observation. Can we say an observation?
I don't like that. No.
Because it doesn't make me sound crazy is why you don't like it.
No, I feel like we're at the ends of the spectrum here, and I think we can find a word in the middle. What about plot?
Plot's not bad. What else you got?
Scheme?
No, because then they'd be like, oh, they're scheming. Scheming makes it sound like way too, again, aggressively in a way that I don't really care. I don't care enough about this to be this deep into it. That's the point.
Today. Another couple of weeks, you might get to your breaking point.
Maybe I will. Yeah. I don't know. But as of today, I certainly don't. Here's the thing. What I think is going to happen is I think me talking about this and making this just like a little highlighted note, like, hey, Browns social media, you guys really are, you're skewing this in one way right now. Mm-hmm. Maybe, just maybe then today, they start to post some videos and some photos or maybe something positive around and, try to maybe make a balance. But like the point is, I clearly, as evidenced by what we're seeing here and then what we're seeing in some of the articles and everything else that is being written, the people believe that Deshaun Watson is first up here, and so they're going to swerve into that.
So you're like an NBA coach saying we didn't get enough fouls today. You're bringing awareness to it in hopes to change it with a nudge. You're a little J.D. Bickerstaff.
Ultimately, I don't care if it gets changed or not. I just like to point out what's happening in front of me.
Okay,
that's really what that is. That's just pointing it out. If they do nothing about it, will I be angry about it? No, not in the slightest bit. Not in the slightest bit.
What about colluding?
Do I find it interesting? Colluding's a good word.
Yeah.
Colluding now because of the NFLPA, they make everything sound like it's colluding. Mm-hmm. And so that does also sound heavy-handed. This is not heavy-handed. There's no malice in my voice in saying this. There's nothing I want really accomplished out of this.
We all hear the rage. It's subtle, but it's there.
It's very, very subtle at best. It's just observational. But it got you going in some interesting way that you wouldn't let it go. Mm-hmm. And so then we spent 8 minutes on it because there's something you thought was interesting about it, when in reality it was probably like a 30-second observation at best.
I would disagree. We'll talk collusion with Daryl Reiter coming up at 4:40 today. In the meantime, obviously, we've talked about the fallout from the Cavs losing.
I'm bored by it already, by the way.
With the Cavs?
No. The Watson-Sanders video.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that's where I settled on it. I'm bored by it now.
Bored? Why are you bored by it?
Because it just doesn't matter.
Why not?
It doesn't really matter. If they post a video, they don't post a video. It doesn't matter.
So you're a defeated man.
That's your phrase of it. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't classify myself as a defeated man.
It felt defeated. The way you said it, like reaching the conclusion.
Nick, there's bigger battles I'm going to have to fight here. This isn't. It's
May 27th. I don't really think there are bigger battles.
This isn't the one. There's going to be bigger battles on the horizon. Mm-hmm. And if I make it seem like I'm losing my mind over this, then no one's going to take it serious when I have an actual complaint. This I'm not actually concerned about.
But you brought it up multiple times. I think that's what was interesting to me is you've brought this up once a week now, going back to April.
It's not been once a week. We noticed it yesterday.
Okay, once a week when they've had OTAs, I should say.
We noticed it yesterday.
I think I've heard this take out of you before.
Yesterday was the first time I've ever voiced this take.
I feel like I heard it.
And that was in passing you going to the bathroom, and then it just kind of came up on the air.
I feel like I heard
Yesterday
about it
was the
last
first
week.
time.
I feel that I could be wrong. It's happened before, but I feel like I heard about it last week at the very least. Now, this being said, we're still dealing with the fallout of the Cavs playoff lack of success here.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris Fedor was on, well, this is an easy one. I can remember who's he on because he's never going to be on the other one. He was on with Baskin and Phelps today, and he kind of went after Evan Mobley a bit.
Offensively, I just don't see it. He's so reliant on other teammates to create for him. He can't create for himself. He has a hard time when he has to dribble more than 4 times in a possession. He has no go-to move. He has no turnaround jumper. He has no post-up skill set. So it's going to be hard for him to get to that kind of level where you start talking about what Kenny Atkinson was talking about last summer league, top 5 player in the game, or when Evan had the audacity to compare himself to Victor Wembanyama. So I have my doubts about Evan ever becoming the kind of offensive player that the Cavs have talked about him becoming. And because of that, I do think it's worth them exploring what could we possibly get. And if it does bring Giannis here, I don't think you can turn your back on that.
I will set the Giannis thing aside here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Fedor's right to be down on Mobley?
I think he went harder than I've ever heard Chris be when it comes to the offensive or lack thereof development of Evan Mobley. I thought some of the things he was highlighting in particular is really interesting. Yes, do I share some of those concerns that Chris does? Yes, I get worried about the idea that he's ever going to be a 25-point-a-night guy. I don't know that exists for Evan Mobley, and I think that is some of the concern the Cavs would have to have as well.
I think it's fine to have doubts about Evan Mobley. I think ignoring the causality of how the Cavs are set up is where I get frustrated. And I'm not saying Fedor's doing that because, again, we just played a 30-second clip of this. I think it's very easy right now to look at Donovan's stat lines in the playoffs and go, Donovan did his part. No, they didn't. He scored some points in the Knicks series. I don't know if he was good in the Knicks series. And so I think it's a little one-sided because I think it's easy to pick on Evan because I do think Evan had, one good game? I think it was game 3 when Evan had a good game in the Eastern Conference Finals, but I think that's dismissing the fact that I thought he was really good in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. And that's not a stat line thing. That is based on watching him play. I think he was consistently who he should be in this setup. And I think ignoring having 2 guards in a perimeter league, a wing league, really, that are ball-dominant guards, I think really hurts Evan. And I don't think the Cavs have ever taken the time to truly develop Evan. Yes, they've played him. Yes, they've given him guys to help him get at least to where he is offensively, but they've never really built the thing around Evan. And I think there's something of like expecting him to be a unicorn when he was birthed into a situation where it was Darius's team and then Donovan's team. I don't have a problem having doubts with Donovan. Mm-hmm. I have a problem taking those doubts and saying, I guess it's time to ship. I don't have problems with having doubts about Evan. I have problems with then using those doubts to say, so I guess we should trade him.
No, the problem I have in this is that I don't have much faith that Evan's going to be a 1 on a team, and I don't have much faith that Donovan you can win a title with as your 1. And so where I'm stuck is this uncomfortable spot in between where I can't go to bat for Evan the same way I can't really right now go to bat for Donovan. And so I like that you get to go to bat for Evan and you believe in that. I don't think the unicorn stuff is ever materializing. Maybe it will. Maybe I'll end up being wrong on that. But I just don't think the offensive firepower is ever going to exist with him.
I think maybe some of my discomfort here is turning this into being all about Donovan's timeline. I understood the James Harden thing wasn't just about leaning into Donovan's timeline. It was about just getting out from Darius's contract. Mm-hmm. I valued both things in that equation if you were going to move on from Darius. I don't know what Donovan's shown that proves, do people realize that Giannis is 31 and having a lot of calf issues?
He's got a lot of injuries, yeah.
And honestly, he's a 31-year-old big. In the same way that I can look at Donovan and say he's going to be a 30-year-old undersized combo guard, a 31-year-old big, and again, Giannis is more than just a big. He's one of the 10 best players in the NBA. I don't know you'd have so much as 1 or 2 years with Giannis. And if there's a point here where you get to a Golden State scenario where you're paying off past production and who somebody used to be, which is what Golden State's done outside of one season since 2019. My concern there is you could be doing that and you never get to smell the fruits of all the titles they won.
Sure. No, it's a gamble. And part of the reason why you make the gamble and you make the move is because as currently constructed, they got to be pretty convinced they're not doing it with Donovan. So you try to get as good as you possibly can. Where they're in a weird and tricky spot is they're too pot committed. They put so much forward already on Donovan being the centerpiece and it working with Donovan that even if the light bulb went off for them the way it did for me throughout this postseason, where it's okay, he's just never going to be the number one guy on a title team. They don't have many other options to play with.
But isn't that stubborn thinking? I think that's maybe I feel like you should be pretty facile with where they're at.
Yes and no, right? Like, the alternative is to then turn it over to Evan Mobley. But if part of the reason why they made the Harden trade is because they thought he could never get there offensively and could never be a number one themselves, well, now you're staring at two different problems in the face. So you can go with the Mobley problem or you can go with the Donovan problem. Either way, you're ending up with a problem. Now, the third option exists, and that's blowing it all up. But if Kobe Altman blows it all up, he's not going to have a job past this season anyway. Mm-hmm. So he's never going to go that direction. They're like the job security part of this and what he's built towards this, he's never going to blow it up and make that the route. It's just not, it's not realistic. It's not practical. And so you got to choose between the two. And he's put so much more towards Donovan that clearly that's the path he's going down.
216-474-0092. Is this all about Donovan's timeline? Realistically, Giannis, Harden, and Donovan. That's the next year, right? Like, are you even willing to say the next year or two?
It'd be probably 2 years. We got to see what Giannis signs on. That's the other part of this. If you make a deal for Giannis, you have to already have it agreed upon with Giannis that he'd sign beyond just this next year.
It's weird. I don't think we've. So there's the is Giannis incredible at basketball, which is an obvious statement, and I also really think people would just like Giannis, the human being, in Cleveland. So that's another part that I think is. I think you would enjoy it in the same way that people like Donovan, by the way.
Yeah, and some people are obviously hoping on the idea that he would be able to get to Donovan in a way that other people haven't. Giannis is a better player than Donovan, but also the idea that Donovan's not going to be able to do some of his stupid ball dribbling stuff when Giannis is there. Giannis will they'll put him in check.
Yeah, I think that's maybe my biggest concern is I don't know definitively Giannis, Donovan, and James Harden actually make sense. I'm like trying to figure out the offensive side of things and how it looks, and it's already a weird situation with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, and I think they can be better offensively together, but I think there's always going to be a weird fit there that I think we just have to acknowledge. Now you're going to add Giannis, who again is kind of a point center in this as well, and it's like this is a lot of math to figure out on top of. You know what it feels like to me? It feels a little 2012, 2013 Brooklyn Nets. And that team was born out of absolute desperation. And I don't think the Cavs should be desperate right now. I think they should be incredibly prudent. And if the right opportunity, by the way, if the right opportunity to trade Evan comes up, then you do have to. I can at least understand you have to explore it and really think about it.
Yeah.
But I think the same thing can be said about Donovan Mitchell. And it just doesn't feel like they're going to have that dexterity of wit. And I wonder where that desperation is coming from.
They're not, well, because it's coming from the idea that they're not operating in a position of power at all. Like they're the ones that bet big on Donovan, and Donovan is showcasing he's not who they thought he could be. And so from that, they're trying to save it is what they're trying to do. And I think they realize whether that's Mobley or Donovan, you're going to have to go to outside forces in order to try to save this thing. And Giannis gives them that life preserver, that life raft that they desperately need.
216-474-0092. Is this all about Donovan's timeline? That and two reasons to buy Harold Fannin Jr. stock this summer in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, everybody.
I can't remember which disastrous press conference ago, but where he was talking about the work-life balance and trying to get that right. And remember, he couldn't be there on night 3 of the draft or day 3 of the draft because he had to go right into rehab treatment. I don't remember. Was it therapy? I believe is what it was called. And then one of the goons, Schefter or Rappaport, put a picture of him back in the Patriots building Monday, being like, he's back to work because the treatment must have worked. But he was asked about work-life balance today. Here's what Mike Vrabel had to say.
Oh, really good. I think that's, again, I appreciate my family is great. I love Jen. I love the boys. I love my personal friends. And then, this spring is focused on really the coaching staff, players, more importantly than the coaching staff.
I'm going to go ahead and say it.
Yeah?
Still didn't sound like he's all that comfortable talking about this.
Well, yeah, I would imagine. I wouldn't be very comfortable if I were him either.
I love Jen. I love my boys, and I love our friends. I love acquaintances, and my delivery man. I love my delivery man. Like, you think he's ever going to be the cocksure Mike Vrabel that we're kind of used to here?
Hey, I mean, at least he's not divorced.
Yeah,
we all thought that was coming.
There's still time. There's still time.
Well, yeah, I mean, time always exists for people to get divorced, I guess. I don't. You think it's already happened, and we're just we just haven't found out yet? What's your theory?
No, but
what's your conspiracy theory? Or what are we calling them?
Collusions.
What's your collusion?
Yeah, my scheme.
What's your scheme?
Or my plot is I think Mike Vrabel still sounds like a man going through some things, but also trying to convince us that he's not going through things.
He doesn't have to, though. Like, he's never going to convince us that he's a great parent, or I shouldn't use great parent. He's never going to convince us he's a great husband. Like, that's just not, that ship has sailed. You're not going to convince us of that.
I'm torn.
So, like, why even try to make that fight? I mean, I guess maybe it'd be weird if he went up there and said nothing in regards to it all. Like, maybe that's the weirder part of it.
His other play was to be a D about it
and just not answer, answer football questions.
Guys, I'm here to talk about football, not talk about my personal life.
Honestly, it's probably the route that I would have gone if I were him.
I think it would have blown up the story more.
Sure, but
at this point, though, I think anything he says is going to
inflame the story. He's not going to win. Yeah, he's not going to win because I think about it. Like what he did say today, we're still playing and talking about it. We're still having these discussions over it. You did a bad thing, and now you got to live with those consequences. That's the spot that he's in. Like, you don't get to redeem yourself if you're perceived to be a bad husband, and we got reason why we would think that. You're probably not in 2 months going to convince people that you're the world's greatest father.
I will tell you,
or husband. Excuse me. I keep saying father.
I still can't believe this story has gotten the amount of run that it's gotten. And again, I think Rossini and specifically Mike Vrabel inflamed this story with their actions and how they've handled it, and being able to go back in history and be able to see all the things they said about each other, or look at the way they. But I still cannot believe that this has been effectively a 3-month story in the NFL that I still think is as red hot now with Vrabel's comments today as they were 3 months ago before anybody indulged the conversation.
Is it because of the week off season we've had, or is it because people wanted him to be fired and they're just going to hang on to it until he gets fired?
I just think we like sleaze. I think as much as we all like to act like we are a refined peoples, that we've grown anything from any of the previous scandals, I think an attractive NFL head coach having an affair with an attractive reporter.
Do you think Vrabel's attractive?
He's a good-looking man. There's no way about that. I'm horny. You don't think he's good-looking?
Not particularly, no.
Really? Why do you think he's not attractive? What doesn't do it for him?
I think he's like a 6 in the look department.
Ooh, I don't know.
A solid 6.
Meathead.
If he's not an NFL head coach, he's getting nothing close to Diana Rossini.
Oh, I disagree.
No, not happening.
It's an attitude thing with him.
Not happening.
It's an attitude thing.
His shoulders it's like built like a block. He's got a weird frame to him.
You know, women like guys with broad shoulders, right?
No, but
his by a man with broad shoulders.
It's like a block. He's got a weird shape.
It's called
muscles. Thank you. No, that's not what I'm thinking of. It's just weird. He's just shaped weird. I don't know what to tell you. He is. When you look at him, he looks like he's shaped a little weird. I don't know how else to describe it.
I think it's you just repeatedly going
Because
back
you're not
to
giving
his
me
shape
anything. You're not giving me anything to go on. There's no life raft that is
Because-
happening here. You're just letting me repeat the idea. I don't think he's a particularly good-looking man.
I got nothing on this one. 216-474-0092. He's weird. He's shaped weird.
Yes, he's shaped a little weird.
I think he's shaped like a guy that played 12 years in the NFL.
Yeah, and he looks like kind of like how like Mike Wilbon. If you see him out and about, he's like hunched over because he's at a TV desk for 35 years.
Mike Wilbon
At a
belongs
at a
in
TV
the
desk
Lord
for
of the Rings
40 years.
cast. Mike
His
Vrabel.
back looks a little funny.
Mike Vrabel belongs in a gym. Mike Vrabel. If you told me Vrabel was on the juice just a little bit, just to keep
On
his
the
edge,
juice?
I'd buy it. Yeah.
You saw the belly in that photo.
Yeah, guys on the juice can be fat too.
Yeah.
They can have a hey,
No, they
David
can.
Njoku. Well, who was not on the juice, but David Njoku had a lot of muscles and then had a belly on him too.
Yeah.
216-474-0092. Mike Vrabel, hot or not?
I'm swiping not. I just think not. I don't know.
He's got a weird body. I don't know why it is making me laugh the way it is, but it is.
I
Now-
can't describe. The problem is I can't describe what I think is actually weird about the body outside of saying his shoulders look like they're Legos.
Do we need to consult what's going on down there? Is that what you're saying?
We need to
'Cause
go to
we're
the
not
book. We need to go to the book.
We're not that kind of show.
We're not, and we never have been.
No. Well, we were for a small glimpse of time, but not anymore.
So anyway, so you're still into the story is the point?
Oh, yeah. And I'm surprised at how much everybody else is still into the story.
You think it's because we just like to talk about salacious things in this country? Is that the read on this?
Especially if people are wildly successful. Yes. I think we like to tear people down after they've had a significant amount of success.
Well, I mean, so you're right about the idea that there's nothing he could have said that would have made anybody happy. And you're also right about the idea that it didn't really matter what he said. If he said football things or non-football things, he was going to lose in this equation. And I also think trying to convince people that you're this great husband, probably not the play I would make if this were me.
Now, from the Patriots and Mike Vrabel and everybody that he loves, all the way to the Cleveland Browns, I think it's been really interesting to watch on a few different levels some of the conversation around Harold Fannin Jr., because I know Pelissero had a clip about Harold Fannin Jr. I also know Ben Solak a couple weeks ago had this big write-up on several players in the NFL. Fannin was one of them, and it said, this is a quote from it saying, Fannin has everything that elite receiving tight ends need to have in the modern NFL. As long as he clears the manageable bar of functioning blocker, he'll become a household name as one of the league's most dangerous tight ends. And so the Fannin conversation really comes down to, is the amount of talent around him going to help him, or is it going to hurt his production? And I actually think, there are two reasons why I'm buying as much stock as I can in Harold Fannin Jr., anybody that wants to sell. One is, I think he's only going to be more dangerous as a touchdown threat the more talent he has around him. And two, because I think like, if he couldn't hang last year, I think we would have seen that exposed in a big way. Second thing is Monken. Monken loves tight ends, and he has a lot of success getting the most out of tight ends. I think it's Harold Fannin by a mile at the spot. I don't think you have your Isaiah Likely yet, or your second tight end, I should say. And so I look at this, and it's like, not only do I expect him to have better stats this year, I think he's going to be a more dangerous player because I think it's all going to come together. Young tight ends don't produce the way he did in his rookie year, especially with a quarterback play.
No, they definitely don't. That's like if we're trying to talk about like where he sits in far as like the NFL is right now. For the longest time, we put Njoku in that like 8 to 10 range. You can make an argument Fannin's already there. Mm-hmm. He was 8th in receptions. He was, I think, 11th overall in receiving touchdowns last year. Like he's already hit a lot of the high marks that you would want someone like that to hit. Technically, he was tied for 8th overall in that category too. So like he's doing it in a lot of different ways. Now the Monken part of it, that's interesting. You give him credit for that already. Because the Andrews, like Mark Andrews in Baltimore under Monken was not the same Mark Andrews as he was in the early parts with Baltimore anyway. Mm-hmm. Like the yards that he had was not like what Fannin did last year was as good as anything Mark Andrews did under Monken. Mm-hmm. So, like, I don't know that I give Monken that blessing to be like, he's great with tight ends. He's going to make this work with tight ends. I think he'll make it work because Harold Fannin's just a really good football player.
So I think it's more because I think if you put Andrews and Likely together, I think they're going to play a lot of 2 and 3 tight end sets this year. But I think when it comes to statistical prominence, I don't expect much out of Joe Royer. I don't expect Jack Stoll? I don't expect much out of him.
No, Jack Stoll's a blocking tight end.
I almost think like Andrews, it was a catch-22 with Andrews and Lively, is that they were both really nice players, or likely were both really nice players. And I do think they ate into each other's touches. I think the other tight ends aren't going to do that here, though.
No, yeah, I agree with that. I look at how many other options there's going to be, and I don't know that he's going to be the same safety blanket that like he was for Shedeur last year. I just don't know. We'll have to find it out. But if he could just do what he did his rookie season, if he does that for, I don't know, the next 4 years, you're more than satisfied.
Yeah, and I think for my thinking is it's like, one, I don't expect the 3 wide receivers. If you do, let's say your 3 starting receivers are the 2 rookies and Jerry Jeudy, I don't expect them to all be great or all put up prolific stats. I would imagine maybe one guy emerges as the leading receiving target.
Yeah.
And then I think Fannin at worst becomes the number 2 option in this offense. Because I just think so much of how the NFL is playing right now, maybe this is the third part of this, I think it's just becoming we're living in the best era for tight ends, whether you're a top 5 tight end, top 10 tight end, or whether you're like the 50th best guy. And so I actually think that's the thing I'm most excited to see, because Harold Fannin put up a lot of stats last year. And I understand the argument is, well, somebody had to catch the ball. Mm-hmm. I've watched plenty of years where where your leading receiver is 500 yards. And by the way, not terribly proficient either. Like, that to me is, well, somebody had to go there. Fannin made a lot of plays.
Well, you could trust him, too, was the other side of that. You could trust him, and that's why he got so many touches. It's kind of like, how we talked about before, like if Mobley was on a different team to start off, would his points per game be different because he'd have more opportunities and more shares? I just looked it up right now. The target share percentage, okay, so the amount of times they went to him relative, he was 5th in the NFL for tight ends. Like, he's up. Trey McBride was number 1. He got 27% of the target share. But it's McBride, Bowers, Pitts, Kittle, and Fannin. Those are the very best of the best in the NFL. Like, that's that. If you try to come up with a list of the best wide receivers in the game, you're going to hit a lot of the names I just talked about right there. So he got a lot of opportunities. He got a lot of chances, and we saw that play out. I just don't know that he's going to get the, 21% that he got last year coming up this year.
216-474-0092. Harold Fannin Jr. getting a lot of love this offseason. What is his ceiling? We'll ask that of Daryl Ryder and ask what he saw out in Berea today in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for Universal Windows Direct, and it really doesn't matter when it comes to Cleveland weather.
tall for sure.
To talk more Cleveland sports with the guys, our very own Daryl Ryder joins Nick and JP next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The Browns are back on the practice field for OTAs, and our beat reporter Daryl Ryder has the details. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Bobby Marks coming up in about 40 minutes here. We'll talk about Cavs offseason machinations, run it back, break it up, and everything in between. My buddy Zach Gelb had David Blatt on his show today, courtesy of 365 Sports. David Blatt says he doesn't expect LeBron to return to Cleveland this offseason. I have to play that, get his logic on there.
Yeah, I'll have to see what he has to say.
Yeah. Ask him what was it like to be railroaded by LeBron, too.
Well, I would imagine there's probably some hate in his heart there.
I don't feel
that might exist.
I feel like we should interview David Blatt because I just want to just fire fastballs at him in like the most respectful way because I never had anything against David Blatt. Like, he was hired to coach a different Cavs team, and then LeBron was like, actually, I'll come back. It's not really his fault.
Maybe he gives a tutorial to Atkinson and just what happens? How fast can they get J.J. Redick to be the head coach of the Cavs here? I don't know.
Oh, I'll tell you. Maybe they're just keeping Kenny Atkinson around here so he can be undermined by LeBron.
That's your penance. So that's your tough stretch here is LeBron's going to bully you into submission.
There is literally no way that Kenny Atkinson doesn't get fired by LeBron at some point.
Atkinson would be pulling his hair out, stressing over everything, and LeBron would just body bag him daily.
Yep. I know because that's what he did to David Blatt for about a year and a half.
Yeah, that's fun.
Poor guy. But glad to see he's talking LeBron.
Yeah,
now,
he is.
we got Browns. We should acknowledge this. We should acknowledge that, you and I had the conversation. Is it a conspiracy? Is it a collusion? The Browns may be putting out more pro-Deshaun content than pro-Shedeur content. Should be noted since that conversation. We got a deep ball video about what Shedeur did today.
Yeah, interesting. We had the conversation an hour and a half ago. We lay out the idea and all the different ways that they have basically just highlighted Deshaun Watson and not highlighted Shedeur, and then boom, here we are. Shedeur Sanders video. Shedeur Sanders hype video by the Browns. Wonder why that happened.
So are we inching closer to collusion/conspiracy?
I think they're acknowledging that there was something amiss in what was going on.
Yeah.
So I would say my read on it was pretty dead on.
Yeah. So now they're frustrated that I called it a conspiracy?
Still frustrated. Don't love being called a conspiracy theory and the way you set it up and the way you did it. Still frustrated.
Okay.
Very, very.
I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, just not cool moment by you, but that's fine. Neither here nor there. The point is that's an acknowledgement that they are also understanding, hey, social media team, little one-sided on one guy's behalf.
So,
you wouldn't post it if you didn't believe it.
So to see.
I mean, you wouldn't do it.
To see if he agrees or not with us, we welcome in Daryl Ryder, brought to you and powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, welcome to the show.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
Hello, Daryl.
JP, because I mischaracterized it one too many times for you. Why don't you set it up for Daryl and see what he has to say?
All right, Daryl. You're the one that says that this Brown social media team is intentional. I had made the case that because in the last week we have seen multiple Deshaun Watson touchdown throws on social media that the Browns have posted, and the only positive that we've seen from Shedeur can in fact be a negative in that it was the touchdown pass yesterday where they credited the defense or the offense for making a play, but reality was that was an interception that should have happened, and the ball went 20 feet in the air and then obviously landed in a receiver's hands. So like the only good thing we've seen from their site has been Deshaun Watson videos, and I was just wondering why that was. And then 10 minutes ago they posted a Shedeur Sanders touchdown in acknowledgement that maybe they were getting one-sided there, Daryl.
Well, or maybe Deshaun was just giving them more highlights to post.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that is it. I don't know.
Or they just happened to be rolling when Deshaun had the highlights, and I severely doubt this is it.
I mean, come on.
They roll on everything, but I was going to say maybe they happened to miss a Shedeur highlight or two.
Like
you had him in the first half, Daryl.
The one interception that they posted that was a Deshaun interception, they posted in a way where you couldn't even see that it was Deshaun that threw the interception.
Okay.
Like there's some cover up.
The angle's the angle, though. There's nothing you can do there.
But don't use the word conspiracy.
Listen, you can only shoot where you can shoot from.
Is that why you missed Shedeur's touchdown today?
Yeah, I had a pretty lousy angle on it. Yes.
Yeah.
I try not to post videos that I either didn't shoot it well enough or I have like people in the way and the highlight is obstructed because I just don't need a bunch of comments telling me what a lousy camera person I am. I already know I'm a lousy camera person. I don't need people on social media to remind me of that fact.
Seems pretty reasonable, JP.
Very reasonable.
Yeah.
All right, Daryl, how'd they look today?
Look pretty good. Lot of touchdowns today, which was nice to see from the quarterbacks. I think
Sean
both of them
specifically.
both of them threw touchdowns, but
don't mind Nick.
He's
just in a mood today. Don't mind him.
They also threw an interception.
You're lousy today, and you know it.
So there's that part of it too. There, but also off deflections. But no, again, they're still going through this installation process. They're still working on their alignments. Coach Riz likes to call them the perfect plays, where making sure they're getting up to the line, being where they're supposed to be. All the pre-snap things are going well and whatnot. But I felt a lot of energy at practice today. Again, it was I was confused about watching the Browns practice because I saw touchdowns being scored. I wasn't sure if I was at the right practice or not, but it was fun to watch.
All right, Daryl. We talked in the previous segment about Harold Fannin Jr. and some of the love that he's getting coming off a strong rookie season. Do you think that the addition of Todd Monken and the addition of better weapons around him will hurt his production this year, or do you think it'll help it?
No, I think it'll help it. I think it's going to help Jerry Jeudy as well. The fact that they have Devin Boston and Casey Concepcion to throw into the mix, because now you're spreading defenses thinner. Okay, all the focus just isn't on Harold Fannin Jr. All the focus just isn't on taking Jerry Jeudy out of plays and whatnot. So the more the merrier, and I think those two young kids, I think that they're going to be able to take a little bit of a load off of both Harold and Jerry and allow both of those players to increase their production this fall.
Did you see anything with Deshaun today in some scrambles or any sort of it felt like people on the timeline just kept referencing some running plays that he was doing, as if Monken was getting in his bag and trying to do Lamar-type stuff with Deshaun. Yeah. Did you notice any of that today?
Yeah, I mean, look, and he looks healthy, okay? I still want to see him when there's a defense on the field, okay? I've seen good Deshaun in practice. I've seen bad Deshaun in practice. Obviously, referencing the training camp a couple years ago where he just looked absolutely miserable. Then the Vikings came to town, and it was an embarrassing offensive performance, and unfortunately, a sign of things to come for the Browns there. But watching him go through the reps and the drills in these practices, and even today, with having him move the pocket, having him run a couple of keepers and whatnot, he looks physically healthy and able to perform. He threw a beautiful touchdown to Jamari Thrash. It was just right on the money. A lot of air under the football as well. So he looks healthy. And that's great. Like, that's step one of this process from my standpoint. Okay, he looks healthy. He's looking good in the practice. He's making some nice throws. The reads look really good. He's using his feet well. But I'm recognizing there's no live contact. There's zero chance that he's getting knocked over by anybody and whatnot. So I'm trying to look at it through a very balanced lens right now. Yes, looks good. Everything I'm seeing looking pretty good. But, there are a lot of Browns quarterbacks that have looked good this time of year. So I'm trying to temper my enthusiasm and my expectations because, again, he's not going against a full contact defense right now in pass rush.
Daryl, not sure if you remember this. The Cavs really stunk it up in this Knicks series, and
Did they?
Yeah, we've now 48 hours removed from all of that nonsense. We're full in off-season mode here. Do you think this summer is going to be about choosing between Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley?
I think there's a chance that could happen, but I've been thinking about this because one thing I am honestly struggling with now. What are the solutions? Right? They are going to keep the front office. They're going to keep Kenny Atkinson and his coaching staff, provided anyone doesn't leave, for another opportunity or head coach opportunity. I know there's, some guys that are in the running for head coaching gigs around the NBA right now. But I think that signaled a couple of things. One, it was on the players. And I'm going to give James Harden some credit here. I did like what he said in his post-game press conference. And he's, hey, Kenny wasn't out there missing shots. We were. And just for whatever reason, the Cavaliers shooting, especially behind the arc, it just completely went in the tank in that series. They got 3 good quarters in game 1, and then it was just hot garbage from there. They were building castle after castle after castle with all the bricks and the paint they were peeling off the rims. So I do think that the focus this offseason is going to be making significant adjustments to this roster. And quite frankly, I think everything has to be on the table. That doesn't mean I'm advocating for any specific player to be moved. The point that I'm just trying to make, Nick, is that I think everything has to be on the table this offseason to try and get this Cavalier team over the hump.
Who would you choose between Donovan or Mobley if you can only keep one?
I'd keep Evan, but I have some questions about Evan too. I know I kind of feel like he was the most consistent player in the playoffs, but I don't know that that's saying much because there were no consistent players in the playoffs. I still maintain that Evan and Jarrett don't work together, and I think there's a real good chance that one of them will not be on this team next year because someone's got to be an asset to bring in what they need on this team. I don't think the two big things work, and hopefully Kobe Altman finally realizes that this offseason and makes the right decision to bring in a piece that can elevate this team.
Were you surprised at how quickly the Cavs let it be known that they were not going to fire Kenny Atkinson or Kobe Altman?
I was stunned, honestly, especially coming off of that. Certainly, and I struggled after the press conference. I hurried up and I got the video up of James Harden and Donovan Mitchell offering their full-throated support for Kenny Atkinson. And I woke up the next morning. I kept rewatching those clips and trying to decipher. Okay, is this just player speak? Right? You don't want to throw your head coach under the bus. You want to say some nice things about him or whatever. And the more I watch, I'm like, no, they're really sticking up for this guy. They're really putting the blame on themselves for not performing. It wasn't Kenny out there missing shots and missing assignments and playing half you-know-what defense out there. And so, but I was surprised that it was that quick. I really felt that maybe Dan Gilbert and his team would take some time to really deliberate Kenny Atkinson's future as well as Kobe Altman's because – Kobe's the one that put this team together. The deficiencies that showed up in the postseason, those are on Kobe Altman. The fact that he went out and got James Harden, who at times looked like he should be in a retirement home, dribbling basketballs off his feet, and then every once in a while we get the glimpse of the great Hall of Famer James Harden, but he wasn't nearly as consistent. I think he had more games with turnovers than field goals, then he did the reverse, where he had more field goals than turnovers. And, that's a problem. Just very, very sloppy play from him. I thought he had quite a few lazy plays in that closeout game as well that I did not like. There's going to be some very difficult decisions that they're going to have to make this offseason. I think it's 4 years in a row that the team that lost the Eastern Conference Finals came back the next year to win the Eastern Conference Finals, and now that's the tradition the Cavaliers are going to look to continue next season. I think significant changes are going to have to come, though, if they're going to realize that, just because looking at the landscape of the Eastern Conference, Boston going to be better, Indiana's going to be better. I don't think the Pistons are going anywhere. You've got Orlando and Charlotte in the mix as well, and I'm not saying they're on the same level, but they're going to be a thorn in the side, maybe even Atlanta too. So this Eastern Conference is going to be a lot more competitive next year than it was this year. So, again, that's why I feel a major change is going to have to be made by the Cavaliers.
Daryl, great stuff. Congrats on making the New Heights podcast, even though Ashley really got all the love out of that. But congrats.
Listen, all I know is Travis Kelce said that something I said was bleeping hilarious. My life is made.
Yeah.
That made your life?
Yeah.
You got to shoot higher than that, Daryl.
Well, no one thinks I'm funny except for myself, so that's why I have to give myself the pat on the back.
I am saying yes, yes, and oh yes.
And by the way, dynamite job helping me cheese those burgers on Memorial Day.
I heard you did great, Daryl.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that went a little better than the beating I took in the yard in the old throwing the football game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard that didn't go very well, Daryl.
No. It was athletes against mathletes. It was
you and Matt got tossed.
You guys got absolutely worked.
Listen, I haven't had a beating that bad since I was about 7 years old.
Oh, Daryl. No.
Daryl is that is dark even for me, friend. I don't know whether to say I'm disappointed or congratulations, but I guess I'll say both.
Oh my gosh, Daryl.
Yeah, Daryl, be good, buddy.
You bet, guys. Have a great week.
Daryl Ryder there. Brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Daryl.
We laughed at a joke he said.
That was the whole point.
Yeah.
That was the whole point.
Yeah, he knew. He's like, all right, Nick and Jonathan, I got to go super dark. Here's where I finally turn my trauma into giggles.
You got to turn into Anthony Jeselnik all of a sudden. I mean, my goodness.
I think if this is the beginning of Daryl and stand-up, I'm here. Was I too rough on you today?
I had a good time.
One's got a lot of backstory for people.
Yeah. Yeah. Jeez. By the way, Mac, you got your ass beat this weekend. Have you ever thrown a football before this weekend? I just want to make sure.
Oh, jeez. What is happening?
No, Mac, you're not answering. I just wanted. No, you were so bad.
Yeah, Mac, we can't hear you shaking your head.
Daryl was better than you, so I'm asking: have you ever seen a football? Have you ever thrown a football?
No, I'm
before?
sorry, my back is a little thrown out from having to carry a little bit there. So I
think he scored more points than you, though.
No, I don't think he did.
That's exactly how it went.
I think really isn't.
Didn't he swish it and you didn't?
I was the one that was at least more consistent in actually hitting the target.
Okay.
I wasn't the one that was dirting it 5 yards in front of the target.
That is not.
Nick was Deshaun Watsoning it?
No, Daryl.
Daryl dominated them.
And then Daryl also was then making jokes about the teammate that he has rather than, actually going ahead and going through it.
Oh, you guys had some locker room tension there, huh?
Yeah, but Daryl still had more points than you.
So have you ever touched a football before? That was the question he asked?
Yes, I actually have.
Okay.
Daryl
was that the first time though? That wasn't.
Was that because according to
because I actually look like I could throw a football. Daryl looks like he came out of a Hallmark movie.
That wasn't the breakdown I got.
No, that's not what the streets are saying.
That's not the breakdown I got.
The streets remember it, Mac.
Then you need glasses.
Lot of wrist there from Mac Robinson. Lot of wrist.
So zesty.
We're having fun. Thank you for your permission. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Vegas Golden Knights have swept the Colorado Avalanche to advance to the Stanley Cup Final. The Golden Knights took a 2-0 lead with a Cole Smith goal to seal the deal for Vegas. This will be the third time the Golden Knights have made the Stanley Cup Final in their 9 seasons of existence. Vegas awaits the winner of the East Final. The Hurricanes lead the Canadiens 2-1. I'm Chris Black.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose what...
easiest way, not through, they're going to find the easiest way out of it. And the easiest way out of it is still the toughest way out of it because you get hammered by 37 and then it becomes a giant pep rally of Knicks fans in your own building.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have Bobby Marks of ESPN coming up in just about 20 minutes, talking about what the Cavs should do this offseason. More firsthand inside knowledge on how bad Mac and Daryl were at playing QB 54.
Tried justifying it all break long.
Very upset by it. I get it. It's tough. You can't handle that smoke. Or
describe Daryl for everyone really quickly because that was funny.
A bad Hallmark actor.
No. The other one.
Oh, a person that throws right-handed that was trying to go lefty for no reason.
That's your teammate. That is.
There was
and
nothing.
He was throwing jabs at me the entire game.
They're teammates the way like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are teammates. Is what it sounds like.
Unfortunately, neither of you were throwing the football very well. But a real
my
man
favorite game was the next game that I played.
Yeah.
When he's not my teammate.
Yeah, good one. Joe Vardon of The Athletic.
Said it on Twitch.
Joined the Morning Boys today. He talked about what he's expecting from the Cavs this offseason.
I am taking the much more cautious tone or approach to what they will do this offseason, and it's a little bit of an educated guess, I would say. It's not just my opinion. There's a very real chance that all the things that have been said over the last few days that have had so many of us rolling our eyes about analytics this and open shots that and expected whatever, there's a very real chance that they're all buying that and that they have taken a step back and they're saying, you know what, our guys were in the right positions to win these games and we were just gassed. We were too tired. It's a legitimate explanation. The fact is, like, you can get there for the first time and learn from it. And this is Donovan's first time. And it is Evan's first time. And it is Jarrett's first time. And they learned lessons that they didn't know before. And couple that with what it costs, A, to pay this team, and then B, what it will cost to dismantle this team. Those things point to at least some semblance of giving roster a chance to learn from its mistake.
Yeah, they're delusional if they really believe everything that Joe was talking about at the beginning, as if it's not their fault, as if they just ran into a string of bad luck and everything associated with it. They're also in a really interesting spot where now I don't think that Donovan is a number one on a championship team. I don't think that Evan Mobley can ascend to be a number one on a championship team. And so you're stuck in a rock and a hard place. And so they are really just going to continue to swerve into the Donovan part of this. And we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, I said a little bit of this yesterday, and I want to reaffirm this. I think some of the name porn that was yesterday with, Giannis, and hey, don't be surprised if you start hearing them attached to Giannis. LeBron, all the names you heard. It sure felt like the Cavs were putting a deluge of ideas out there so that everyone would talk about anything other than how embarrassed they just got in the Eastern Conference Finals. And kudos to them because it worked.
Well, and they also need people talking about something other than what I just laid out. Donovan's not good enough to win a championship. He just isn't. And we don't know if Mobley's going to ascend to be a guy that can win a championship. And so, like, if you're not selling us some other plan and you're thinking it's just run it back and, hey, we'll see if fortune just falls in our lap, well, no one's signing up for that. People barely signed up for this year as is.
And the thing that frustrates me about that, because you're great to point out the Donovan and Harden side of this, and hey, we're going to take some of the heat off them. Who's actually taking the blame for this? Like, I want to say, I respect getting the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't respect getting worked the way you got, where it looked like you got through Detroit and said, well, hey, we've got our success for this year. Let's not spend it all in one place.
Yeah, Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, on with Baskin and Phelps today. He was critical of Evan Mobley's development with the Cavs.
Offensively, I just don't see it. He's so reliant on other teammates to create for him. He can't create for himself. He has a hard time when he has to dribble more than 4 times in a possession. He has no go-to move. He has no turnaround jumper. He has no post-up skill set. So it's going to be hard for him to get to that kind of level where you start talking about what Kenny Atkinson was talking about last summer, top 5 player in the game, or when Evan had the audacity to compare himself to Victor Wembanyama. So I have my doubts about Evan ever becoming the kind of offensive player that the Cavs have talked about him becoming. And because of that, I do think it's worth them exploring what could we possibly get. And if it does bring Giannis here, I don't think you can turn your back on that.
I really struggle with the Giannis thing. Great player, future Hall of Famer, NBA champion. He's also on the wrong side of 30. He's had a lot of health issues recently, specifically in the Cavs department, which I don't need him blowing an Achilles next year in his first year here. And I also think there are real logistical concerns about Giannis, Donovan, and James Harden coexisting and having an offense or defense that looks any good at all. So I just think it's name porn. I really do, even if I understand what Chris's doubts are, and I think that's fair.
And so the interesting part about this, if it is just in fact name porn, and it's just them floating out Giannis to get excited or LeBron to get excited, the reality is if you don't get either of those guys, you're going to be screwed in trying to get people to buy into this team. Because everyone's already convinced this team has a ceiling to it. It can only go so far, everything else we've talked about. But if you don't make some sort of drastic change and really kind of change the math on this whole entire thing, you're just entering a world of pain for the next offseason. And it's a weird spot they put themselves into, and I don't even know that they realize they put themselves into it.
Jerry Jeudy spoke with the media today following OTAs. He talked about Todd Monken's impact in the new offense he's installing.
Oh yeah, he's holding everybody accountable. You know, if you're not doing your job, he's gonna either pull you out, he's gonna call you out, and make sure you're on point. So you know, you better be on point with Todd for sure. The concepts of everything's different about his offense, the play calling, the concept. But you know, I'm used to different. You know, I deal with different changes mostly damn near every year of my career. So you know, that's no biggie.
This is a big year for Jerry Jeudy. He seems like he likes Monken now. We'll see if he stays liking Monken.
Love to hear it. Would love to see it. About September through December but let's make it to January for Jerry.
At least, like, as of right now, in the way he's been talking in the media, he at least seems like, first off, there's acknowledgement that last year didn't go great for him, but he keeps wanting to use this excuse of something that we're just not aware of and not privy to that was going on in his life. All right, whatever you got to do. But he seems committed to the idea that last year was a one-off, and he's going to get back to the version he was his first year here in Cleveland, and I'm going to give him that chance to do so, mainly because I don't have any other choice.
Just turn the page. As long as we turn the page,
that's all he's trying to do. Just keep turning it. Ashley Bass.Cleveland.com joined us today at 3:20. She broke down what she's seen from the Browns quarterback so far at OTAs.
These OTA practices, like a little peek behind the curtain for fans who may not know, they are not all open, right? This is their 5th OTA practice. It's only the 2nd one we as media have been able to attend. We'll only get one more out of the 10 total, so it's one a week. So what we have seen, I mean, Deshaun Watson has gotten the bulk of the opportunities. So if that's happening on the days we aren't here, I would guess there's just simply more Deshaun Watson content. But these 2 practices that we've been out here, I mean, it just seems like we're seeing more of Deshaun Watson. He looks very sure of himself, very confident. I don't think there's any conspiracy about this.
So I did see the video of Deshaun in like a designed run play.
Mm-hmm, yeah, the one where people are like, oh, he looks just like Lamar. Monken's bringing Lamar stuff back. How'd it look?
Yeah, it didn't look like Lamar to me.
I didn't think it would.
Yeah, didn't think it would. It's one video here. I'm not trying to make the end of it. But like you're looking for that explosive, sneaky burst that he had. I ain't seeing that video.
Every reporter that's been down there that we've talked to is making the suggestion that he looks incredibly healthy, though. Yeah. I read a piece earlier today from Mary Kay, and she talked to a doctor, not Deshaun's doctor, but a doctor, that suggests that 2.5 years removed from the surgeries he had, he should be stronger. His arm should be stronger and better than it ever has been. So, like, all right. We'll keep an eye on it. I just don't believe in him long term.
The Guardians avoided getting swept by the Nationals today with a 3-2 win this afternoon, and they have not been swept for 28 consecutive series, the longest active streak in the AL, according to Tom Withers.
Nice.
Thank you for that stat there. Manager Stephen Vogt said he's very proud of the way his team responded today.
26 games in 27 days and 13 in a row again to come out of it 9-4. That's pretty good. You know, I think anybody would take that. Or I just couldn't be more proud of them. I mean, I thought they played excellent. They showed up. They were ready to play. They didn't let 2 tough nights get them down. You can't have mood swings in this game. You got to be consistent. And the guys were phenomenal. They worked their backsides off. Had a tough weather road trip. Get some really good teams, and we played well.
All right. What we acknowledged earlier was the idea that Bazana now has 2 2 extra base hits today. Last 5 hits have all been extra base hits. He's tearing the cover off the ball and has been on a nice stretch. What we didn't acknowledge in talking about this earlier was the idea that Gavin had a really nice performance. Got in some trouble early, high pitch count, and then really settled into it. And you know Gavin's having a nice game when he only walks 2 batters. When he's not walking everybody under the sun, you can usually find good Gavin, and you had good Gavin today.
Good win, Gardos. That's how you do it. Now let's get the next series. Let's get back to winning series because that's more fun. Bobby Marks of ESPN joins us in 5 minutes. Is this summer about the Cavs choosing between Donovan and Evan Mobley? We'll ask him that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Quick hits coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Cavs no longer in the playoffs. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? I did enjoy the Spurs-Thunder game last night. We're on his way to checking out of the game. Victor Wembanyama said to both Bismack Biyombo, who might be one of the 3 nicest people in the NBA, and one of the Plumlees, go commit some hard fouls out there, and they gooned it up. I do like that.
At least Wemby was doing something on the court last night.
Hey,
we can only talk about him after game 1 when he's awesome. We can just not bring it up when he just weighs an egg.
I actually kind of like that as well.
In a game 5, an important game.
I'm pro Wemby, so yes, I agree with this.
4 of 15 from the field. What are we doing? You're the best player on the court.
Now, Cavs still not in the playoffs. But to talk about this and to talk about their offseason, we head out to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Bobby Marks of ESPN joining us now. Bobby, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Very good. Now, I know you're a very respected member of the basketball community, and so I might be putting you in a position here. I kind of liked Wemby getting his backup bigs to kind of goon it up last night. I dare I say, is it okay to say that I missed the goon in this current modern NBA?
Yeah, I mean it's funny because that's probably the only time those two are going to get on the court in a game like that last night, and Mason winds up, the league winds up nailing them with a flagrant 1. They basically retro, which basically doesn't really mean much here, but yeah, I mean I think certainly I thought Oklahoma City kind of had its way a little bit last night, and he kind of sent the word to the end of the bench that his 2 veterans to kind of mix it up a little bit.
All right, with this, we will bring into the Cavaliers here and set aside my love for goons. Is this summer for the Cavaliers about choosing between Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley?
It's a good question. I think, I think at the end of the day, I would be surprised if Mitchell doesn't sign an extension. So that means is Mobley the odd man out? Do you have to move Mobley to basically change the dynamics of the roster here? I think the answer to that is probably going to be determined on what happens with Harden, as far as what the flexibility you have from a trade standpoint. With I would expect that James number to come down significantly lower than $42 million. I don't know what it is, but I would think you'd want to get under the second apron, and then it gives you the flexibility to do a deal here. I think. Listen, the Donovan number is massive. You guys know I think it's 4 for 277, I want to say. And if he plays it out, it could get up to like 350. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for a player that will be, 33, 34 on the tail end of that here. So I don't know if you have to, if you have to choose, but I think you have to have the flexibility when an option presents itself, whether it be in a trade that you have to be in a position to do that.
Well, so which do you think is more likely? They trade Donovan, trade Mobley, or run it back?
I think we'll run it back. I think that's, but listen, I think the running back, of course, is probably the easier way. I think that's, you could probably say, hey, we got past, got one round further. We made a trade at the deadline. Let's see what happens in a full year. And then on the counter is let's look at what happens in games 3 and 4 at home. What happened at the end of game 1? To think that maybe you should probably change the parts of the roster. I think changing the parts of the roster becomes a little bit more harder as far as where they are financially here. But I think if I had a choice of the 3, I would probably lean more to most of this group back for next year.
So I'm a problem solver, Bobby. So when I see Boston's got this problem of Tatum and Brown on their hands, I think to myself, I want to help, right? That's just who I am.
It's very kind of
you. So what do you think would be more enticing for Boston if we were just trying to do a 1-for-1 or 1 in pieces for 1, Donovan for Jaylen Brown or Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown?
Ooh, that's a good one. Mobley for Brown. I mean, that's an interesting one here. I think it's if you asked me, just like I know we've got all these complicated rules and the cap and the apron, I would probably, if I had to pick between Jaylen Brown and Donovan Mitchell, I'd pick Jaylen Brown probably 10 out of 10. So that's kind of, just from how I'm looking at it here. But I don't know if that option is going to be there. I don't know if, certainly Boston's going to split up those two. I think we'll hear a lot about Giannis, of course, in the next probably couple weeks here. I think does Cleveland want to kind of dip their toe in the deep end as far as with that? It requires some creativity here. That certainly would probably cost you Mobley in a deal, and it probably would certainly change the dynamics of your roster.
How realistic is the Giannis conversation? We think we're very close as Cavs fans watching this, but you got the national perspective. Are we really in the hunt there, or is it more kind of a reach, and we're just not acknowledging that?
I think if you split it up amongst all the different things you have, and whether it be draft picks and young players and win now players here, I think draft picks. I think you're kind of behind the line as far as some of the other teams based on what you can only trade to first. Just the second to last pick in the draft, first round, and then a future first in 31 or 32. I think the one player would be, certainly Mobley. And it's a matter of if you're Milwaukee, do we like Evan Mobley or do we want to flip him somewhere else? And maybe that turns into 2 or 3 players here and maybe more draft picks here. But I do think they have something that's appealing that a lot of teams, don't have. They have a big who is a defensive player of the year that's under contract for the foreseeable future here. If they figure they can build around him, then that's the guy, from a foundational piece, or as I said, can you move him for something else?
Bobby, I'm so torn on the Giannis thing because he is, without a doubt, one of the 10 best players in the NBA. He is fun to watch, which we like fun here in Cleveland. Yeah, and I know that in the immediate, he does make you better. If we're just talking Giannis for Evan Mobley, but he's 31. The calf injury scared the you-know-what out of me. And I'm trying to figure out how Giannis, Donovan, and James Harden fit together, sure. And it doesn't feel like anybody else is talking about those complications. Do you see the kind of the upside versus the downside with Giannis and the potential marriage with the Cavs?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's certainly risk. I think there's risk when it comes to the style of play. Is there enough spacing with those 3 players? I think there's certainly risk from a contractual standpoint. I mean, it's a guy that, as you said, is coming off, missed a bunch of games this year. I think fewest in his career with the calf. It's the same kind of scenario with Donovan. You're going to pay $75 million to a player that as he ages, that contract doesn't look as great. I think we've seen that a lot. We've seen that when guys get in their 30s and you got to pay them 35% of the salary cap. It becomes awfully challenging as far as how you build a roster.
If you were trying to build this team into a title contender, which it seems like they're obviously trying to do, especially with the commitment to Donovan, how would you go about doing it?
Oh, my goodness. Can I have some of what San Antonio has? I mean, I think it's hard. Listen, I think there's a lot of different ways to do it. I think in this league, you better have depth, and you better have good depth to withstand some type of, injuries or give you some variables. So I think that's the most important thing as far as when you get into these playoffs here is, the depth perspective. I thought the roster as was going into that, probably into the Indiana series, and I know Darius got hurt in the Miami series last year. I thought that was kind of hey, if you're going to build a roster, that's probably the way to go. And then Darius gets hurt, and then we all know what happens from there and everything like that. But I think for me, I would probably want Donovan at the point more with the ball in his hands. How does that impact Harden? Put shooters around him. I think that would probably be how I would want to build the roster around him.
Bobby, Jarrett Allen is a name we haven't mentioned yet.
Sure.
I've seen, kind of ideas that maybe he could be part of what goes to L.A. if there's a deal to be had for LeBron. What market could Jarrett have, and do you think that the postseason helped his value, considering we saw 2 Game 7s from Jarrett that were as good a postseason basketball we've ever seen him play?
I think he certainly has helped himself more than probably what happened last year. He's going into year one of this extension. He's got $28 million. He's got 3 years left. I think it's a pretty good contract in that sense here. I think centers are hard to come by. I think guys that can protect the rim, a lob threat, post presence, I think are valuable in this league here. So I think if that's the direction you want to go and you want to use him to kind of get other pieces, or we'll see what happens in LA with LeBron, which is kind of complicated because you basically can't do a sign and trade and remain over the first apron in that regard. If I was LeBron, I'd say, well, wait a minute, why don't I just go there for the minimum and just they can keep everyone, right? That'd be the perfect world.
Yeah, well, LeBron doesn't seem like he's gonna. Yeah, LeBron's not gonna do that. That's the hang up there.
He's made $600. I think he's made $600 million in his career. I think he's at this point in his career where, like, it's not going to be about the money. At least I don't think so here. I mean, if it was about the money, then he can stay in Los Angeles, or he can go to Brooklyn, or he can go to Chicago.
I just think he's done so much player empowerment and so much about making what your worth is attached to your financials, and I'd be surprised by that, but maybe end up being right. So where do we look with LeBron then? Outside of if he just wants to take a low pay cut in order to come here, what is the realistic venture there?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Cleveland or for elsewhere?
For Cleveland.
I think it becomes awfully difficult to do a sign and trade for him. I really do, just because where you are, you're a little bit, and that's where I think a lot of it has to do with where Harden's number comes in at. I think if you slice $13-14 million off James Harden's number and you basically give him a year or two to his deal, then that gives you a little bit more flexibility to kind of operate, under the first apron and everything, to be able to, you can't acquire a player in a sign trade and remain over the first apron.
Bobby, I think it's fair to say that despite continuing to try and jostle this roster around their four best players, you're still a little wonkily built, right? And one of the things that I think is fair to say is in a wing league, you still don't have that wing we can look at and go, that's the guy. That's the Jaylen Brown stopper, whatever. Sure. I know this is a complicated question because it might involve moving one of those four best players. Is there a wing around the NBA that might be available, whether it's in free agency, trade, whatever, that you think, now if the Cavs got that guy, it would make this roster maybe more complete or at least better around their better players they have?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly if you want to look at like New Orleans, I think, whether it be, Herb Jones or, Trey Murphy, guys like that, as far as, big wings and stuff like that, that would probably be, more ideal. I think it's funny that the wing discussion, it's like, I've been out of the league since 2015, and that was the discussion 11 years ago, 12 years ago. We would sit in a conference room and be like, hey, how do we get a 6'8" wing to kind of defend and make shots and everything like that? And that's the continual trend that we're seeing here and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I think that, as I said, the two guys in New Orleans, either player would be perfect as far as what they need to try to accomplish.
Do you find it peculiar then that Kobe Altman has built this whole entire thing and is just, like I say, ignored, but has basically ignored that position?
I don't know if he's ignored it. I just think it's difficult to come by. I think that's the most. I thought Jalen Tyson's minutes during the regular season were pretty good. And then he really didn't become a factor much in the in the playoffs here. Certainly after they traded DeAndre Hunter here. So I think they tried to address it at the deadline. I guess it was a year and a half ago with the Hunter trade. Then he gets moved for Schroeder and Ellis, and then you're still kind of having it's basically by committee, right? It's as we saw in the playoffs here.
Bobby, great stuff as always, man. Really do appreciate you. I know we're licking our chops trying to get this team back to where we hope we can be.
Well, yeah, it's funny, and I've said this, and I've talked to you never say one cost you the series, but one game cost you the series. What happened game one? The last 9 minutes cost you the series. And that's the reality of it here. And I don't want to say lay down in games 3 or 4, but I think what happened there was awfully deflating, and these guys, did not respond to that.
Would it be wrong of the Cavs then, the front office, to convince themselves that they were way closer than maybe what a sweep would tell you?
I don't know if I don't know. I mean, you guys saw New York games 3 and 4. I think there was a different, especially game 4. I think there was a different I don't think that, if you played New York in 10 games, maybe you'd beat them twice potentially, if we were coming off that game one here. So I don't know, if you talk yourself into that, I think that kind of gets you into trouble here.
Bobby, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much for your time. We'll
Thanks,
catch up
guys.
on down the
Talk to
line.
You got it. Take care.
Bobby Marks there, ESPN NBA insider, front office guy on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Wouldn't hate a Trey Murphy here. Wouldn't hate a Herb Jones.
I mean, those are the two names that get brought up for how many years?
3 years. Exactly 3 years.
Easily.
Yeah.
I think that's right. I can't tell if you're joking or not. But
No, it's exactly 3 years.
That seems like what that is.
It was after the first year. We all were like,
every single
what's
time.
going on down there?
Yeah, and
with New Orleans.
It's like I could have spat out the names before Bobby said it himself because it's just those two always come back to us.
We'll react to what Bobby Marks had to say about your Cleveland Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
199. 199. That's your payment on a new Trax at Spitzer Chevrolet. The Memorial Day sales event is in full swing.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Dan Gilbert will have some tough choices to make over the summer. Don't miss a beat of the Cavs offseason. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I think we'll run it back. Listen, I think running back, of course, is probably the easier way. I think that's, you could probably say, hey, we got past, got one round further. We made a trade at the deadline. Let's see what happens in a full year. And then on the counter is let's look at what happens in games 3 and 4 at home. What happened at the end of game 1 to think that maybe you should probably change the parts of the roster. I think changing the parts of the roster becomes a little bit more harder as far as where they are financially here. But I think if I had a choice of the 3, I would probably lean more to most of this group back for next year.
Bobby Marks of ESPN joining us in the previous segment. So that was in response to you saying, is it more likely they trade Donovan, trade Evan, or run it back? I think what's interesting is just the general idea of running it back. I think it is most likely that Evan, Donovan, and James are here. I don't know about Jarrett. I think Strus is certainly, because he's on an expiring, makes sense. And then I think pretty much everybody else is.
Dean Wade's probably gone, right? Or are you giving him a cheap contract?
I would be surprised if they didn't give him a cheap contract. They really like him. I don't know what the contract would look like.
I don't know either. And right now, it's not like they got a ton of cash lying around.
And I don't know how that goes in line with also paying James Harden a steep discount. What is going to be seen as a discount from the $42 million he's making this year. But I think that's smart. Okay. I don't dare say that I know what the Cavs are going to do right now because it's 2 days removed.
Yeah.
I hope they look at this and say, if the right trade presents itself for Donovan or Evan, we will seriously consider it, but you better know what those parameters are before you go into the offseason.
Yeah, and right now it seems like we're kind of looking at Giannis for Mobley. That one makes sense. Jaylen Brown for Donovan. That one makes sense. And anything outside of that, you're probably trying a little too hard.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Unless again, you decide you want to go for, if somebody's got a top 14 pick this year and a couple young pieces, that might be the kind of thing. But again, that you're going to be taking a step back next year, and you may never take a step forward again with Evan. The Jarrett thing's really tough for me because I don't know you're ever going to get commensurate value because of how centers are valued in the NBA, especially guys who are maybe not the most well-rounded offensive players. Mm-hmm. But he really did show up in the playoffs, and specifically in those 2 Game 7s in a way it's like, man, I hate to finally get him here and then be like, all right, I guess we got to move on from Jarrett.
I've always liked Jarrett a lot, but the problem that's going to come up, or at least going to continue to come up, is, as I told Bobby, I don't think LeBron's coming for $3 million. Mm-hmm. I don't even think he's coming for the mid-level. And so, and I know Bobby's like, the sign and trade's really hard to do. Yeah, but once Harden gets them under the apron, it won't be as hard. And so if part of that is understanding that Jarrett Allen's $33 million a year extension over the next 3 is what gets you LeBron, then it's one of those things you just have to do.
I do think, though, even within that conversation, LeBron is – I said LeBron's so old. LeBron is
analysis. LeBron guy, when did he get so old?
1 year of LeBron for a rim-running big at 28 years of age who's under a very affordable contract for the next 4 years. To me, I'm like, okay, what are the Lakers throwing in here? Because as great as LeBron is, this is kind of goes, and maybe this goes back to that's also acts as a salary dump in the long run. I just hate to give away a player in Jarrett who's more than functional, who is a starting big in the NBA, no matter if it's for a year or 2 of LeBron. I think that's where I really struggle.
I'd be all right with it. I think the interesting part is what Atkinson would do with LeBron replacing Allen in this, and the idea that he'd finally be able to have kind of like the get rid of himself with the 2 bigs, and the idea that he's never worked well with that. He's never operated well with that. I think that'd be almost freeing for Atkinson.
I think the problem is Evan's not going to want to play center the entire time.
No.
And so not having another big on this roster, Like, not only, by the way, do I think you need to have somebody that can play 24 minutes a night as a center, you would also, I think, need to have a better backup center. Like, I don't think you could bring back Thomas Bryant.
They've ignored that. Yeah, I don't know that Thomas Bryant's coming back, but they've ignored that for sure.
So you'd need two bigs in this scenario. And by the way,
you're not getting that back in return with the Lakers, by the way, because the Lakers, the reason why they want Jarrett Allen is they don't have that.
But, like, I would imagine, like, a Day'Ron Sharpe makes sense, and then you'd probably want somebody maybe like a Valanciunas, although maybe they're too similar of centers anyways. I'm, like, trying to figure that math out, and there's just a big part of me, and guys, maybe I'm too soft on this. I just have real reservations about trading Jarrett. I really am proud of what he's done this year, and I think I don't have that same. I'm pretty cut and dry with Donovan, and I'm defending Evan, but I'm pretty cut and dry with Evan. There are circumstances I would trade Evan for. Like, for instance, if Milwaukee looks at this and goes, we don't really want to trade Giannis for Jaylen Brown, so maybe we'll redirect Jaylen to Cleveland for Evan and maybe a couple picks.
Okay.
All right. I mean, again, I really struggle with this idea, but you do clear up the two bigs thing. And Jaylen Brown and getting a premier wing who could drop 28 points a game and I think has that dog in him, that's at least something worth talking about to me. Evan for Giannis just scares the crap out of me because, again, I do think you have the two big problems and Giannis and the health and everything else.
I think they're at a spot where they got to do something. And so, like, the run-it-back idea is a little scary to me because I think if you run it back, I don't think they're going to have the fortune and have everything go their way the way it did for the Knicks, where it's like, we were right there. We just needed one more season. I just don't see it with this team.
Let's go BP and Pepper Pike. What's up, BP?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing all right, but feeling better today than they did yesterday. Feeling like we're getting into the off-season mode now.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, we still made the Final Four of the NBA, so that's pretty good. We're not the, dregs of the NBA, so it's, it isn't all doom and gloom. But I completely agree with what Bobby Marks said, and he is one of the best NBA analysts out there. I've been saying this since the Cavs lost. I said this with Lima and Ken Carmen yesterday morning. I really think we should look to the New Orleans Pelicans. I think Jarrett Allen, I love Jarrett Allen. He's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. But I think we've seen enough of this, Jarrett Allen and Mobley. And I like to trade Jarrett Allen to New Orleans. Ideally, love to get Trey Murphy. Now, that might not happen, but then there's even some other guys on New Orleans I think could really help us. Herb Jones, Sadiq Bey, and even they've got like a young backup center, Yves Messi, who I think could start. He's a bruiser, 6'11", 250, and then you have Mobley still as your power forward. At least you get more depth with Herb Jones and Sadiq Bey. Because that's what we miss is the wings. We don't have any wings, like you guys said in the interview with Bobby Marks. So, but I don't want to get rid of Donovan Mitchell yet. I don't want to get rid of Mobley. No way. Those guys are still, all NBA type talent. So, I still like winning 50 games a year here. I'm not ready to, blow this thing up. That's for sure.
Hey, BP, real quick. Did you listen to the morning show today?
No, I didn't. I was out of town on business.
Darn, I was going to ask if you thought their fight was real today.
They were fighting pretty good yesterday. I mean, they almost need like a referee in there.
Yeah, I think
that would make for good TV on YouTube for bringing a referee.
I think Owen is the referee.
I think that's his job. Yeah,
I think mostly Owen's the referee that's just sick of everybody's nonsense, and I appreciate that. BP?
Yeah, I'll go back and listen. Thank you so much, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy.
It's driving traffic to the morning show.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Ken and Anthony.
So are you suggesting it wasn't real?
No, but I did see a few people suggest on Twitter that they thought it sounded fake, and I was like, well, that's fun.
That's when you know it's really good.
Yeah, I like when people have
think
conspiracy
when people
theories.
think that it's fake, that's when you know that it's good.
I didn't think it was fake, though. I do think Lima is oddly sensitive about the Cavs in a way that doesn't make any sense now. Because he's kind of gotten away scot-free by being the slippery wizard all for the last 3 months. Yeah. When they win, he takes his victory laps. When they lose, he's like Jell-O. He just kind of slips through the cracks, and you're great. But well, so he's kind of
it's a good spot to live in.
Exactly.
He gets to have his cake and eat it too.
But how are you then sensitive about the Cavs? Got to be Jell-O.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know what to tell you.
No.
That obviously hit a spot for him.
A little bit of Diana in there. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know. Sometimes I just stay talking because I feel like I didn't satisfy talking enough for you. So I'm like, all right, we'll just talk. I have no thoughts on that. I have zero thoughts.
I want you to know.
Zero thoughts.
I want you to know right now.
Zero thoughts.
You satisfied me.
Thank you.
216-474-0092. Trade Donovan, trade Evan, or run it back. And depending on what your definition of run it back, and by the way, Jared Allen for Herb Jones and Ives Missy is a win from the salary perspective. You actually save a fair amount of money. Herb Jones, offense though.
Offense is crap. Trey Murphy is the guy that I want.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
If you could get Jared Allen for Trey Murphy, I think you do it. You don't even think about it.
Don't even question it, no.
But Trey Murphy does have a little bit of DeAndre Hunter to him. He's a much better player. I want to say that.
Player.
But in terms of the space cadet who kind of goes missing occasionally, that's a little bit of Trey. That's a little bit of Trey.
I don't think we get to be picky at this buffet that we're trying to eat at. I think we just got to go ahead and get some food on our plate and get going.
Is that your buffet approach? My buffet approach is a little bit of everything, and then I go back and I hone in on the second plate.
I like to dabble in the first plate.
Oh, yeah. You got to get 10 different things.
I like a touch of this, a touch of that. I like to see what's good. You know,
but
not all
I
buffets
never touch the chocolate fountain.
They're not all good. No.
I don't know who that's for, but
you can't touch a chocolate fountain.
It's not for me.
No, people just do gross things with the chocolate fountain.
Yeah, and
unsavory things with the chocolate fountain.
Just by being around it, I think is gross and unsavory. The Browns answered another question on Myles Garrett. You're going to hear that answer in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Make the afternoon drive your soundtrack on the way into the Guardians games. And talk about the game on your way home on overtime. The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
1 hour to go. Nick and JP with you in case we missed it. Coming up, here are the two in about 40 minutes here. Might have a special guest. We'll see what's going on in my text message. Just got a text message here, but I forgot to tell Mac we're definitely going to do quick hits here.
Yeah, I thought about that for a second as well.
And that's what we've been planning the entire show. So we probably should get there. Mac, do we have the open ready or should I stall? Mac, sometimes you got to remember, buddy, this is an audio-based kind of deal here. We don't even
From
have
the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Good for you.
to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
All right, let's get to it here. Mike Rutenberg, Browns defensive coordinator. He was asked about Myles Garrett today and gave the darndest answer.
What kind of interaction have you had with Myles Garrett? Yeah, of course, knew that'd be a question. I'm going to leave a lot of that interaction between me and Myles. There has been some. There has been some, yes.
All right. It's really hard to beat the allegations that things are weird between the Browns and Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
When the Browns themselves, every time there's a question about Myles and their relationship with Myles, there's a weird answer to it, like Rudy had.
They sound weird about it all. They sound like they know something or something's not right, and then he's like, I'm being instructed to do this now. Because that's the thing, they're not actors. Mm-hmm. That's why this is so funny to me. They're football coaches. They're sometimes asked to be actors in these type of settings, and they do it like I don't know, like me, if I was trying to act. I'm not an actor. I can't do it. I'd be miserable as an actor. You have a thespian side to yourself.
Stop it.
So maybe you'd get away with it a little bit better than I am.
Stop it.
But I can't act. I can't act to save my life. And so I could be obvious if I was trying to. And that's what it sounded like right there from Rutenberg. It sounded like someone that was trying to put on a show.
Do I think that the Myles trade stuff, right now it feels a lot like the same thing that I've been seeing for 6 years, and I understand that it's weird, but that's Myles. But do I think that the Browns only open themselves up more for questions with the way Todd Monken asked the question the other day, and certainly the way Rudy answered the question today? Yes. They're only making it weirder with their answers, which means it's just going to keep having people talk about it.
All right, Wendy had this report on ESPN today that LeBron's camp reportedly wants an explanation from the Lakers if they offer him anything less than a max contract. Windhorst noted that James and his camp want the Lakers to make a contract offer, and if it is for anything less than the max, they want the Lakers to explain why and what other players they're going to target with the money that is saved. Is this a reasonable request from LeBron?
So he's been there for 8 years, so I'm sure it's reasonable. It also feels like the kind of thing you do when you know this isn't going to go anyway, and you're just it almost feels like a reasonable but somehow petty request.
I just don't know what his end result is. Like, do they want him to just straight up be like, listen, we don't think you're good enough for $54 million and we can't afford that, or we'd rather pay Austin Reeves? Like, does he just want to hear them say it? Is that the idea here?
Yeah, I think.
So that later on he can turn around and be like, well, I said I wasn't good enough for him.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. It's weird. That situation. And again, the Lakers are, I know LeBron comes with a lot, right? He likes a lot of say. He likes a lot of control. And I think it makes sense that at this point in his career, he isn't afforded the same things he was even 5 years ago. At the same point, the Lakers have very quickly forgotten what LeBron did for them, rescuing them from a almost decade of mediocrity.
Yeah, they were really, really bad.
And so, do I understand what the Lakers are doing? Yes. Do I think they lucked into Luka? 100%. Do I know definitively they're going to land the Luka era as some sort of next great era? I also don't. But I get why LeBron's pissed, and I think he has every right to be.
A lot of firings around the Lakers today. Did you see that?
No.
Not like basketball people, but like in the Lakers organization. I guess there was like a mass layoff that happened today.
That's good. That's what happens when you get bought for $10 million. Or $10 billion.
Yeah, I know.
That owner's got to go ahead and find that money somewhere else.
What's going on with that? Between that and the Portland owner, all these guys, all these NBA teams that get acquired, then they just want a penny pinch afterwards. And it's weird.
Well, I think what billionaires are realizing is they can just ruthlessly cut and cut and cut, and there's no repercussions. There really isn't. And it doesn't matter who's president, doesn't matter how the economy's doing. If you just keep cutting, doesn't matter who you screw over, whose lives you ruin with it, no bad PR is going to stick anymore. I think it's a billionaire's game, and we're just lucky enough to be living in the world with those guys. Real princes and peaches we got going there. Except Dan Gilbert. We like Dan Gilbert.
I do like Dan Gilbert.
Yeah. I bet you Dan's a good hang, too.
I don't know about that. Good hang in the idea.
I bet you have a cocktail or two with Dan. I don't know if he still enjoys it. But
here's why he's a good hang. I feel like he'd be like, if he really liked you, nothing would be off limits for him when it comes to the amount of money you could spend on his dime. And so like if you're like, hey Dan, having a great time at this party, not only does that $100,000 bottle of whatever over there seem like we should crack that open, he'd be like, all right, go ahead and do it. But I also think we should just, I don't know, get on a plane and go to the Eiffel Tower and just make that a whole thing. He might not join you, but he'd be like, yeah, take the plane. Go ahead.
Dan, I'm willing to be your turtle. Okay? I really am. I just a guy that just lives off your riches. And I'd be a great hang because I'll make you laugh. I'll make fun of people in front of you, and you can then like laugh at how funny I am at making fun of people. I'm great at it.
I don't know that he enjoys his wealth as much as I want him to.
As much as I would enjoy his wealth also.
Basically that as well. Yeah. I feel like the people around him, they all get served pretty well. I feel like Dan himself, I don't know that he makes as much use of the $35 billion. He seems like he works too hard is the point. He's still grinding after all these years.
Dan, I can help you. I want to be that guy for you. Brewers reliever Abner Uribe celebrated a big strikeout in last night's Cards-Brewers game in a fashion that all 90s wrestling fans can enjoy.
Strike, 3 call. Burleson's going to challenge it. Cardinals have 2 of them left. Oh, look at Uribe. See that? You better hope this is a strike. Oh, it was. And Burleson is retired, and the Cardinals strand 2 in the 8th inning.
He hit him with the old DX crotch chop.
I was going to guess crotch chop. I hadn't seen the clip, and I was like, is it the crotch chop? It's always the crotch chop.
It was even a funnier one because of the way he did it. He's since been called out by both the Cardinals and his own manager. DX crotch chop after a big strikeout. Charming or chotch?
Charming. That's not chotch. That's charming. That's fun.
Is it because it happened against the Cardinals?
Well, what's more, I don't know why. How is that more offensive than a bat flip?
I don't know, but Alec
Neither
Burleson...
are offensive to me, but like in the history of things, bat flip is way worse than crotch chop.
Alec Burleson looked like somebody had kissed his mother in front of him.
Why is it we don't let pitchers celebrate at all? Why are the pitchers?
This is fair.
Why are the pitchers the only one that has to have decorum in this relationship?
I think you're spot on. I think this is a very fair point. Now, I can understand if crotch chop for some is over the line. Because it's a seen as an obscene gesture, I would say lighten up, Francis.
No, I want to bring pitcher celebrations into the common baseball space. Now, some would argue like, oh, they have too many chances to celebrate. Maybe that's why they have to act like they've been there a little bit before. But you
only get 3 chances to celebrate. Should we cap it?
Maybe if you keep being creative about it, you can do it all game long. As far as I'm concerned,
I feel like celebrating and bleep talk between pitchers and hitters, I think it only makes the game feel bigger and more alive, and I want more.
It's just fun.
I miss fighting, too.
Oh, yeah? You want to bring back fighting?
Even though baseball players, historically horrible at fighting. Not since Nolan Ryan and Robin Ventura.
Jose Ramirez and Tim Anderson.
We've had but like it's one-offs, right? We get like one guy gets jaw-jacked, and we all like live on that for like 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, they still, like, you go on, like, Facebook Marketplace, they sell photos of that J-Ram and Tim Anderson. Every time I go on Marketplace, they're trying to sell me some off photo of that event.
We still haven't heard from Tim Anderson in a long time.
I don't know what's going on, man.
He could still be sleeping.
He might be. I check Marketplace literally every day. I've never bought anything off Marketplace.
Why would you check it every day?
I don't know. I keep expecting some gem to pop up or something to be like an awesome deal and something that I'm going to have interest in, and it just never happens.
Ness buys a lot of things off Marketplace.
Never bought anything off Marketplace.
And then
I check
used to
it
do
every
it a
day.
ton, actually.
And then
Really?
I end up being the guy that has to go pick it up. And most times I think, this is the time I get murdered. Yeah.
Oh, over like $5 or $10.
Yeah. It'll be something.
worth
It
it.
would be something really insignificant, and I'm like the idiot that's just gonna like I remember my grandma telling the story of this pig that they were getting ready to butcher.
Yeah.
And this pig walks into the thing, realizes what's happening, and just lays down. Like, all right, let's get it over with.
The pig gave up?
That would be me in a scenario where somebody's like, I'm now going to kill you and take your money. It's like, well, you got the drop on me.
You're not laying down and just...
What am I going to do?
It's a fun
Run
story.
at him with fists of fury?
It's a fun story about the pig, but you're 1% weight, 1% height in society. I have an envisionment of you not laying down for a 5'8" guy named Chad that wants to take your $10.
Actually, what it's going to be is I'm going to be like that guy who's getting carjacked, and then all of a sudden he flips the gun around on the guy and be like, not today, Junior. Yeah. Except somehow I still end up getting shot in the process. He takes it right back. Ah, damn!
I'm just envisioning you getting carjacked by a Muppet and all of a sudden it not going well for you. Come on, like you're gonna stand up for yourself.
You've been flattering me a lot the last hour, and
You're
I
gonna
like
stand.
it.
Well, I've realized it's the type of day. This is a good day to do this for you. This is a good day. After you went after Mac, I realized everyone was on the table today.
All right, in fairness,
this was one of those. This is one of those days. Everyone's on the table.
Mac simply kept trying to throw Daryl under the bus.
Everyone's on the table today,
and I didn't think it was the fair thing because Daryl carried their team more than Mac did in QB 54. Mac, you just have to accept that. If you accept that, I will leave it alone.
I think that's him
he's
saying he
not
doesn't accept
accepting
it.
I don't think he's accepting it.
There's no part of him that will accept that.
Yeah.
Not even in your retelling to Keith up in the office. Like this is why you're not getting next Memorial Day shows either.
Yeah.
He thinks you can't throw a football like a real man.
Yeah, Keith really...
It had nothing to do with the voice, nothing to do with the on-air presence. It was all about
I get the feeling that Keith might have thought that before, he heard the story from Nick. So.
By the way, Keith really enjoyed the story.
I
really enjoyed it.
I bet he did.
Consider me surprised.
He belly laughed and he doesn't even have a belly. It was wild.
I was walking by and I belly laughed. I only heard part of it and I thought it was a riot.
Yeah.
Looks like Millhouse.
And then he does like a little run.
Did he make the voices too?
Yeah, he did.
The very wimpy,
He did.
the wimpy voices attached to it. Like, is it even going to make it? I don't know.
That's just how I remember it. I'm not saying it was right. I had a lot of Coors Banquet that day, Mac.
So what was the game after that you guys played that you said you dominated in? You eventually won some
It was
yard
called
game.
Made Up.
You won some yard game eventually. What was that game?
No, we were playing for so long that I actually ended up playing well by the end of the actual game.
It's not.
It's how it went.
That's apparently
it's
not
how it went.
No one has this memory of it happening
You
that
played
way.
better in the second half than you did the first half. You still didn't play well enough to say you played well.
Yeah,
You guys got smoked. I just need you to own it.
Yeah, I'm not debating that.
No, but he's saying it wasn't his fault. You're saying it's not your fault.
Correct.
You're saying by the end you thought you got the hang of the game.
Yes.
Dare I
It
say
took me a little
you
bit
even
to get used to it.
you even thought you were better than Nick by the end of the game is what I thought I heard you say.
I think Mac
Oh, yeah, you see? You thought-
I
you
think
thought
Mac
he
is
was
the
better
only
than you.
person who thinks that was the case.
He thought he was better than you by the end
There's
of the
not
game.
another person at my Memorial Day party that was like, Mac's figuring it out. It's
How
all
long
coming
did this-
together.
How long did this game take?
Like what? Did it take it felt like it took half an hour.
Yeah, probably about half an hour. Yeah, which was pretty quick because I just kept making shots left and right.
Mac disagrees completely on that assessment.
Yeah, because Mac turned into Nolan freaking Ryan in this game because his ego can't just allow him to admit he was the third worst person on the pitch that day.
I'm gonna need some footage next year. I'm gonna need you guys to take some footage and then really capture this, so we can have a detailed breakdown. Because I don't know what to believe right now.
I actually just want Daryl versus Mac.
I believe
off.
I believe Daryl didn't look like he had a clue. I also believe you never ended up getting there, Mac. I'm not sure where I stand with you being John Elway in this scenario.
Never said I was Elway.
No. He didn't
you said by
either.
the end of it you were better than Nick, which
Yeah.
I'd like to see the tape.
Yeah. Let's see. Who won by more than 15 points? Was it me? And my team, I should say. I had a partner. Was it my team?
Yeah, I mean, we
Yeah.
just said
Did
that
I
the game
pretty
took over half an
consistently-
hour. It
did I
took me about
pretty
halfway to get into
Wait,
it.
real quick. Shh. Real quick. real quick. Did I score?
Hold on.
Oh,
There we go.
Andy
don't
Roth.
turn his
He
mic
turned
off.
off a mic. Oh, no, not my microphone, Mac.
Oh.
basically how you get played. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. You'll get there one day, little buckaroo. We might have a special guest when we come back in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case we missed it, coming up in 20 minutes. Am I being slightly hyperbolic in teasing Mac about his performance on QB54?
I don't think so.
That's for everybody else to decide. Am I having a lot of fun doing it? Yes. Yes, I am. And I can see the levels of ridiculous that I'm getting to, and I can just see the hate growing in Mac's heart, and I'm okay with it.
Oh, yeah, he's not having fun at all.
Yeah.
But now, Mac, give the line you gave about Darryl that you wouldn't say on the air.
For a guy that basically was saying last year that he didn't understand how Dylan Gabriel can throw the football on the field, he has a god-awful throwing motion.
That's a lot of. That's very wordy.
Lot of words.
I think it was
the
less
same
wordy
thing.
off
air.
air.
It was definitely less wordy off air. Did you get excited to deliver it? I don't know. What did you forget it? I'm not sure what happened.
This is very much like your QB54.
Very much distracted by the over-exaggeration that Nick was doing, saying it was mine, but it was actually Daryl's throw.
Yeah, I think rubber glue. I know you are, but what am I? I think that's kind of what I'm hearing out of Mac today. I get it. You're defensive. You got some zesty in your throw. That's fine. That is absolutely fine. I love you no matter what. This being said, Morning Show had a very nice dust-up today at about 8:40. Very much well worth the listen. If you haven't heard it, our next guest stormed out of the studio. It was a whole to-do, and on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll welcome on one half of the Money Boys, Anthony Lima. Lima, welcome to the show.
Has this ever happened before where a team gets to the Final Four of their sport and it quite literally is tearing a station apart, shows apart, a fan base apart, and quite literally superstars apart, if you believe all the conjecture that is out there right now?
I'm pretty sure it has happened before, and I also think every time you say the Final Four, I don't know why, but it does make me giggle a little bit just because I've never heard anybody. It's a very pro-Cavalier spin. I'm not refuting it. They were one of the Final Four teams, but I like that you're
not refuting that.
I like you're bringing that to the NBA now.
Well, the reason I call it that, and you tell me if I'm getting into the weeds on this, they start the season out with 30 teams. They then have a regular season and some also mid-season games that they try to pass the tournament on, but none of those teams are eliminated formally. You have a lot of teams that tanked. The remaining teams that play go through a gauntlet of a playoffs, and before you know it, you're down to just 4 teams remaining, and then they vie for a championship, and I call those teams the Final Four.
When it started, I thought, is he just going to describe going from 30 teams down to 4? That's exactly what happened.
All right,
so I gotta face the music. I got to face the music because, Nick, we were at odds very often, and you said countless times that James Harden is a bridge to nowhere. Guys, I told you to be quiet while I talked to a very popular afternoon show, which is not going to work. Anywho, I got to the point where, Nick, I had to face the music because you were right. James Harden, the disappearing act in the finals, along with about 10 other guys on the basketball team, made you look pretty good. I thought I was sitting pretty in the first 2 rounds when I thought James Harden was a very good asset to the team, helping them on their way. Can you hear any of this, guys?
No.
Honestly, none of it.
Not at all.
Oh, thank God. All right. They are screaming. Get upstairs right now. Go find Mom.
Is Ken there?
Go told them to be quiet while I do a very important interview on the radio.
Are you doing the hit so you don't have to watch him for like 15 minutes? Because I've done that before.
All right. I'm sorry about that. Either way. So I don't know what to do as I'm listening to Bobby Marks. I'm listening to you guys debate Mobley and Donovan Mitchell. It's a conversation every Cavs fan has to have in a league where it seems hopeless when you get this far along, but yet don't have a remote chance at winning a championship. And so because of that, it makes it really hard. Should 25 teams just be in perpetual rebuild every season? And you realize, like the Toronto team that LeBron James had his way with, time and time again. That team looked like it had absolutely no chance at a championship. DeMar DeRozan and Kyle Lowry. And then, hey, they had Kawhi Leonard gifted to them. And then 4 guys got injured on the best team ever. And then they won a championship. Now, can you bank on odds like that? Does that sound like an anomaly? It kind of does. The Knicks a year ago, their fan base thought there was no chance, so they fired the coach. They kept the same team. Nobody really thought they were a championship true contender. Nobody thought that in the Atlanta series. And yet here we are all the way to the end of the year, and they're playing the best basketball in the last 10 games that has ever been played statistically since like the 1970s. So it is a weird sport to try and talk about, and a feeling of hopelessness always seems to persist. And yet I'm sitting like, I think it would be a really cool story if they win, if you could just divorce yourself from all the crazy Knicks fans that invaded our city.
All right. So do you think this summer?
Oh, we heard that.
Do you think this summer is about choosing between Donovan and Evan?
I don't. Okay, so I've obviously advocated that I want to continue, this relevancy. I want them to be able to have a chance to, not just for putting butts in the seat, but like capitalize on the fact that they made a huge trade for Donovan Mitchell. And he's really good. He's been a top 10 player this entire time. So I don't really feel, and I don't think Dan Gilbert feels like this is the time to go backwards and start over, because what does that get you? Washington Wizards land? Does that get you, some of these bottoming out teams like the Brooklyn Nets? Like, that doesn't seem wise. And I think if Evan Mobley is your best player, you're probably in a situation where you're a 40 to 45 win playing team. Is that something that Dan Gilbert has the stomach for?
I would guess no.
I'm still holding out hope, by the way, for Donovan, for Jaylen Brown, or something in that milieu kind of move could happen this summer.
Well, the Jaylen Brown thing is interesting because I have Boston friends, and they hate Jaylen Brown, even though this is what we do in the NBA, by the way. You win a championship, and your fans still hate you. Like, where does that happen in sports? Where does that happen in baseball or football? You have guys that are Hall of Famers. Like, I've gone over this before, but like Joel Embiid and James Harden, and the league collectively hates them. So, like, what does it say to the other 98% of players that have no chance to ever be good or be Hall of Famers or help, contend for championships? Like, we are very cruel with the way that we talk about NBA players compared to players who don't win championships in other sports.
All right, Lima.
The thing about Jaylen Brown is, if you're Boston, are you really trading Jaylen Brown, who is a two-way player that is a dynamo? Even he was struggled offensively with his efficiency numbers, but defensively, he was awesome in their playoff series that they lost. You've seen him play at an all-NBA level. You will drink this milk. It's okay. It doesn't matter what cup it's in.
I feel like we're listening back to the morning show today.
Sometimes it does matter what cup it's in, though. I've noticed.
It always matters what cup it's in.
It's always.
I don't know. If you are Boston, why in the world are you trading a two-way player for a one-way player that has faded towards the end of the year? When I think Jaylen Brown's gotten better every single year.
Twitch
in the NBA.
Too many Twitch streams. Because I don't think they will either, Lima. But like this, you have to acknowledge the Brown-Tatum relationship is not gone well so far from a personal level.
Yeah, and look, when it's time to go, it's time to go in a lot of situations. That's the thing. Donovan has been a beloved player in Cleveland. During this time, there's been no drama for years. All we heard was LeBron James and the drama that accompanies it time and time again. It's like, well, okay, what was the drama with this team outside of, okay, they weren't good enough, but what was the drama? Now all of a sudden people are like, all right, maybe a little bit of drama would be fine. Like if we have better players. So I kind of laugh. Like, what is it that people want? What kind of goalposts are we going to continue to move along to try to find a team that this fan base will get galvanized by?
Lima, you've given us much to ponder, much to think about.
Did he account for as much of his Cavs sins as you'd liked, or no?
I think so. I think this is a very civilized call. Have I frustrated you with my approach to this? Because I feel like I've understood where you are. I've actually enjoyed being on the opposite side of things than you. Usually I feel like you and I tend to be more on the side than Ken and
I would imagine you're calling because you heard him talk at 5:50.
I didn't. No, I heard the opening hour, and it got me really thinking about how difficult this is, that so many teams and fan bases feel like this is the endless ball to push up the hill from Sisyphus, and they're never going to get there.
Oh, okay. Because Nick said, would you call him Jello?
Yeah, you've been so great that when the Cavs were having success, you were flouting it. You were in people's face, and then when the Cavs would kind of shrink, you kind of melted in the background in a way that and by the way, I'm saying this because you pulled it off.
And then
I'm down in the dumps. Down in the dumps because if this team in its current constitution seems like there's a huge gap between them, even though they're in the Final Four, then how in the world am I going to get excited about next year?
Got to trade for Giannis. That's the only way.
Do you feel like you got away? Do you feel like you got away scot-free in this whole interaction?
And the thing is, obviously, trading for Giannis is in no way going to make a perfect team. It actually creates some holes in your roster. But I still think Giannis, when healthy, and that is a big question, although I think he could have played far more this year, Giannis in a playoff setting has a chance to be a top 5 defender in the league, and we know about offensively he can go for 30 at any time.
Do you actually feel like the season was a failure?
Yeah. The way it ended, it was a failure. They got over the second round hump, but are you putting up banners about getting over the second round hump? I don't think so.
No, it's going to read Final
Four. Right by the Nate Thurman banner.
All right, Lima, we got a boogie, buddy. Appreciate you.
Okay, see ya.
Goodbye.
Lima there on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. I think he atoned.
It didn't seem like it until maybe the last couple minutes.
Yeah,
that's why I wanted to make sure that we got the full atonement for you.
I think he locked it in with it was a failure. So I think it's there.
Okay.
I feel like we should all be able to heal now, right?
I mean, I feel like, the anger should be at the Cavs at this point, and it should be at what they do moving forward.
Or what they don't do.
The anger for myself is in Donovan, starting off, just the idea that he's not going to be the guy on a title team the way that I thought he could be.
So I think
there's anger attached to that with me.
So I'm not angry about that. I am frustrated that they're pot committed, seemingly. I know it's only 48 hours. The NBA offseason is vast and it is complicated and things can change.
Yeah, but until they make those changes, then yes, it does seem like they're committed
to
that.
But there's an element of this to me where it's like, all right, I think Donovan's a really, really, really nice player. And I think Donovan has mastered the art of saying the right thing in public. And I'm not entirely sure that he means it every time. There's a lot of times where I think he says the right thing, and I go, I think that's the truth or something close to it. And then I kind of felt like the end of this Knicks series, I thought there was a lot of lip service. I thought there was a lot of, let's pull in the ranks and protect ourselves. And I think that's exactly when you need leadership. So I think when we have the conversation about Donovan, we have to continue to reset. He's an undersized combo guard. He is going to be 30 in September. He is a guy who his great value is scoring in droves. And beyond that, you get other things. He can play make for others.
There's things he can do, but even the undersized part of this, I don't even know that needs to come into the equation because of what Brunson's doing in New York. Like you can get past some of the limitations he has. You can get past, but you can't account for the idea that in the fourth quarter he's nowhere close to Brunson. You can't account for all the different ways that Brunson is just better than him on the basketball court.
And I think my concern about the undersized thing is more about his age. Undersized guards, you hit about 30. And some dudes can do it till they're 34, 35, 36. Steph has certainly shown the ability to do that while playing asinine amounts of games in the postseason. Donovan's already showing you, he's teasing you that he's wearing down at the end of the season. That's not a great sign of what's to come. None of this means they have to do anything with him. But you have to have the conversation. And it seems like the Cavs have already moved past that conversation. Mm-hmm. And I think that's how you end up getting stuck with a Kevin Love kind of conversation. You get stubborn about things. You refuse to move on from them. You think about things other than, really, how does this look over the next 3 to 5 years? And then I think you do hamstring the ability you have to maybe pivot and do other interesting things that maybe they'll end up in the second round of the playoffs. Maybe they end up winning a title.
And this is where this summer is so important because this is where they get to do some of those fun, interesting things and really try to make another run at it. But we'll
do
find
nothing.
Out. Well, and if they do nothing, then they clearly believe in whatever analytics Kenny Atkinson wants to throw out there, but they clearly believe that they just got robbed in this postseason, and I don't know how you can think that
So
way.
that felt like burying the hatchet, but now I think Lima's going to go back and listen to the 54 side.
That's why I thought he was calling in, because I thought you said the text
Yeah.
after that segment,
No.
and it was directly after you said he's moving like
Yeah.
Jell-O.
So now I
Or
feel
he's
like
Jell-O.
Now I feel like it's going to be back on. I thought we were going to bury it. Now it might be back on.
You questioned whether or not the feud was fake in the morning, and then called him
I
Jell-O.
know I said many people suggested it might not be real.
Listen, man, I don't know what to tell you.
By the way, it's 100% real because that is very much like you and I were for like a 6-week stretch where if you brought up one of us brought up James Harden on the show, it was ending in us being frustrated with each other.
Yeah.
And making fun of Mac throwing. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
life on the roster. And I think Kobe Altman is a good general manager. And he and Mike Gansey, I think, have done a nice job on this roster. And I'm okay with the idea of them being the guys to change it. But this roster needs changed. And I think it needs big changes.
Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Ashley Bastock of Viral New Heights podcast fame, Cleveland.com, as well at 3:20 on how the quarterbacks look today. Collusion, not conspiracy. And there are other things we talked about that I do not recall at this moment. Daryl Ryder at 4:40. Minicamps, how they looked, breaking up the Cavs and whatnot. Bobby Marks, strong stuff on the Cavs offseason, how to get this righted. And then Anthony Lima, special guest appearance by his family in the background. In the previous segment, I think we buried the hatchet. Maybe we didn't bury the hatchet. I don't know. But I'm looking forward to the next TIFF we have. It happens, right?
Today was about him and Ken.
It was.
So, just...
And the streets are saying, we don't know if it's real or not.
We'll see how that's
Not Nick
going.
Wilson. Nick Wilson believes it was real.
Yeah, you just called him Jello instead.
Yeah. But the way I said it was he got away with it.
I don't think that makes it better.
You think, okay, what's the difference between calling him Jello and calling him a slippery wizard?
I don't know that he likes being called a slippery wizard. Does he like being called a slippery wizard?
I mean, he keeps doing slippery wizard stuff.
I don't know that he likes it.
He's having trouble beating the allegations if he doesn't like it.
I mean, it's like the first time I called Daryl a spineless jellyfish.
No, he did not like that.
I'm sure he didn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't meant to be liked.
I am saying yes, and oh, yes.
I thought it was quite funny.
That's what we're doing. I'm doing a one-man show for you. That's all that's happening here.
All with all this flattery. Let's go ahead and get to... Well, actually, no, real quick. If you missed a moment of today's show, you can watch all 5 hours back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, won't you? And like our videos. We desperately like to be liked around here. Now, let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're starting off with our friends in Pittsburgh. Big Ben, football and podcast.
That idiot.
It's just so wacky. You see how he did that?
Yeah.
So anyway,
it's like footballing, but he spells it like an uneducated yinzer.
It's just...
He is so unlikable.
Him and McAfee. I don't know what to do with the mispronunciations.
Neither of them can read.
So it's been weird with the Steelers and quarterbacks because if you ask around their local beat, they're really not sure what's going on. Some are suggesting that Will Howard has been fantastic. Others are suggesting that Drew Aller's got a much bigger arm than Will Howard. Others are also suggesting that Drew Aller doesn't know what he's doing. And so there's a weird, I don't know what to take from what people are saying. But Ben Roethlisberger wanted to chime in on Drew Aller and wasn't very kind about it.
To me, when I'm watching him do like 3-step drops, that makes me incredibly nervous. And you might say, why? Like you're refining things. There's a difference in refining things and like teaching.
Sure.
The first thing, if I were to, and when I did do football, when we did football camps, or the first thing you're teaching the youngest kids is how to do a 3-step drop.
All right. He went on to suggest that Aller's a project that will never work. Extremely nervous about Drew Aller.
I think he's extremely nervous because Drew Aller might actually do something in the NFL. I hate this. The kid has been in camp for a month and a half, and you're writing him off?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like it.
I find that
that's all he's doing. Well, now
he's such a D.
Part of this clearly has to go back onto Penn State and the coaching or lack thereof that he got, right?
Which, as you know, I've been railing on for about 2 years now.
If part of the idea with Big Ben in this commentary is that Drew Aller is being taught things in Pittsburgh that he should have been taught in 5th grade, then I do think some of the stuff can go back to, I just put together. He probably has some of his high school coaches listening now, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think they did a great job.
They got a real problem with Big Ben's commentary on this.
It was James Franklin that screwed this all up, not the Medina Bees. I think that's Medina Bees, one of the Medina schools. The Medina Bees coaches. Those guys, they coach.
I mean, Big Ben's making the suggestion this is stuff you learn in youth camps, and that's what's so alarming to him.
So here's my frustration and I know this is a tough comparison to make because one was the 25th pick in the draft, and people thought he could go number 1, and the other's a 3rd-round pick. When Mike McCarthy had Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, They broke him down to the very basics and rebuilt him. That's
yeah,
why it took so long.
His arm, go look at his college tape compared to him actually being in the NFL. Completely different. He had a weird, funky delivery when he was coming out of college.
But, I mean, even his footwork. I mean, they broke him down to the bare minimum. I just think saying this 6 weeks into voluntary mini camps is such a jabroni move. Only Roethlisberger would be this big of a jabroni.
Yeah, it's weird. Even again, the whole commentary out of Pittsburgh right now has been very odd. People can't make up their mind. Is Will Howard the greatest backup to ever exist, or is Drew Aller actually with a bigger arm better? Where does Mason Rudolph fit in? It's been odd.
All right, I'm gonna have fun. Former Miami Heat guard Mario Chalmers was on the OG Show podcast and detailed a game of poker between him and LeBron back in their days as teammates.
I got a pair of 9s. I'm guaranteed to win. Pair of 8s, I'm guaranteed to win. LeBron flip over the first card. It's a 9. Okay. Second card, a jack. I'm like, oh, yeah, this ain't nothing. Another card, a 9. Pair of 9s be the pair of 8s for $45,000. I paid him 2 days later. He bought the truck.
Yeah, but that ain't the point. What I call you?
He bought the truck, though? Hold on. He bought the truck, pulled up to practice, but was like, yo, you want to ride? I'm like, shot, if you're with me, I'll blow you in this truck up right there. Like, I was so pissed.
All right. Good look for LeBron or bad look for LeBron. Not only did he buy a truck with a $45,000, but then ruthlessly taunted Mario Chalmers about it.
That's funny. The poker obsessed child in myself can't help the idea. I mean, come on. I was the right age for the WSOP and everything that came with that. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm obsessing over the idea that Mario Chalmers went all in, or his version of all in, with pocket 9s. Or pocket 8s.
I think he said it was a
J9.
3-card hand. I think something like that.
Well, no, I mean, he's obviously describing Hold'em and then the turn and everything that happened there. And so, like, clearly the idea was he had the front beat, which if you're 8s against 9 jack, let's say, it's about an even split anyway, as is. Mm-hmm. Like the percentages are about even. Like it's not
like Rain Man for gambling now.
But he didn't have some massive advantage. Is the point? Like the way Mario tells that story is as if he had like a 90% chance of winning that pot. LeBron snaked him and then came out of You went all in a coin flip.
So it sounds like you're saying Mario Chalmers is not a very smart man.
Shouldn't be gambling $45,000 on that.
Yeah.
I bet LeBron, he didn't care about winning the hand at all. He just cared about it. He thought about what he would do to embarrass Mario Chalmers is what happened.
Yeah, the problem with
this is really funny to me. Because $45,000 to LeBron isn't anything.
Yeah, this is just so unrelatable. Like, the idea that I would ever bet $45,000 on any level of anything is just unapproachable to me. And then the idea that LeBron was like, not only am I going to make... Because here's the thing. If he just took the $45,000 and Mario Chalmers never knew what he spent a dime on, it probably doesn't sting the same way. The fact that he turned it into a truck... did he need the truck, or did he want the truck to then taunt Mario Chalmers with? Like, it makes you wonder how insanely... Like, how far did LeBron go just to be a D about this whole thing?
It's a very MJ story, to be honest. This is an MJ story.
Yeah.
This is exactly an MJ story.
Kind of a good look for LeBron's legacy.
Not bad.
He cared to win so much that he was a real awful human being to one of his closest teammates.
I also didn't know LeBron played cards like that.
Oh, I just feel like
a lot of the NBA guys do on planes, like, because they're just it's a thing. Like, we know a lot about that culture, but I didn't know he was that into it. I always assumed. Because like LeBron at that point, you're worth so much money. To make cards even worthwhile seems like a hard venture.
Yeah. I don't ever want to get to a point where I'm chasing a high that feels unattainable unless I'm doing, $50,000 hands at poker.
Well, I'd give it a try.
I do think
I'd give it a try if you want me to.
If you just said,
give me that much money to make that worthwhile, I'll live that life.
Nick, name an NBA player right now. What do you think they're doing? And my two options are going to be they're gambling on a game with a teammate.
Yeah.
Or they're at the strip club. But that's my
no in between.
It's like when I don't see them on the court, I'm like, they're probably at the club or gambling with teammates.
What did you do with guys like Kyle Korver that were just like very?
He never left the club.
Is that right?
Yeah. He was constantly in that back room.
Is that right?
Yeah, paying for unmentionable things, but we don't talk about that because we're not that kind of show.
We are not.
Yeah, never would be. Certainly have never been asked. Stop. I want to feel it. All right, I want to feel the weight of Cleveland upon me.
Mac.
Zesty thrower. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin.
I do like Zesty Thrower as a new nickname.
Zesty Thrower.
The Zesty Thrower.
Is that going to be part of the intro? You'll never know. Big thanks to Matt Corrali, baby doll. Right there. No one's ever going to call him a cheese D. JP.
Yeah.
Good stuff today.
Yeah, I had fun. What a day, huh?
Yeah. Well, we got a Thursday. Is tomorrow Thursday?
Tomorrow's Thursday.
We got a Thursday coming up tomorrow. Sports, people on the air. We'll get to it tomorrow at 2. See you then.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.